Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me for another restful episode of True Scary Stories to help you fall asleep. Today, we're going to have a compilation of some true scary stories. I hope you enjoy them. So, without further ado, lay back, relax, and enjoy these true scary stories. This happened like 20 years ago, so the details are a bit hazy. I was in middle school. I lived in an upper middle class neighborhood in a little New England town with virtually no crime. I had just started babysitting, had just taken a whole babysitting course at a local hospital, and after putting up some flyers, I got my first gig. It was at a house in my neighborhood, about a 5-minute walk from my house. They had an older girl, who was maybe 8 or 9, and a young toddlerish age boy. Their mom was giving me a rundown of their routine and giving me a little tour of their house. We went into her son's bedroom, and she said something to the effect of, that's odd. Why is his window open?" and quickly shut the window, and seemed somewhat distracted from that point on. She hurried through the rest of the tour, and then told me to go hang out with the kids while she finished getting ready. About 2 minutes later, she hurries in, sort of hustles us out the door and outside. I'm pretty confused at this point, but being an awkwardly shy middle school-aged girl, I just go along with it. Once we get to the driveway, she pulls me aside and tells me that she went back to her bedroom after noticing that the window was open and saw most of her jewelry was missing. Soon after telling me this, about 10 cop cars come flying in. Cops run out with guns drawn, the whole works. Cops tell me to leave, so I head home pretty terrified. Turns out, the burglar, who had broken in the night before, was still hiding in the son's closet, right next to where we were standing when the mom realized that the window was open, and something was off. I don't really like to imagine how that could have gone had she not noticed the open window and left me there for the night with her 2 kids. Needless to say, that was the beginning and the end of my babysitting career. I was babysitting my niece a couple of years ago. She's 6 now, so she would have been 3 back then. I put her to bed, read her a story, gave her a cuddle, and then went down to watch a movie, and I ended up falling asleep on the couch in the living room. I don't know how much later it was, but I woke up to something grabbing my ankle. My eyes shot open, and I freaked out. I shook my leg as hard as I could. Bad idea. She'd managed to unfasten her door, climb over 2 different baby gates, and get down the stairs without giving herself an injury. All to ask me if I could read her another story. We don't tell her mother about the time that I almost drop-kicked her daughter across the living room. I was playing hide and seek with the 3 kids that I was babysitting. They were 3, 6, and 9, and I was seeking. Well, I found the oldest and the youngest, but I couldn't find the middle child. After 30 minutes of searching, the house wasn't that big. I just wanted to die. I couldn't believe that I actually lost a child. It was like a bad movie. So I called the parents, ready to have the worst from them on account of losing their child. I told them what had happened and I'm scared crapless, and they just laughed and said, "Did you specify the boundaries?" The what? Turns out, this stinking middle child hid in a bush in their neighbor's front yard, a place that she had hidden before, which is how the parents knew about it, because I didn't specify the boundaries of hide and seek. Even though the parents weren't mad, I still have nightmares about that. I'm sharing this on behalf of my sister. When we were younger, our parents decided that we were old enough to be left home by ourselves. Most of them worked weekdays during the summer holidays, so we had to babysit our younger brothers. One particular day, I was feeling dizzy and I wasn't thinking straight. I was really tired, but being 11, all I wanted to do was play video games. I grabbed my Nintendo DS and I sat on the couch while my sister watched TV. Suddenly, I started seizing. I shut off completely. My sister, with no experience at all, rang an ambulance. My parents and grandma telling them what had happened. I was raced to the hospital within 10 minutes of seizing. We did live fairly close. My younger brothers started crying, thinking I had died when they saw me on the stretcher. I was very blue at the time. My parents cried too. My dad has epilepsy, and his family has a history, so it was a horrible feeling that it was passed down to me. However, my sister was calm and collected, serving as the backbone of the family that day. She's never received praise for saving me, despite this happening multiple times. Even my brothers have learned to help out. One even picked a lock when I was seized in the bathroom. I'm on medication and I take them daily, but I'm really indebted to my sister for being a real trooper through my first ever seizure. I was 14, looking after a 10 and 7-year-old, overnight stay at a house in the sketchier part of town. I lived in Winnipeg, so there was some gang activity in that area of town. Everything started out normally, just hanging out, watching TV, until a kid knocked on the door, about 16 years old, and asked if the two could come and hang out. I said no, because I had no idea if that was okay, and I told him sorry. This guy messages the two kids that I'm looking after on their phone or whatever, and they want to go hang out with him, but still unsure about it. A bigger teenager wanting to hang out with the two young kids seemed weird, even at 14, so I said no. The kids eventually just decided that they were going whether I said yes or not, and left the house while I was in the bathroom. I'm a 14-year-old, scared crapless of the neighborhood, so I never got very far from the house looking for them. I called the mom of the kids right away, and she came back from her party very quickly and found the kids in no time, dragged them back to the house, and I witnessed the scolding of a lifetime. She apologized to me a ton, but I just felt bad about the whole thing. I got paid $100 for it though. I was 11 and babysitting for our neighbor who was going through a nasty divorce. She had 2 sons who were 8 and 1. She leaves to go on her date and says that she'll be back around midnight. She doesn't tell me where she's going, and I have no way to contact her because it's the 80s and no one has cell phones. I'm watching TV. The boys are asleep. Everything's fine. Suddenly there's a knock on the door, then banging and drunken cursing. "Cheryl, you stupid woman. I know you're in there. Open the door." I'm frozen looking at the door when the oldest boy comes flying down the stairs and runs to the door yelling, "Daddy's home." I grab him and pull him away from the door. By this time, the ex-husband had gotten into his truck to go get his gun to teach that woman a lesson. He's banging on the door and threatening to start shooting through it if no one opens it. I grab both kids and run out the back door and across the street to my house, where my mom calls the police. When the police arrive a few minutes later, they find the ex-husband on Cheryl's porch. He gets arrested, and I wait with the kids at my house for their mom to show up. Cheryl shows up, is totally unfazed by the story, and doesn't even pay me because she lost her wallet at the restaurant. When I was a preteen, I babysat a lot. Once, I was babysitting 2 sisters. One was about 6 and the other was an infant. The 6-year-old was down the street at a birthday party, and the baby and I were just chilling and watching TV. The parents were off at a movie, and about 30 minutes after they left, there was a knock at the door. I got up and looked through the small window in the door to see this dude in a shirt with an Excel energy tag and a clipboard. He gives me this talk about checking a gas meter in the basement. I had this instinctual gut feeling that something was wrong, and I tell him that I'm the babysitter. Give me a minute and I'll call the parents to see if they forgot to tell me about an appointment. So I head to the kitchen to get the phone and call up the mom. I also check to make sure that the back door was locked. She starts freaking out and assures me that they don't have an account with Excel and tells me that they're leaving the theater immediately. I go back to the door and explain that I won't be letting him in. He starts getting pushy with me and telling me that it's really important and it's a safety issue, etc. I didn't see any Excel Energy van or car on the street out front, and I'm beginning to get nervous. Luckily, the parents called a neighbor who showed up and demanded that the guy leave the property. The guy ran off and walked around the corner, so we didn't get a vehicle description, but the police came and took my statement as soon as the parents got home. A few days later, the parents were telling me that a similar guy had gone to a neighbor's house and had tried to intimidate his way into her house as well. I babysat 2 young boys one summer. One was about 12 and the other 5. Their mom worked during the day and their dad worked all night. So I picked them up shortly after he got home in the mornings and took care of them at my house while he slept all day. The parents were very close with my own parents at the time, so I knew them pretty well prior to me setting for them. The dad really creeped me out, so I would try to pick up the boys and just leave the house as soon as I possibly could. However, there were mornings where I would walk in and have to make conversation with the dad for 30 minutes because he had made the 5-year-old buffalo chicken wings and Mountain Dew for breakfast at 7 a.m. The child was 5 and already severely overweight. The parents were overly permissive. The dad was the worst and let the boys do whatever they wanted. So naturally, the 5-year-old never wanted to leave and always wanted to stay with his dad. To say the kid had tantrums about leaving his house is an understatement. One day, he laid down on the driveway, screaming so loud that I thought that I was expecting the neighbors to call the police. I couldn't pick him up because he was 100 pounds of dead weight, laying face down on the driveway. I had to call the mom after 20 minutes to finally get him in the car. One time, the 5-year-old screamed at me, "Look what you made me do," because he dropped his sandwich on himself. One time I heard him crying bloody murder from another room. I ran to him, and he was clutching his foot and screaming. Thought he had sprained or broken his ankle because of how much he was crying. I inspected his foot carefully for a few minutes, because he wouldn't tell me what happened. I looked at him probably about 15 minutes to tell me that he had stubbed his toe. He also had overtly inappropriate dance moves that he would do at the pool in front of the girls/women. He would also talk down to women and girls and exhibit overly flirtatious behavior at 5 years old. Most people thought it was funny, but it concerned me because I knew that he learned it from his dad. I spent that whole summer being screamed at and verbally abused by an overweight 5-year-old. A few years later, the parents got divorced, and I was asked to be a witness. I said no. When I was younger, I had a bad fear of storms. I was babysitting 3 kids. I was about 13. The youngest one was napping, and the other 2 were eating. They had the TV on, and suddenly a tornado warning for our area came on the screen. I froze. I was terrified and had to take a moment to process everything. The 2 who saw the warning knew what it meant and started really freaking out. Before I could stop her, the oldest ran upstairs to grab her American Girl dolls, and I shouted after her. I finally collected myself enough to tell the child remaining at the table to go in the basement and get blankets. I ran upstairs to get the youngest one who was napping, and of course the light in his room wouldn't turn on, so I stumbled through the room to get him. Remember, I'm terrified of weather in the first place, so I'm completely freaking out on the inside that I have to take care of myself, plus 3 kids and a dog. Finally, I get all of the kids down to the basement, behind the bar that the parents were building. As I sat down, part of the bar fell off, and I gashed my leg open. So now, I'm trying to staunch the bleeding, keep the kids calm and safe, and keep myself calm. I thought I was going to die. The tornado never even came close. We were totally fine. Everything turned out well, but it was still one of the scariest moments of my entire life. I was about 14. We lived in military housing, and there was a new couple with 2 kids who were referred to me. The house was pretty empty. They had only been there a week or so, and the mom was showing me around with the 3-month-old baby in her arms. I was a little worried. 3 months old was the youngest baby I'd ever sat, and the mom thought similarly. They were only going to go to their welcoming event for a couple of hours, and it was right there on base though, so not far. What could go wrong? What went wrong was at the top of the staircase. As her 3-year-old called her, and she was following me down, a strap on her sandal broke, and she suffered a catastrophic fall, taking me out as she toppled, dropping the baby in her arms. Well, I'm not sure how it happened, as I'm not exactly famous amongst my friends for my grace, but as I was being bulldozed over, I reached up and snatched the baby out of the air and held her up high as we fell. I ended up with a black eye and some bruises where mom essentially tackled me. The baby was completely unscathed. The mom ended up with an open fracture of one leg, right above her knee, and a decent concussion. She didn't act as if anything hurt at all though. She just kept on saying, "You saved my baby, you saved my baby," as the dad called the ambulance. I think they paid me $200 for a 4-hour gig that night, which in 1987 wasn't too shabby, but I don't think that my pulse slowed down for an entire week. I pretty much stopped babysitting shortly after that because it freaked me out so much. Not just the event, but word getting around that I was like some superhero with cat-like reflexes, when I'm pretty sure if that happened again, I couldn't grab that baby if I tried. When I was in high school, I regularly tutored an 11-year-old girl, and the parents had me babysit her and her twin a couple of times. One time, the parents were meant to go downtown to a game and then be back around 12. Around 8 or so, it started raining very heavily. I live in a Gulf city, and storms can blow in fast and turn into flooding really quickly. Once it became clear we were in for a big storm, the parents tried to head home early, but the streets had already started to flood, and they ended up trapped in a parking lot. The parents called, and we agreed that I'd spend the night in their guest bedroom. I had the kids go to bed and set up in the kitchen to do homework and watch Netflix. After a bit of this, I noticed water seeping in from under the back doors. They had a large house with like 3 double doors to the back, so it was a crap load of area. I got every towel in the house and started wiping up the water and using the towels to block the door. After this had been mostly cleaned up, I went back to the kitchen table to watch more Netflix. Not even 15 minutes later, the power cuts out, and all the lights shut off. This freaked me out a bit, but I tried to stay calm. Then the burglar alarm went off in the other room. I pretty much crapped myself. I was in a pitch black house with 2 kids, surrounded by flooded roads that no one can drive on. After a minute, I realized that I was the closest thing in the house to an adult. So I grabbed the biggest kitchen knife that they had and went to go check all the doors. They were still closed and no one was in the house, so I called the parents. It turns out the alarm went off when the power cut out, and I just needed to shut it off with a code upstairs. This happened about 3 more times over the next few hours. After the power came back on, I thought things had chilled out, but then we got a tornado warning. I went and got the kids from upstairs, and we all hung out in the sturdy basement for about an hour until the warning passed. At this point, it was about 2 a.m., and I passed out in the guest bedroom. The parents woke me up when they got home around 7 a.m., and I drove home past giant fallen branches and stalled abandoned cars. It was surreal. I was 16, and my friend Amanda was 14. We were watching her cousins for the weekend. Paul was around 4 to 6 years old, and Stella was 10 or 11. So we watched them Friday, and it went fine. Their mom came home Saturday, paid us $30 and got some clothes and left. So we decided that we'd walk to the convenience store to get some candy, junk food, soda, and rent a few movies. We were bad at making money because we literally spent everything that we made to have a movie night with the kids. So the store was 2 blocks away. Amanda and Paul wanted to cut through yards to get home, but Stella didn't want to. So I told Amanda to take him home, and me and Stella would just take the sidewalk. We could pretty much see their house from the store, and it was around 7 p.m. in the summer, so it wasn't too late. It was literally a 5-minute walk on the sidewalk. So me and Stella were walking. We were almost at the corner to turn onto their street. The house right before the corner was a drug house. Out walks this guy, and me, being my friendly Canadian self, says hi politely. The guy stops and says something along the lines of, "Wait, I know you, right?" I told him no, I don't know him. He looks at Stella and says, "I know her. I'm friends with your dad." Her dad was into drugs pretty heavily. He starts asking why I have her with me. I tell him I'm babysitting with my friend. Probably very dumb of me. He starts getting closer, told me that I was pretty and says, "Oh, are you going home? Why don't I come too? We can all hang out. You teen girls like to party, right?" The guy's eyes were like pin drops. He was clearly high. I grabbed Stella's hand and kind of pushed her behind me, well, holding her hand because I'm starting to get scared, and I wanted to keep her away. Right then, my friend comes outside and sees us and yells for us to hurry our butts up. I look at Stella and just say run. We run, still holding her hand because I don't want her to fall behind. The guy just stood there. Once we got into the house and watched from the window till he left. I told Amanda what happened, and we called the kid's mom, but she said that it was fine and that stuff happens. We were in a poor part of town. So I'm still weirded out, and Stella is still a little scared. So we all decided to watch a movie in the living room, which is right where the front door is. I grab a large knife from the kitchen, and I set on the side table. We kind of forgot for a while because we just watched the movie. Like, when I got the knife, I was kind of joking. I didn't think the guy would actually show up. But about a half an hour later, someone starts banging on the door and yelling to open up. Now, normal people would call the cops, but I'm half dumb and half ballsy. I tell Amanda to take the kids into the kitchen, and once they're out of sight, I open the door a crack. It's the weird guy. He was talking a lot. He said something about knowing where Stella's mom lived, so he knew where I'd be. I try telling him that he has to leave, but he just starts to get closer. I should have just slammed the door, but I got scared and backed up. I grabbed the knife as I'm backing up and held it behind my back. By this time, he's pushed the door open and is standing in the doorway. I kept telling him that he needed to get out, and he said something about me being there alone. Since they were hiding, he thought it was me there alone now. Right then, Amanda comes out of the kitchen. Kitchen doorway is right across from the front door. The kids are half hiding behind her as much as 2 kids can hide behind an 80-pound, 5-foot-nothing 14-year-old. Amanda is holding a huge butcher knife. The guy looks and sees her. I step back, and bring the knife that I have out from behind my back and hold it at my side. Amanda yells at him to get out. I tell him, "You need to get out of here before we stab you." Dude bolted so quick that he didn't even shut the door. We called the kid's mom and told her the dude showed up and pretty much forced his way in. We even told her that he didn't leave until he knew that we had knives, and she told us to just lock the door and we'd be fine. We called Amanda's mom and told her. She picked us all up, and we all slept in Amanda's bed that night. Well, Paul was asleep by midnight. Me, Amanda, and Stella didn't fall asleep until well after 4 a.m. We watched the kids at her mom's for 2 more days. Then I went home, and I think Amanda had them another day or 2. I watched them with Amanda a few more times at their house, and nothing bad ever happened again. It's been 9 years. I talk to Stella from time to time. She's told me before that she remembers that night and that she thought that the guy was going to kill us. And all this because my Canadian butt thinks that it's rude to walk by someone and not say hi. I wasn't the babysitter, but instead the one being babysat by my older cousin. We, my brother and I, were curled up asleep in her bed. She was between us. I awoke to my cousin screaming, "Get out. I said get out." My aunt and uncle came running up the stairs to find the door to the balcony of her bedroom open. She said that she had seen a man crawling across her floor, but she had thought that she was just dreaming. But then he stood up at the foot of the bed and loomed over us. That's when she started screaming. She saw him run out the door and jump over the second-story balcony. Initially, all the adults, her parents and my parents, thought that she had just dreamed it. But then there was a flashlight found at the base of the big pecan tree that grew alongside the house. At that point, everyone realized that it was not a dream. I was maybe 12 years old and watching 2 little girls. I had only watched them once before, so I was still really trying to impress their mom. They lived in a crappy part of town, and we didn't play outside very often. This night, I was to spend the night and sleep on their couch. In the living room, there was a door that led outside to their backyard. The front door was directly across the little townhouse from the back door. Off to the right, looking towards the front door, was a kitchen, and on the left was the stairs that led to the second-floor bedrooms and bathroom. When you opened the front door all the way, the door blocked off access to the stairwell. At some point, I fell asleep on the couch and was snapped awake. There, standing in the house by the back door, is a very drunk man. He's dirty, he's drunk, and he's walking towards me. My 12-year-old mind was panicking, and I knew that if I called the police, I'd be attached to the wall by the phone, and I couldn't prevent him from going upstairs. They didn't have a cordless phone yet. I immediately started talking to this man. He says he's looking for someone, and he's going to go upstairs. I bolt off the couch and beat him to the front door. That's when I noticed headlights out front, through the peephole. I see it's a taxi, and I fling the door all the way open and start yelling for the driver to help me. He rolled his window up and shrugged. I don't know how I did it, but I managed to stand in front of the wide open door and block his way up the stairs. He's pushing me hard, and all I can think of are these little girls asleep in their beds, and I remember that he's looking for someone who doesn't live here. I say, hey, Rosie and Trevor are waiting for you in the cab. Look, they're waving at you, dude." He buys it and walks out the front door just enough for me to slam and lock it. I run to the back door, and I lock that too. After him banging on the door for a few minutes, he goes around back and tries to get back in. He leaves in the taxi cab, and I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I never told anyone, never phoned the police, and never, ever went to bed again without locking all the doors and windows. This isn't my story, but my friend Linda's. This happened back in the 70s on a big cattle ranch in the middle of nowhere, Kansas. The farm had a huge wraparound porch that was very creaky, so you could always tell when someone was approaching the door. The kids were asleep when suddenly there came a knock on the door. Linda was surprised since she had not heard any of the normal creaky footsteps, but she opened the door and nobody was there. Linda was puzzled, but thought that maybe it was a mistake. 5 minutes later, the same knock at the door with no creaking sounds on the porch. Once again, nobody was there. When she first told me this story, I asked Linda why she would keep opening the door, and she said in that area, there was really nothing to fear, and it was a kind of community where doors were not locked and so forth. About 5 more minutes passed, with one more disembodied knock, and then it stopped for the night. The farm couple got home very late, so she didn't have a chance to mention it to them. However, the following morning, the rancher called her to ask if she had seen or heard anything unusual the evening before, so she told him the story then. Turned out that something, and they never did find out what, caused an enormous herd of cattle to stampede in the night, and they were ranging all over the surrounding farmland. They assumed that it might have been teens playing a prank, except that nothing like that has ever happened in that area before, and it never did since either. That story has always frightened me. I'm generally not one who enjoys or is good at watching other people, not even for money and free food. But there are 2 times that I did, and both were awful. The first one was my niece, who was around 6 at the time. She was incredibly wild, and well, very crazy at times as well. She'd throw fits over nothing, and it was like watching an exorcism movie. She'd be crazy strong. She'd bite and growl and get very violent. A few months before the night in question, she tried to stab a cop with a pair of scissors. Yes, you read that correctly. So yeah, I was very scared of being alone with a first grader. I noticed that she's been too quiet, so I look for her, and I find her with her dog, a smallish poodly thing. I don't know dogs that well, and a sharpened pencil raised over its head, and exclaimed that she was helping the dog go to heaven so she could get a cat instead. So I save and hide the dog, at which point she goes to the large locked plexiglass cage where my 3 parrots live. She pries and forces the lock open, then soaks my birds with Windex for no reason. Luckily I caught her, washed them off, and they weren't hurt. Nothing else happened that night, but that was more than enough. I wasn't alone with her again for about 8 years. I was almost positive that she was on the path to being a serial killer, but surprisingly, as a teenager, she's much better and hasn't tried to murder anyone recently. The only other time that I watched anyone was in high school, when I was watching my 90-year-old grandfather while my parents were out. He'd been a little off, hence the watching. Unfortunately, a little off quickly became very off. He started insisting that there were children running around the house, asking where their parents were and yelling at them to leave. There were no children, just me, and telling him that only made him angry. He went back upstairs and came back with a surprise loaded shotgun that no one knew that he even owned, and proceeded to walk around the house hunting the children. He didn't shoot, thank God, but he did leave a lit cigarette on the pile of papers, and then go outside to yell at more things that weren't there. I had to call and beg my parents to come home. Turned out to be an issue with his medication. I realized that this makes it look like I live with a band of criminals, but I swear that that's not the case. Okay, 2 times I babysat, one with an actual baby. He was 1 at the time, and I house sat/puppy sat for a friend another time. I had done a few others, but these two were the creepiest. Okay, here's the 1-year-old story. I was friends with his mom and aunt. Actually, more of a friend of the aunt, and I was visiting. The sister needed a ride and asked if I could stay to watch her kid while my friend, her sister, drove to get a few things. I said sure, mainly because she had already put him to bed and it shouldn't be any work at all. This was around 7 p.m. They leave, and about 15 minutes later I hear a thump. Now both of their rooms are next to each other, and my friend has her cat locked in her room because her sister and I have allergies to the cat. Anyway, I assume it's the cat, and I just continue to watch TV in the living room. Then 5 more minutes go by and I hear a smaller thump. So I go and check on the cat first. I know, kind of a bad move, but I was thinking logically that it was the cat, and I figured if I calmed it down it would stop acting out and not wake up the kid. Well, I opened up the door, and the cat is asleep on my friend's pillow. At first, I thought the little jerk was just pretending or something, and while staring at the cat, I hear the thump again. But this time, it's clear that it's coming from the other room where the kid is. I immediately freak out, thinking that the kid fell out of his crib or something, and before I could even close my friend's door, the cat freaks out and hides under the bed, and the kid in the next room starts to cry, which definitely makes me feel like he did fall. So I shut the door and go to the next room, open the door quickly, and he's standing up in his crib crying. I feel relieved that he didn't fall, and I go to calm him down. Now mind you, for some reason the electrical doesn't work so well in her room. The light switch doesn't work, so you have to turn on the floor lamp by hand. So I'm in a dark room, minus the small nightlight, with a crying baby. It then dawns on me, what the heck was making that noise? So I turn on the light and look around. Her closet is open, and some of the stuff seems to be moved around, but nothing that looked like it fell several times or anything like that. So I close the closet, mainly because the kid was crying while staring at the closet. And being the horror movie geek that I am, I was like, okay, closing the closet. He seemed to have calmed down, and it took me 5 minutes to get him back to sleep. I left the light on and the door cracked open so I could keep an ear out, but not wake him up myself with the TV. Anyway, that lasted about 10 minutes. Then I hear another thump noise. I get up and peek in. The kid is still asleep, so I open the door some more and the closet is open. Now, it's a sliding door closet, which isn't as creepy as a walk-in closet with an actual door. But closets in general are really creepy, especially at night. Anyway, my first instinct is to run, but I man up and go check out the closet to see what could have happened, or whatever. And nothing. I just told myself maybe it's a mouse or something. A big mouse that can open a closet door. So like I said, I closed it up, checked on the kid still, left the light on, and went back to the living room. Not even 5 minutes go by and he's crying. There was no noise this time, so I figured maybe it was a normal baby cry, like the light was bothering him or he peed or something. So I go in again. This time, the closet is only open a little bit. I'm extremely freaked out. I've already texted my friend telling him to get the heck back home. So I go towards the closet door to close it. My hand reaches for the edge, and then I hear a small thump, and then one of those baby police car toys that have the siren effect goes off in the closet. I open it up slowly, and there it was just going off. The kid is still crying his head off, and I know for sure that this toy was not in the closet. So I take it out, put it away, and close the closet door. I put the kid back to sleep and wait in the room with him. He didn't go back to sleep, but I could tell that he tired himself out with the crying fit that he had. He laid there staring at me, almost like he was telling me to get the heck out of there. I felt so uneasy in that room, like someone or something was watching me and it was angry, especially from the area where the closet was. So after about 15 minutes of waiting in the room, I stand up and start to head out. The light then turns off, which is odd since you have to turn it on and off manually since the wall switch doesn't work. I figured the light bulb blew out or something, so I walked over using what little light the nightlight offered as a guide towards the lamp. After I got to the lamp, I heard the closet door sliding open. I don't think I've ever been so scared in my life, and my instincts kicked in, like turn on the light, and I felt for the switch on the lamp to turn it on, hoping that it would, and it did. Looking back, I was both relieved and creeped out that the light bulb didn't burn out, and that it somehow turned off by itself. Anyway, the light was back on. I turned around, and luckily, nothing, or rather, I didn't see anything there. I grabbed the kid and shut the closet again, shut the door to the room behind me, and held him in the living room till his mom and my friend got back, almost 9 p.m. At first, she was angry that I took him out of his crib and that he was awake, but I was like, you need an exorcist or someone to bless your house, because things aren't okay here. I don't think she really believed me. She said that she'd noticed some small things happening, but nothing to that effect. That was almost a year ago, and apparently nothing that drastic ever happened again. Weird stuff happens to me and around me often. I've been told that I was a magnet for these things before, so I'm not sure if whatever happened because I was there, or maybe I brought it with me or activated it or whatever. They did do a prayer of some kind to try and bless the house/apartment. Maybe that helped. Well, okay. I think I wrote long enough, so I'll save the puppy sitting story for another time. So I know this is kind of late, but I finally got some free time to sit down and write this. I live in a rural area, and the nearest Walmart and Target are about 30 minutes away, just to give an example. So my friend at the time, who lives in another small town nearby up in the mountains, a town called Wrightwood, asked me to puppy sit/house sit. I agreed. A free mini vacation away from home, and I actually like the dog. A big, sweet-hearted black lab mix named Lainey, or however she spelt it. Anyway, I drove up to the house, saw my friend off, and made myself at home. And after settling in, I took the dog out for a walk. This was about 3 p.m., so the sun was still out, but it was cooler and shadier out. Anyway, we get back home. I make myself some dinner and then feed the dog her dinner. I turn on the TV and ended up dozing off for a bit. When I woke up, it was later at night, around 9 p.m. or so. I get up to walk around and stretch. Lainey was sleeping on the floor next to me and stayed in her spot even after I got up to move. I decided to take a tour of the house since I didn't really get one when I arrived, since my friend was leaving so shortly after I arrived. So it was a decent-sized house. 2 bathrooms and 4 bedrooms, including the master bedroom. The master bedroom was on the left side of the house, all by itself, with an ensuite bathroom. The other 3 rooms were on the opposite side of the house, down along the hallway, and at the end of the hallway was the other bathroom. In the middle of the house was the kitchen and dining/living room. My friend had just recently moved in. She was there for about a month, but had only lived in it for like 3 weeks due to business trips. The house also had very big windows too, which made it kind of creepy at night, especially because the windows in the living room, which faced the small backyard, didn't have curtains or blinds. Not that she had any neighbors behind her, but still, it was a little creepy. So I look around. The 3 extra rooms were just being used as storage at the time. One she was going to make into an office, and either one or both of the others into guest rooms. After I was done, I closed all the doors back up like they were. I checked the rest of the house for my lockdown procedure. I turn off all the lights, the kitchen, and go back to watching TV. Midnight rolls around and Lainey starts whining, so I let her out in the backyard to go pee. She runs around sniffing and whatever, usual dog stuff. I'm freezing cold standing in the doorway, asking her to hurry up, when I hear a crashing noise from inside. It gets my attention, and also Lainey's. So I turn around, peek my head in to see if it happened to be the kitchen or the living room. I can't see anything, and just figure that something fell in one of the rooms. Lainey finishes and comes in. I close up behind her, and I decide to go down the hallway to see what fell over. Lainey followed me to the entrance of the hallway, but then stopped and started to whimper. Her tail went between her legs and she started to growl a bit. At first, I thought that maybe she was growling and scared of me because I didn't turn on the hall light. So it was dark. So maybe she didn't recognize me, so I called out to her so that she would know that it was just me. But she was still scared. So I opened up the first door and I look around and nothing seems to have fallen over. I leave, close the door, look over at Lainey, who is now laying on the floor at the entrance of the hallway, still whimpering. I open up the other room across the hall. Same thing, everything looked fine. I closed the door and went into the third room. There, I found a small box had fallen over. I go and pick everything up and move the box elsewhere. Then I noticed that the window was opened a bit, so I scared myself thinking that someone broke in. But I realized how dumb that was because there wasn't anywhere to find in the room, and I would have heard the door opening and closing if they had left the room. I close up the window and I lock it, and I check the other rooms and lock them up too. I go back out to watch TV, and Lainey lays down at my feet and seems better now. I start to doze off again. I'm about to fall asleep, and then Lainey just starts barking and acting berserk over by the hallway, just barking at the dark. I'm half asleep and freaking out, thinking, oh no, someone did get in. I go over and turn on all the lights, and I notice that the third bedroom door was open a little bit, the same room where the box fell. So as a cliche, I panic, go into the kitchen and grab a knife, and then I go to the room. The window was still closed and nothing seemed out of place. I go, check out all the other rooms in the bathroom, and even the master and its bathroom. No one to be found. I put away the knife and I see that it's 2 a.m. I decide to head to bed. I was staying in the master bedroom. Lainey came with me and I closed the master bedroom door. I just had this feeling that I should. I get into bed. Lainey goes to her little corner where her bed is, and I try to fall asleep. I wake up to a huge slamming noise. I'm all disoriented, and Lainey is barking and jumps on the bed and barks towards the door. I get up and try to calm her down. I get my glasses on and go see what it was. It sounded like a door being slammed shut. I get out to the living room. Everything looked fine. Same with the kitchen. I get to the hallway, and all the doors are closed. But in the third bedroom, the light is on. I can see it coming in there at the bottom of the door. I then hear growling. I turn around and it's Lainey. The hair on the back of her neck was straight up, and her teeth were showing like she was getting ready to tear someone apart. I whisper, "Good girl, get ready to attack." I creep over to the door. I waved at Lainey to come over, but she didn't, so I knew that I was truly in this alone. I open the door, and no one's there. Now, I know I turned off the light, and I know I locked up the house, but the light was on, and the boxes had been moved around, almost like they'd been thrown, but none of them opened up. It was just freaking me out. I noticed it was like 3:15 a.m., so I heard the slamming noise at 3 a.m., since it did take me a few minutes to build up the courage to leave the master bedroom and to open up the other room. I turn off the light, close the door, and go back to the master bedroom. I couldn't sleep. I had the small TV on in my friend's room. Lainey was on the bed with me and I just couldn't relax. Finally, around 6:30 a.m., the sunlight was just peeking in and my eyes were getting heavy. It felt like it was okay enough to go get some sleep. So my friend was due back later that evening, so I knew that I had some time to sleep during the morning, then get up and look like I've been somewhat productive that day. So I get my sleep, and finally, Lainey wakes me up whining her usual whine to go pee. I get up and let her outside. I see that it's noon. I go back inside and look around the house. I get to the hallway, and all the doors are wide open. I peek in each one, and no one's in them. I close all the doors and watch TV, feeling like I'm being watched. P.S. Lainey was back inside with me again. So I'm watching TV. I get a text from my friend saying that she'll be home even earlier, and she's actually on her way home now. I'm thrilled, but also worried for her. And an hour and a half later, she gets home and she asks how Lainey was. And I told her that she was amazing. And then I sort of go quiet and sort of mumble something like, "But your house wasn't." She was like, "What?" And I told her straightforward, "Weird stuff happened last night. And either you have an invisible ninja kicking around boxes in your house, or there's something ghostly here." Well, she finally comes clean and tells me that the house is like 60 years old, so it has a history. An old man passed away there in the master bedroom. Some kid went missing from the house back in the day, and some other weird stuff. I tell her that it felt like something else. I didn't feel the old man's presence, or a missing kid that may have been killed. This was something dark, or at least it felt like it. I don't know. She didn't end up staying too long after anyway. She got tired of commuting back and forth from the city, and ended up finding a place down there for her and Lainey. And by the way, she was just renting the house. She didn't buy it. So she was able to go without having to worry about selling the house or anything like that. I've driven by the house a couple of times since then. I still get a weird vibe from there. Well, that's my story. Probably lame, but it felt scarier for me when I babysat the little boy. The house was slightly isolated, and I was alone except for a dog. At least the other time I was in an apartment complex, so there were lots of people around to hear me scream for help if needed, and I had the kid with me, which I could carry if I had to run for my life. So yeah. Also, I remember that when I had dozed off a few of the times on the couch, I felt like something was standing over me. And one of the times I woke up on the couch, I felt like someone had been touching me or grabbing my arm. It was so weird. I was babysitting a couple of siblings, a brother and sister, and the sister had a friend over to play with as well. The two girls were 5. The boy was probably 7 or 8, a little bit older. I was watching them during the day on a weekend because their single mom had to go into work. When I got to the house, the boy was zoned out watching TV, and the little girls were playing with dolls in another room. The morning went fine, but in the afternoon, as I was making lunch, I hear screams in the backyard. I run back there, and the boy is wielding a seriously sharp kitchen knife. The two little girls have barricaded themselves into one of those plastic playhouses and are screaming in terror, and the boy is madly stabbing the knife through the slits in the windows, laughing. As I run over, I'm shouting at him to stop, but he just keeps stabbing, and I have to tackle him and wrestle the knife away. I ended up getting cuts on my hands in the process, and the boy was kicking, punching, and biting trying to get out of my grasp. I somehow managed to drag him away and throw him in his room and call his mom at work. She comes home a few hours early, clearly angry that I called her and grumbling about how he obviously wasn't going to hurt the girls. She gave him a good smack, but basically told me that I was a bad babysitter. I was not that old myself, only 12 and terrified, so I just nodded and went home without getting paid. My sister was a nanny for a wealthy family. She was having a bad time with kidney stones and asked if I could assist her for a few days. I agreed. First off, it was a really strange family, but whatever, I could handle it. They had a 7-year-old son and a 3-year-old twins, a boy and a girl. The mother is out on a date. The kids are in bed, and my sister and I were up in her room eating dinner and watching TV. All of a sudden, we hear a loud bang. We turn all the lights on downstairs and check the house. Apparently, there was a large bar across the basement door, and it was clear that it had been knocked down. Someone was trying to break into the house. My sister gets on the phone and calls the police. I'm guarding the stairs in case anyone is in the house. I want to protect the kids. The oldest wakes up. We don't want him to be scared. I told her, go upstairs with him, and I would wait for the police. I stayed at the stairs holding 2 knives. in case I needed to defend myself. After what felt like an eternity, the police showed up. They weren't sure if someone tried to break in or not, but they made sure that no one was in the house and took a report. There had been break-ins in the neighborhood, so it wasn't unreasonable to think that someone had tried to break in, and turning the lights on scared them off. We couldn't get a hold of the mother or father. He no longer lived there, but we handled it. A day later, I'm watching the kids in the backyard. The oldest runs up to me and says, "Look what I found." It was a hunting knife. I told him I needed him to hand it to me. I also let him know that he wasn't in trouble. He hadn't done anything wrong, since I was clearly upset. I asked the mother and father. He was visiting, and it wasn't theirs, so we called the police. Unfortunately, I had to touch the knife to take it from the child, so I likely messed up any prints that were on it. The officer understood. She agreed that taking the knife away from the 7-year-old was the best option. It was found by the basement door, so clearly someone had tried to break in. I was pretty freaked out. The one thing that I was pleased with was finding out that I had the ability to stay calm under pressure. I was able to put the kids first, think clearly, and do what I needed to do. I can't even explain how happy I was to leave that place and never go back. The family was incredibly strange, and I felt really bad for the kids. I was babysitting my little sister while my grandparents were out of town. We lived with our grandparents. When we hear my grandparents' bedroom door open, I grabbed the only weapon that I had, a mini Yankees baseball bat, and was just sitting with my sister quietly in my room. We heard someone walk down the hall to the kitchen when I called my uncle to come check on us. This whole time, I wasn't completely convinced that what I was hearing was real. So 10 minutes later, he arrives and comes in through our front gate. We had a large outdoor courtyard, and he comes and searches the house. We go into our grandparents' bedroom, and their sliding glass door to the courtyard was open, and the chair in front of it was pushed forward, propping up the blinds. So someone had clearly entered the house, but my uncle searched the house and no one was there. We assumed that whoever it was had probably left the house when he heard someone come, so my uncle left. After that, my sister and I were in the kitchen eating some food when the doorknob to the garage door starts rattling. First softly, then harder. The knob was broken and almost impossible to use, so I grabbed my sister, ran out the front gate, got in my car, and left. I have never been so scared in my life. United States Merchant Marine here, sailing 4 years as of 4 days ago. I witnessed an earthquake while on board. First off, easily the scariest moment of my professional career so far. In transit along the west coast of Mexico just after lunch. Just working through my noon duties. Just my AB and myself on the bridge. All of a sudden, the ship starts shaking, slightly at first, gradually building into a serious, violent pounding shake. The best way that I can describe it is that it was similar to airplane turbulence, just slower and harder shaking. Of course, I'm shook. It only lasted about 30 seconds, but it was terrifying. My AB and I are on both bridge wings looking to see if there's something in the water that we could have hit. Maybe a submerged container? I'm verifying our position in every way possible, making sure that we didn't just sniff the bottom somehow. Being the navigator on board, I'd be in deep stuff if this were true. Better dust off the old resume. Captain comes up to the bridge. What in the heck is going on? Engine room gets called. They start checking the void spaces, machinery spaces, and bilges. Chief mate comes to the bridge, gets the bosun and the deck gang to start sounding all the tanks. Phones and radios are going off left and right. Everyone is asking me what happened, and I've got no answers for them. After about 15 minutes, things start to settle down, and nothing seems to be out of the ordinary. Captain heads down to his office to call the office, and presumably sign me off the ship. He comes up about 20 minutes later with a printout from the internet. About 15 miles away from us, there was a 7.5 magnitude earthquake under the surface. The amount of relief that washed over my entire body was almost orgasmic. Nothing seemed to be damaged in the aftermath. We all had a good laugh about it later. The captain said that I was white as a ghost when he came up. Giant spears plunging in and out of the sea are the scariest things that I've ever witnessed at sea. In the Gulf of Alaska, I've seen some stuff, but one of the most terror-inspiring things that I've seen are what can happen with some of the loose logs from the logging trade. Sometimes when a big log gets loose from a raft, it becomes partially waterlogged and floats small end up. So you have this 4-foot diameter telephone pole in the sea, sticking up 40 feet in the air. No biggie. It shows up on the radar and is easy to spot. Now give that pole 20 years of floating around or so, it rots in such a way that it becomes filed to a point by winds and waves, and looks quite menacing. Now put it in a gale with 25-foot waves, 50 feet through to peak, and it becomes a towering spike of death that shoots up from the sea every 15 to 20 minutes. Out of nowhere, 60 feet into the air, only to plunge down into the dark depths waiting to skewer some unsuspecting boat in a few minutes when it thrusts out of the ocean again. It is a genuinely terrifying sight. Rare, but not so rare that I haven't seen two in one season. While based in Gibraltar, doing my sailing qualifications, we would regularly sail over to northern Africa and back to clock up miles. I was on a rotating shift as captain on a trip to Melilla with one teacher and 4 other students. I had been seeing empty water bottles bobbing in waves for some time. Although trash in the Mediterranean is unfortunately common, this had caught my attention. When just as dinner was being served, I noticed something on the horizon directly in front of us. As we got closer, it became apparent that it was a life raft full of immigrants trying to get to Europe. With no shelter and no means of propulsion, it was about 40 people just bobbing around in the sea miles from any coastline. A very serious group discussion began to take place about what action we were about to undertake. We were 6 people on a 38-foot sailing boat, days from the closest port, with limited resources and no radio contact at the time. Do we change course and try to make radio contact and raise the alarm? Do we make contact with the group and provide what assist we can until help arrives? Do we attempt to tow them back into a port on the African coast, the closest land, and risk guaranteed arrest upon arrival? We closed to about 2 miles, and I dropped the sails and began motoring to stay within close visual contact with the group as we continued to discuss what to do next. I was strongly arguing to make contact and tow the raft back to port, as you never leave someone at sea. Every sailor you know, render all possible help when it's safe to do so. Consequences can be dealt with after everybody's safely ashore. We were close enough to see the fear and doubt on each other's face when out of the haze came a 70-foot Spanish Coast Guard vessel to save the day. They pulled up alongside of the life raft, dropped a net over the side, and had everybody climb aboard. Although we had been trying to make radio contact and send out emergency transmissions constantly in both English and Spanish, the Coast Guard never acknowledged us, either before or after they arrived on the scene. Once everybody was aboard, They promptly turned back towards Spain and powered off into the haze from which they'd come. We dodged an international incident that day, and I will never forget how lucky I am to be born in the country that I'm from. I was on a small sailboat about 100 miles offshore. I hadn't gotten any sleep in about 60 hours because the swell was so bad, and I don't think anyone else had either. So the captain had us doubled up on watches so no one worked alone. I came on watch just after sunset and relieved the skipper who went below to heat up dinner. The next thing I know, there's a commotion below, and the skipper sets the stove on the companionway and flames pouring out of the wrong part of it. I looked at the fire. What a weird stove, I thought. It didn't do that yesterday. I looked at the helmsman. He looked at the fire, then looked at me as if to say, "Is that real?" We both looked back at the flaming stove. Stoves aren't supposed to do that, I thought. Then we looked at each other again for a moment. Then back at the flaming stove. I watched it for a moment more. It's kind of pretty, I thought. Then the skipper stuck his head back out the hatch and bellowed, "Well, get it off the boat already." I suddenly snapped out of my daze, picked the stove up by the end that wasn't on a fire, and threw it overboard. It sailed end over end through the air, trailing flames until it landed with a splash, and for a few moments bobbed and burned like a torch on the open sea. And then, with one last belch of flame, it sank. I looked at the helmsman, then at the owner, and the gravity of the situation sank in. We had just escaped a major galley fire by the narrowest of hairs, and we were so doggone tired that we hadn't even realized it in the moment. There was no damage somehow. There were no injuries. All we lost was the jettisoned stove. There weren't even any scorch marks on the galley. And yet, if things had gone ever so slightly differently, we were minutes away from having to launch the life raft and abandon ship in the dark. As it was, we got out the backup jet boil, finished heating up dinner, and ate. I finally got some sleep 4 days later when we made it to port. Last year, I was at the beach with my parents. My dad and I go scuba diving a lot, and I go snorkeling alone quite often. This day, a storm was coming over the horizon, but it was still far away, and I figured that I have enough time to go snorkeling for a little bit. And I'm snorkeling down about half a kilometer down our extremely rocky beach. Depth, 6 meters. If a wave threw me on the rocks, nobody would find me, nor would I stay alive. That's how sharp they were. And suddenly the wind starts to pick up. I'm oblivious. Suddenly it goes dark. The storm clouds finally came about, and I realize that I'm in a pickle. I start swimming back, slowly snorkeling, when suddenly I swallowed huge amounts of water through my snorkel. I pull my head out of the water, and I see nothing but waves. Huge waves. I can't see the shore. In the end, I got back to shore safely before the storm hit. If I stayed in a little longer, I would have been lost at sea. My brother and I, as well as a couple of our friends, were sailing on 2 people sail-driven catamarans in the Gulf of Morbihan, off the coast of Brittany, France. He was sailing with his friend, and I was sailing with mine. It was a clear, sunny morning, a bit of a rare event in the region, which is usually rainy and foggy. We were not far off from each other, maybe 20 to 25 meters away, catching the winds, making some good speed and distance. At some points, I turned behind me to look at their catamaran, my brother and his friend Pierre, and it's as if I had seen it all happen right before my eyes. My brother was half crouched, maneuvering the ropes on the sail, and had stood up just a little to take in the view. Right behind him was the huge side mast, which was swinging fast towards him. I could not let out a word out of my mouth as I watched him get hit in the bag and flung overboard. The speed that we were going at, it's almost as if he became a dot in the sea too quick. There was little time for me to maneuver the catamaran back to him, and Pierre was pretty much manning his alone and unable to get a decent grasp on it all, as he was a beginner. I jumped up. I was steering out back on my catamaran, away from flying sails, and motioned this nearby speedboat as I screamed for help, pointing them towards the direction of my brother, whose head we could see in the distance bobbing up and down. The speedboat just slid effortlessly fast near him and rescued him. Those few seconds, maybe a minute or two, were very scary, but luckily he was wearing a life jacket, and our elementary school teachers had hired a really good sailing instructor company for our sea trip to Brittany, at the tender age of 8 to 9 years old. Sorry for the bait and switch. It felt too good to pass up the opportunity of telling a scary sailboat story from the perspective of a child. It was way less scary than it looked, really, but still pretty adventurous. We were really far from shore. Two friends and I took a trip to Indonesia a few years ago. We booked a 4-day boat trip to the Komodo Islands and discovered when we got to the harbor that our vessel was a bit smaller than we'd expected. There were 6 of us on the trip and a handful of crew, including a kid, literally, on work experience. On the second night of the trip, after 2 days of sun and calm seas, we sat and watched the stars as the waves slowly grew until it clouded over and the sea was too rough to be outside. The work experience kid was seasick, and he went to sleep in a blanket indoors on the deck of the boat. We all eventually went to sleep. I slept fitfully for an hour before waking up to a howling gale, our tiny boat being tossed about like a toy in the storm. We were sleeping on a raised section, so I climbed down to find one of my friends sat shaking on the deck as he watched the work experience kid slide back and forth, wrapped in his blanket. I looked out the portholes to see the sea one second and the black sky the next. I tried to reassure him that it was nothing major, whilst absolutely terrified and wondering what I would do if we capsized. This was when we noticed that a couple of the crew members had appeared and were now kneeling on their prayer mats, praying. Obviously, this freaked us out. My friend began to shout and scream, in no uncertain terms, telling me that he didn't want to die at sea. I pictured a newspaper story detailing the deaths of 6 travelers. I might have said a prayer at some point, though I'm usually not one for that. A fellow traveler came down and passed us each a biscuit, and I found this calm and reassuring. However, he was still wondering about whether we were about to drown at sea. We'd already heard that he worked on boats and told us he'd been on much heavier seas and that it would be fine. But he still appeared somewhat shaken. The storm did not abate, but as we had as of yet not been thrown into the sea, we decided to go back to bed. Eventually, I managed to fall into a restless sleep. We woke up the next morning to the gentle murmur of small waves, and we go back outside to find ourselves moored in a beautiful lagoon with a white beach on a calm sea. And that is the story of how we nearly drowned. When I was about 6, I went for a walk along the beach with my mom and sister, who was 1 year old at the time. My mom was pushing my sister in her buggy. I was cavorting and gathering shells. All was good. We were near a lighthouse, which had a sunken tidal path to it. And long story short, my mom had misread the tide times that morning and hadn't read the sign at the top of the path. About halfway through our walk back from the lighthouse, the sea suddenly becomes way closer than it should be. I see nothing wrong with this, being 6, but my mom immediately and justifiably freaks out. She rushes along the path with the buggy, yelling for me to keep up, but I got distracted trying to gather my bucket of shells. Now, I don't remember exactly how it happened, but I ended up on my own at the bottom of a really steep slope, with the water literally at my heels, and my mom shouting and crying from the top of it for me to run up. I was terrified and absolutely frozen, and I remember distinctly just thinking that I was going to die. It was getting dim. Nobody was around, and my mom later told me that she desperately was trying to find some way to get back down the slope to get me, without putting my baby sister in danger as well. I eventually snapped out of it and climbed the slope really slowly, using these smooth metal things that were laid into the path as handholds. By the time I got to the top, the path was completely covered by water. I was fine but shaken, and my mom never took us down that way again without triple checking the tide times. Gave me a lasting, healthy respect for the ocean. Tides can come in quicker than you ever expect. Don't play around with them. I used to live in Jamaica and loved being very close to the ocean. However, one night I had a strange experience. I was listening to some music with a friend on the veranda of my villa that backed up directly to the sea. I have a habit of staring into the ocean at night, as it's terrifying yet intriguing. I'm doing my usual thing, looking into the sea, and I think that I see movement. For a split second, I thought that it was a fisherman coming in late, but I immediately ruled that out due to a lack of engine noise. The object rose out of the water with grace and elegance. The part that I could see out of the water was only about 1 foot or less in height and about as long as a mid-sized sedan. It had an arc to it, and that led me to begin thinking about a large marine animal such as a whale. I don't think that this could have been possible, as the object was about 40 feet from a solid coral cliff face. Maybe it was a drug sub? Jamaica is often used as a stopover for the drug cartels from Colombia to refuel, but I think that a surfacing sub would still make noise, and that still doesn't explain the proximity to the land. It sunk back into the inky blackness, never to be seen again. The silence of it all is what shocked me. I still shudder to this day at the thought of what I saw. My wife grew up in Miami. When we were dating 20 years ago, her folks took us to the Bahamas on their 32-foot boat. It was a lovely trip. They decided to do a midnight crossing to come home, as we'd lost one engine and the seas would be calm. All was well for the first couple of hours, so her dad went to catch some sleep and let the mom drive. It was the open water around 2 a.m. when we saw a single white light in the far distance ahead of us. 20 minutes. 30, 40. The small white light was getting larger, closer. No doubt it was another boat, but its angle of approach wasn't clear in the pitch dark. My then girlfriend and her mother began discussing the lights on the approaching boat. Red and green lights on either side of a vessel are an indicator of its approaching or departing. Clearly it was approaching, but they couldn't see the colored lights yet to know which way to steer to safety. Naturally, they began arguing, and me, being raised in Atlanta nowhere near maritime activity, I couldn't offer a single bit of help. Based on her perspective of the other ship's lights, the mother made the decision of which way to go. She cut the engine down and made a hard right away from the oncoming boat. The dad had felt the deceleration of the boat and came up to investigate. As soon as he arrived, so did the other boat. As it did, we all quickly realized that not only had the mom misinterpreted the direction of the other boat, we also learned that it wasn't actually a boat. No, the mom had slowed down to a crawl and had steered us directly into the path of an oncoming oil freighter. "What are you doing?" the dad asked, more calmly than one would expect. Speed up. Speed up." He reached forward and slammed the throttle to full. The 32-foot boat lurched ahead, speeding as fast as it could on its one engine as it cut directly in front of the other freighter. A quick fact about freighters: these things are a few thousand metric tons of dead weight and take about a mile to stop. We never had any communication with the captain or crew of the freighter, but we assumed that they saw us and didn't want to crush our tiny boat. Even so, they couldn't have stopped in time anyway. We passed probably 50 yards in front of the freighter. That seems like a lot of distance when you think about half of a football field, but it isn't much at all in the open ocean, when the passing of a massive freighter could suck a boat our size into and under itself if we became caught in its event horizon-like wave. As we moved beyond its path and it passed behind us, I craned my neck up and up and up. I stared in awe at its huge black hull towering over us. It was terrifying and surreal, and I never want to be that close to a freighter in the water ever again. I'm not a sailor, but I've spent more time out at sea than most because of my fondness for most boat-related stuff. Even though I enjoy being out there, it always has kind of an eerie feel. I live in the south of Norway, and the North Sea is really dark. Even on the most beautiful days, you can max see a meter down. Well, this one time I was out by myself, in a pretty small, about 14-foot-long boat. It was one of these not sunny but still adequate weather days. Well, long story short, I lost control over the engine, and my boat spun around, landing me just underneath it. As I saw mentioned in another post, I have never felt as vulnerable as just then, floating at the top of a big nothing. You know there is nothing for possibly hundreds of feet underneath you. Probably the worst part of it is when you have to duck under the boat to get up and away. You just stare down into the abyss. You can choose not to look, but then it's almost worse. There are no big sharks or anything of that nature here, but still, you just feel like there's something down there, down in the dark. I managed to keep calm, and after about a half an hour someone must have spotted me, because I was soon picked up by the local SAR boat. I still don't like to look down into the water, but I will continue enjoying the sea, as long as I am above the surface. Not sure if this is considered creepy, but it's kind of unnerving. I was active duty Navy for 4 years based on a destroyer out of Japan. I'd say that I'd seen it all, but this story really stuck with me. We were putting around when we get a distress call from a cargo ship about 100 miles or so away. It wasn't them in distress, but another boat, and they were relaying it out to get some help. We responded, met up with the cargo ship en route. There was something cool about that. A United States Navy warship meeting up with a cargo vessel from like Australia or something to rescue some Thai fishermen. By the time we got on scene, another ship was there and was doing circles looking for the crew. We found the fishing vessel about 90% submerged underwater. Only the bow was still above the water. Unfortunately, we were not able to find any crew members. We found a few empty flotation devices but no crew. We stayed on scene, looking around for a few hours, even sending out our choppers. Ultimately, we had to call it. as we had another prior mission to take care of. We left the cargo ship and the other ship to look out, but really, I don't think either of them found anything. To this day, I'm not sure what caused that fishing boat to sink, and it's sad to see the boat, but no crew. I was serving on a Coast Guard vessel in the Barents Sea in the late 1990s. This is an area very rich with fish. So a big part of the Coast Guard's job in the area was policing, rescuing, and inspecting fishing ships. The closest coastline to the Barents Sea is the Russian Kola Peninsula, so the majority of the fishing vessels there were Russian. One day while patrolling the area, we noticed a fishing ship moving in a strange pattern. Usually, the travelers would move like a herd, following the fish stems. But this vessel would keep moving in and out of the fleet, and often moving right up next to other ships in the fleet, before moving out again. This seemed to us as a very strange behavior for a fishing ship, so we decided to send out a boarding party to inspect the vessel. I was on this party. When we came aboard, to our surprise, there were no fishing equipment on deck, and it didn't seem like a boat had been trawling at all. Still, we had to do a proper inspection and see what was in the cargo. When we moved inside the boat, we noticed that a lot of the lights inside the boat were changed to red, and there was a smell of old booze and sweat, instead of the normal smell of fish. We came into the cargo hold. It was even stranger when the cargo also turned out to be empty, so they were not supplying the fleet or taking their catch to shore. On our way up to the bridge, we suddenly figured out what was going on. One of the crew luggers had no door, and the bunk beds inside were filled with scantily dressed Russian girls. It turned out it was a floating brothel servicing the fishermen out at sea. This might not seem much to some, but to an 18-year-old Norwegian, it made me realize how good my life was, compared to these people living right across the border. Especially considering both the girls and the fishermen were around my own age. I also have another story. This one's not mine, but my father, who was a commercial sailor from the 50s to the 70s. He was on a tanker crossing the Pacific Ocean. They were far from land and kind of in the middle of the ocean. The Pacific Ocean is big, very big, so the chances of meeting other vessels out there is slim to none. Still, one night when it was completely dark, dots started to appear on the radar. This was in the 60s, so radar technology wasn't even close to what it is today. So my father went out to the bridge wing to see if he could see any lanterns. Nothing. When he came back to the bridge, he saw that the radar was now completely covered with dots all around the ship. Big dots too, but still not a single lantern in sight. My father thought it must be a malfunction or some weather causing it. Still, the water was flat and the weather seemed calm, so he made a call on the radio for any ships in the area. Immediately, he got an answer from an American voice. It turned out that he had managed to cross paths with an American carrier group on maneuver in the middle of the Pacific. He then requested if they could turn their lights on so he could maneuver safely out of their fleet. Suddenly, within a few seconds as he described it, it was like a whole city materialized out of the darkness around them. From horizon to horizon, there were huge carriers, supply ships, escort ships, and whatnot. The contrast of being all alone in the vast ocean for days to this was very strange. He managed to maneuver the tanker through the myriad of ships, and when he came to the outskirts of the fleet, suddenly, as soon as they appeared, the whole fleet went completely dark again. Gone. Once again, the ship was totally alone in the vast dark ocean. He described the encounter as the strangest feeling that he experienced during 30 years at sea. I'm not a sailor, and I wasn't on the ocean, but I was on a cliff overlooking the water. It was California, and I was traveling with my family for a road trip, so we decided to stop and see the views. The parking area was blocked off from the view by trees, and we had to take a trail to see the views. Me and my brother, ages 19 and 15, decided that we would run all of the way there, but my brother is faster than me, so I lost sight of him on this extremely steep downward slope. I came to a fork in the trail, but I didn't know which was the one that he went down, and I didn't receive an answer when I called his name. I went right and followed the trail all the way down to a cliff at least 50 meters above the water, still calling his name, and he still never responded. Looking down, there were jagged rocks in the water below, so falling was guaranteed death. The wind picked up, and I had to actually press myself against the rocks to stop it from pushing me over the edge. It continued to get faster and faster, but then suddenly stopped. I don't know how, but the air went completely still, and I heard a faint voice of a little girl, maybe around 5 or 6, crying and screaming like she was terrified of something. There was nobody else around me, and there were no other voices that I heard. So I started calling for the little girl. She was clearly starting to call out, "Mama, Mama, I'm scared." And I followed her voice to this slightly jutting shelf that started to lead down the cliff. The rocks were covered in sand and were slightly damp, so I knew that it was dangerous, but I continued on anyways. Maybe about 6 meters down, there was a sharp 90-degree turn against the cliff that I couldn't see around, but my instincts were telling me to get back. I slowed down, but still inched my way to this turn, and looking over was a perfectly vertical drop into the ocean below. Even if I took even one more normal-sized step, my foot would have stepped right over. I still looked around to see if there really was a little girl somewhere, but there was nowhere that she could have hidden, so I went back up. I could still hear her voice, and it sounded so close to me, but I could not see her. My brother eventually caught up with me, since he went down the left trail, and the voice stopped. Upon asking him if he saw anyone or heard the voice, he just shook his head. Creepiest experience I've ever had with the ocean. My mother and great-grandfather were in the shallow end, just enjoying the ocean, when all of a sudden both of them just fell abruptly. No waves. Then I just noticed a whole lot of random people fall too who were near them. They all had trouble getting up, and my mother described it as constantly trying to get up, only to be forced down like a magnet. Her main concern was my great-grandfather, of course, as he's extremely old and frail. So, she eventually got up and helped him up as well, as all the other random people. No one was drowning, and no one was panicked, but then my dad quickly claimed that we just encountered a rip current, and that thank God it wasn't serious enough to where they got pulled all the way to the deep ocean. Rip currents are terrifying once you really look into them, and thank God that day was nothing severe. This and sea creatures are the main reasons why I don't like going to the beach, as in being fearful. When you're stuck in a rip current, do not, and I mean do not swim against the current, as in swimming straight towards the beach. You're going to get nowhere and tire yourself out. Be calm and don't panic, because if you panic, then you forget that you know how to swim. And don't think about sea creatures either. And don't even care if water keeps going on over your face, or if you swallow water, or if you occasionally can't breathe. Just swim, 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 swim to the side or diagonally. And I mean do it for a good while, not quickly. Eventually, you'll be out of the current and back on shore. I was once at the beach with my brother and cousins, just having a grand old time, swimming and letting the waves crash against our bodies. I've never been physically gifted, but I'm a good swimmer, so when we all decided to start swimming farther away from shore, I was pretty confident of being able to get back. And so we went on, the shoreline becoming a mere line of sand in our eyes, and the rest of our kin the size of ants. Before we realized it, the sun was beginning to set, and in what seemed like only a few minutes, the waves, which were already very tall to begin with, easily tripled the size of 15-year-old me. When that happened, and our mothers became aware, they hurried ahead of us to go back to shore, and funnily enough, nobody hesitated. The task was easy, for my brother and cousins, all of whom were taller and older than me. So I tried to follow them. I swam and I swam and I swam. No matter how much I seemed to swim, I was no closer to the shoreline than I was before. In fact, it wasn't long until I realized that I was actually further away. The waves had begun pulling my body backwards into the ocean without me being aware of it. I could even hear the lifeguard's whistle telling others to get out of the water. That's when I felt that particular heartbeat in my chest. The one that you feel when you're about to ask the girl you like out. The kind that you feel when you're going to reveal to your parents the bad grades that you got at school. The kind of heartbeat that indicates fear. As soon as I felt it, I realized that I was in big trouble. I was going to become another one of those drowned kids at the beach. Tales mothers told their sons as a way to keep them close to shore. My brother was completely out of sight, along with my cousins, and I was still there, trapped by waves that constantly grabbed my feet and pulled me deeper into the ocean. I was panicking. I wasn't sure when or if my family would go to the lifeguard for help. Against uncertainty, I decided that I had no choice but to keep trying to swim back to shore. And that I did. It was hard, very hard. And if you ask me how I did it today, I'd tell you that I'm just clever. Or maybe the problem wasn't as bad as I had believed it to be. Once I was able to calm down again, I knew that all those tales of drowned people always went bad when they started panicking. So I took a deep breath and began doing this little technique. Whenever the waves pulled, I'd swim slowly, trying to maintain the ground that I was in. And when the wave pushed, I gave it all. I swam as fast as I could, thinking and knowing. To this day, I have no idea if I was right, that the momentum of the waves plus my efforts would help me reach the shore again. Soon, I could feel motes of sand running across my toes again. Only a few seconds had passed before my chest laid on a thin sheet of sand, and a few more passed before I could walk on it. It felt like pure bliss. I felt like aquatic Bear Grylls for being able to come up with such a solution, and was eager to tell my mom and cousins about it. Soon, of course, reality hit me again. I was received with a slap by my mother, who continued to rant on about how she had told me not to go so far away, how they were about to call the lifeguards, and how dumb I had been to disobey. My kin laughed at me as my mother yelled, and I soon learned that I had only spent 5 to 10 minutes at sea. So yeah, it didn't last as long as it felt, but still, a scary experience nonetheless. Quite a few years ago, there was a tropical storm coming up the coast. It didn't make landfall, but it was close enough that we got the rain, wind, and huge waves. Onshore winds were probably around 25 to 35 miles per hour, and waves were hitting 8 to 10 feet. It was so insanely choppy. Never in my life have I seen the waves that big and close together. We call them high and tight. My brothers and I went to go surf, but it was too choppy, so we grabbed our bodyboards and fins and paddled out. 5 minutes in, my one brother got out, since he doesn't live on the coast and isn't the strongest swimmer. He also didn't have fins, so he watched from the beach. My other brother is on the beach patrol, but he was off that day. So the on-duty lifeguards pulled everyone out because of the rip currents and waves, but let us go in. We took a few waves, having a great time, but starting to get worn out from constantly diving and fighting the waves, trying to get back out. I dove under a wave, and as soon as I came up, I saw the biggest wave of my life cresting. I knew it was about to come down hard on my head, so, like an idiot, I ditched my board and swam to the bottom. Not the best idea to ditch something that floats, but I had fins, and probably wouldn't have been able to hold on anyway. The wave slammed me into the sand. I rolled head over heels for what felt like an eternity. Just as I got my bearings and started to come up to the surface, I heard another wave pound right above me, and the same thing happened. I tried coming up. Another wave. Finally, I could tell that I was getting close to the beach because I was being dragged across the sand. I was able to hold on to the sand while the water went out and was able to finally breathe and stand up. I called it a day after that. My back was bleeding from being dragged across the sand, and my legs felt like jelly. It probably wasn't more than 30 seconds, but being underwater and not being able to come up for even that short amount of time is insanely scary. I was on a snorkel cruise thing in Hawaii. We were following this rare seal and got far away from the boat. So I took one last big breath and swam as far down as I could, just to sit and look around one last time and really just take in the experience. As I'm down there, I see this big glob out in the distance. Then slowly, it becomes larger and larger, and after it breaks through that blue wall, I realize it's a shark. I was frozen with fear. It was like the scene in Jaws when you can barely make out what it is, then it slowly becomes a reality. I panicked and went to the top, looked for my wife, but everyone looks the same with goggles and splashing around. So I just sat there and watched it as it seamlessly cruised around doing shark stuff. I never felt so vulnerable. I finally find my wife and tell her that there's a shark nearby, and in a hippie free spirit voice says, "Yeah, it's the ocean, bro. That's gonna happen," which calmed me down a bit. But I went back to the ship terrified and looking all around me the entire time. One time for New Year's Eve, my family went on a boating trip to Tangalooma Island, Australia, from the 30th to the 1st. Unfortunately, we decided not to check the weather, as it had been beautiful all week. As we went up the coast in our boat, a 45-foot Rivera, we almost got stuck in a couple of sandbanks. We weren't the most experienced, but my parents were trying their very best, and it wasn't too bad. We reached Tangalooma in the late afternoon and decided to save the beach for tomorrow, and we just swam around the boat because us Aussie kids are fearless apparently. Basically, we just enjoyed our little holiday, sunburns and all. Skip to the 1st. It started pouring rain the night before, keeping my dad up every few hours to monitor the anchors and position of the boat. I slept through the night and woke up midway through my parents trying to escape the storm. I woke up to the roof of the cabin falling on my head as we fell down one of the troughs, the deepest part of the wave. At one point, we were submerged by a wave, and my dad wasn't sure that we were going to make it out. Not something you want to hear, to say the least. At this point, the waves were 1.5 meters tall, and the troughs were roughly the same. In other words, really bloody big. My dad managed to swing the boat around, which might have capsized us if it hit the side of the boat, and we rode the waves back to the island. We made it back and quickly ran out of supplies, most importantly water. But after some deliberation with the security guards, we were allowed to enter the resort on the island to buy water, food, and seasickness tablets. Originally, we weren't allowed because we hadn't booked a room, which is understandable, I suppose. Once the weather changed for the better, we headed home. We learned that it was a part of a cyclone. I think that's the right term. Apologies if I'm wrong. From the news, and that many people weren't as lucky in escaping the storm. To be honest, I'm just happy to be alive after that experience. I was scuba diving at the Belize Barrier Reef on a mission trip. My mom was one of the chaperones for everyone and insisted that I wear a life jacket for my safety. I was 16 at the time and had taken swimming lessons. One stop was really weird because two different bodies of water were meeting but not mixing. We swam way far away from the boat and close to the line where the water met. The current here was rather strong, and due to the life jacket, my feet were just above the ocean floor. Therefore, I kept being pulled along by the ocean currents and would keep having to right myself. After having this happen multiple times while talking to my friends, I felt burning all along my back and legs. I spun around on instinct and was then pushed by the current into fire coral, which I had just felt on my back. It was a faded orange look, and it just scratched me. However, as I looked at the scratches, little spots of red began to appear, get bigger, and eventually fill up the entire wound area, and I was bleeding. We were all like, "Oh, this isn't an emergency, right? Don't we need to go back?" Then, approximately 100 to 140 feet away, we saw about a dozen or so of what were unmistakably shark fins appearing out of the water on the other side of the ocean heading towards us. It took me about a second to remember all the facts about sharks that I had read as a child, about sharks being able to smell blood in the water from far away. I booked it as fast as I could swim, which was slowed down because of the life jacket. My friends soon followed. Thankfully, none of the nurse sharks we played with earlier were nearby. When we got on board, the guide told us all of those were hammerheads, and he didn't want to tell us before because he thought that we'd be too scared to go, but they're harmless unless you're bleeding. The guide then rubbed rubbing alcohol on the fire coral venom wounds, which hurt worse than the initial wound. I went swimming down in the Gulf. That stretch had 3 sandbars just offshore, with the water getting deeper, waves getting higher, and current getting stronger the further out you went. I was with a guy on our first real outing together. He had never really been swimming in the Gulf before, and I wanted to show him the sandbars. We swam out to the first, going from maybe 6 foot to standing in water at our knees. He looked out and saw the second sandbar, maybe some 100 foot away, and asked about it. Well, I've never been out that far, but sure, let's do it. We get out there easily enough. Water was quite deep as soon as we stepped off the first sandbar, enough that I couldn't dive to the bottom. The water at the sandbar is rough, and we almost get pulled off a couple of times. He sees the third, and is all gung-ho about going out. Nah, there ain't nothing after that but open water. Let's head back, I say. I didn't tell him, but I was getting pretty concerned. We were a long ways from the beach at this point, and the undercurrent was super cold and super strong. I casually mentioned to him that we need to make sure that we swim at the surface. We start swimming back. Now, I'm a decent swimmer, and I'm used to open water swimming. He wasn't, and had never been. We're pulling forward. The current is trying to pull us back. I'm struggling to make headway, and he's falling behind me. We're both getting tired, but if we pause, we'll get pulled back to the second sandbar in under a minute. I stop briefly to pull back to him and ask if he's okay. He nods. At this point, I realize that there's a good chance that he may not make it, which means that I have to leave him on the second sandbar, hope that he doesn't get swept off, or if he does, he gets caught by the third sandbar, and head into shore myself to get a rescue. I also realized that if I go back to the sandbar with him to let him know what's going on, I may not have the strength to get back to shore. Thankfully, adrenaline for him kicked in, as well as a strong sense of not wanting to appear weak to me, and he reached the first sandbar about 30 seconds after me. We caught our breaths and made it back to shore pretty easily after that. That was the first and only time I've actually been afraid or uncomfortable out in the Gulf or the connected bays. And I've been in water with sharks and gators, and even gone down a deep hole while wearing waders once. The power of the water, not even too far off of shore, really starkly showed the smallness of our bodies. My family has always gone to the same vacation spot in the summer since my dad was in the 5th grade, and it's the shark bite capital of the world. Not many fatalities though, luckily. Anyway, when I was younger, I would surf a lot when I was there, and one time, me and my friend were out waiting for a wave, and we both saw a shadow swim under us, and we immediately knew that it was a shark. It's pretty typical to see sharks there, but mostly just black tips. So we just caught the next wave and rode it in and went back out after. Then another surfer informed us that it was a bull shark, which definitely makes it a little more scary than if it was just a black tip. Also, another time that we were there, we went on a boat on the river. We stopped somewhere near little islands and decided to walk/swim from one island to another. This river area has a lot of marine life that is not afraid to come up to people. So I was a little timid to swim across, but everyone else was doing it, so whatever. Well, everything went just fine, and we got back on the boat. But an hour later, someone had caught a 400-pound bull shark right where we had walked and swam. I will never swim in that river again. Hello everyone, and thank you for joining me for another restful episode of true, scary stories to help you fall asleep. Today, we are going to be reading true, scary caving stories. I hope you enjoy them. Also, since it is spooky season, I do want to change up the background noise a little bit every once in a while this month. Whenever I do the compilation, at the end of the month, I'll go back to my original rain sounds. However, many of you may have saw that I put a poll on the channel asking which sounds you all would enjoy. Well, I'm going to be using the winning sound today in this video, and that is a rainstorm with rolling light thunder. I do hope you enjoy it. I'm also going to be using many of the suggestions that were in the comments of that poll throughout the month of October. So, for now, without further ado, lay back, relax, and enjoy these true, scary stories. I rappelled into a 70-foot pit cave near the Tennessee River about 5 years ago. It was me and 3 other friends. We entered at noon, and by the time I had rappelled into the bottom of the pit opening, my cell phone had no service. And I mean, it didn't even show what time it was anymore, and I could still see daylight directly above me. We pressed on deep into the cave, and found writings on the walls from Confederates in the Civil War. The markings looked to be written in some sort of coal, but they seemed untouched and perfectly preserved as if they were written yesterday. I'd normally say that these could have been faked by other cavers, but the handwriting seemed almost like a fancy calligraphy. One of my friends' last name is Mallory, and there was a signature of a Jim Mallory on the wall too. Pretty cool, right? Anyway, we explored deeper and deeper and passed through a section where the only way to move forward was a sideways barrel roll technique. Mud underneath and sheer rock just feet above us for what seemed like a football field in length. Bats hung above us, inches from our faces as we pressed on, rolling sideways. We went deeper after that, and at this point we weren't seeing any signs of people who had gone before us. We didn't see any clay sculptures that had been previously ubiquitous in the cave for navigation. The cave just kept getting tighter and tighter, and then it would open back up to the large area, and then the process would loop. After one of our flashlights went out and we ate the last Cliff Bar, we decided to head back out. We didn't realize how long we'd been in there, and it was almost midnight and completely dark by the time we climbed back out of the pit. My phone had like 50 missed calls because everyone knew that I was going caving that day, and they hadn't heard back in hours. And when nightfall came, it must have scared them into thinking that something went wrong. Time seems to go faster underground. It didn't feel like 10 plus hours at all. Anyway, that's my 2 cents on an extremely fun caving adventure from a few years ago. One night, me and my dog were poking around inside the cave under my house. Lots of artifacts are found in there, and there are stories of Spanish treasure buried in a cave in my area. Lots of Civil War history around here too. In fact, a dead soldier was found along with his rifle and dog in the cave on my neighbor's property. Anyway, me and my dog are poking around. I hear a banging sound. A sound like my neighbors are having a party and playing rap with the bass turned up. I can't tell where the noise is coming from. Then I hear a distinct sound of maybe 2 or 3 women with crackly voices singing. It didn't faze me at first, but then my dog started barking towards something in the cave. It creeped me out so much that I didn't go back in for over a year. This cave is maybe 50 yards behind my back door. I just looked at it and wouldn't go back in. Plus, we have multiple ghost stories inside of our house. I'm all good with it now, but it took a long time to settle in. I've told this one before, but I'll add a bit more detail. I went to Moquetta Caves in Iowa with 2 friends. One particular small cave that we decided to explore started with a narrow 15-meter belly crawl. At the opening, a lot of cobwebs blocked the entrance, but they seemed to clear up after a few feet. I was the most experienced caver, so I went first and did the belly crawl pretty quickly. I came out in a small domed room about 1.5 meters tall and about 4 meters across. I had some time before my friends made it, so I was describing the room to them. I looked up at the ceiling and gasped a bit. I'm not afraid of spiders, but the sheer volume of them caught me off guard. It must have been a minimum of 1,000, probably more like 1,500, all hanging from the ceiling with egg sacs all around them. I called to my friends. Hey guys, there's a lot of spiders hanging from the ceiling. Don't stand up when you get here. My friends were a little more wary of spiders and were asking questions about them. How big are they? What color are they? Are they furry? I said they're not that big. They kind of look like black widows, but they're not. They're the wrong color. They're brown. The legs look a little lighter than the body. My friend, a Wisconsin DNR warden, yelled, "Really? Do they have a small pattern on their back? Sort of like a violin?" Yes. By this time, my friends were about caught up with me. My friend, the DNR warden, burst into the room, looked up, shuddered a bit, and then forced himself to look at one of the spiders up close. The color in his face drained, and he screamed, "Get out. Everyone get out of the cave." He didn't say any more as he was already scrambling out of the cave as fast as he could. It took us all about 20 minutes to get into the room, and it took us about 3 minutes to get all the way out of the cave. When we finally got out, the other two of us were confused. My warden friend said, "Those were brown recluse spiders, some of the more poisonous spiders in North America. We were in their lair. When they bite you, you go through excruciating pain for a few days, skin necrosis, and then probably die." We didn't go into any more caves with cobwebs in them for the rest of that trip. My first cave trip ever. I was somewhere around 10 years old. My dad decided that it was a good time to take the boys caving, and so off we went with our army flashlights in tow. At the time, we didn't have a map of the cave that we went to visit, and we ended up getting stuck in a circular room with a small, easily missed exit. After about 4 hours, all of our lights had run out, and we were left huddled together in the pitch black while my dad led "Row, row, row your boat" in an effort to keep us calmed down. After about 3 hours of singing in the cave, my mother decided that it was time to call out for help, and eventually, I'm unsure of the time frame, someone came to find us and let us out of the cave. I've since become an experienced caver and have been in that exact cave many, many times. It's interesting to go through that little room now and remember how dangerous the relatively innocuous room once was. It never fails to amaze me how quickly innocent mistakes can turn into deadly errors in caves. That particular cave has been the most frequently called out rescue site in our immediate area for years, and I think I could guess where most people are found. I was diving through a sump in a cave. It was maybe 3 foot long and 2 feet deep, but I had never done anything like it before. One guy in my crew set up a line that went from one side of the sump to the other, so that when we went, we could pull on the rope to let the other side know that we had made it. The water was freezing cold. Getting in up to my neck put me in instant hypothermia mode. My breathing got really shallow and quick, and my heart rate accelerated. When I put my head under the water, everything slowed down. I used the rope over the top, hand over hand to pull myself through, but it felt like hours. As I got close to the end, I felt a snag. My cave suit got caught on a rock underwater, but I didn't have enough energy to panic. I felt a hand on my helmet, then it grabbed and pulled me out of the water, ripping the cave suit, but potentially saving my life. I have not been underwater in a cave since. My roommate and I were doing a cave that we have been in and out of many times. We had been in about 5 hours when we decided that it was time to head topside and make dinner. Where we were was an underground stream maybe ankle deep, 3 levels down around 200 feet plus underground. We were working our way back through the stream when we passed a small waterfall about 3 foot high. Nothing spectacular, just didn't see it coming through. About 10 minutes later, there was a sound like an airplane taking off on a runway. It was loud enough that we were yelling at one another. Then we round a bend and see it. This chamber is about 30 foot high and 20 foot by 20 foot across, and has now become one big flowing waterfall. The oh crap feeling set in really quick. We had to move it. By the time we made it to where our ropes were set for the climb up, the water that was ankle deep was now nearing chest high. Upon arriving to our rope, we discovered it was just a mass of flowing water that we had to climb. Being an experienced climber and someone who has caved for a while, that 40-foot climb was one of the most difficult that I've ever done. After that, Still being pretty deep underground, we were able to relax because that was the end of the water flow. I admit, something bad could have happened that day. Now, I chalk it up as a lesson that I learned. Even if you aren't going to be out in it, check the weather, because rainwater always flows down. Honestly, I've very rarely ever been scared in a cave. Now, it could be that I've not been scared because I've not been claustrophobic, nor am I afraid of the dark. Asking someone who likes caving to describe really scary moments in a cave seems to be counterproductive. Now, if you asked people who hate caving, but were one time forced to go anyway, what was scary about it, that might elicit the type of fear that you're trying to find. I used to do a lot of caving, and rappelling was one of my favorite parts of going. I must have dropped into a cave 300 times or more. Recently, I took a group of Boy Scouts to a vertical cave. I had to borrow someone else's rope because I didn't trust my old rope. His rope was a bit smaller in diameter and a bit more flexible than mine. It didn't occur to me that this might be a problem until I got on the rope. Once I did, I figured out quickly that I didn't have the amount of control that I was used to when rappelling. I was able to stop, just barely, setting over a 200-foot drop, while barely being able to keep from sliding. I decided to abort the rappel at the first ledge that I came to, which was 30 feet down. I had to lock off my rack and call off those who came with me to help me swing over to the ledge and climb back out. I did have climbing gear with me, and I could have switched over to the climbing gear, but that would have been a lot more trouble, so I took the easy way out. Since I was able to lock off the rack, I could simply rest there and think about my situation. I didn't think I was going to fall, so I wasn't afraid. I merely thought the rappel down would not be safe enough, given my difficulty in maintaining a slow speed when I wanted to do so. If I were the panicking type, I suppose I would have been very afraid that I would die, right there, dangling 30 foot down into a pit, with gear that wasn't right for the rope that I was on, and no way to control my descent. The thing is, I'm careful enough that when I decided that the rappel wasn't optimal, I chose to abort rather than risk that. I had enough control to do it safely. That's the type of care that keeps one safe. If you want trials that are imaginary, then how about a vertical cave with pull downs? You take your rope with you. And an unexpected increase in water levels. There's a cave in Tennessee where there are 3 vertical drops of over 100 foot. One is 210 foot. But people typically only take one rope. Because the bottom of the cave is open, you can walk out of it. There is always water in the cave, anywhere from ankle deep to about 18 inches. Between the second and third drop, there's a long, maybe 400 feet crawlway with low ceilings and high water levels. When I've been, there was about 15 inches of water, with about the same amount of airspace above. It's a really nice crawl though, with pretty river pebbles on the floor and lots of small, but clean formations along the walls. White calcite formations, stalactites, stalagmites, and soda straws mostly. Most of the formations are beige, yellow, or tinged with red, showing impurities of course, which leads to lots of variation during the 400-foot crawl. If, for example, your caver was in a small party who was exploring this cave, and dropped into it expecting a typical through trip, but had a problem during the second 200-foot rappel, the party could decide to float him through the crawlway and lower him down the final 100-foot rappel. They could pull down the rope and move him to where the entrance to the crawl is, only to discover that the water levels are too high, and there is a very small air gap in the crawl. With water that high, the movement of the water would be very swift, and it may be too much for someone attempting to navigate it to fight their way back upstream. That person would have to contend with mere inches of air at the top of a passage that has sharp rocks all along the roof. And at the end of the passage, the water jets out over a 100-foot drop. Water pressure would try to push him out of the passage, and it would take a great amount of strength for a long time to resist that water pressure. It's likely that the fall would not kill the caver, since the bottom of the drop will be in flood. He'd hit the bottom and maybe break something, but the water would break his fall, potentially saving his life. That's assuming that he could breathe the whole way down the passage without getting his face banged up too much. The thing about caving, you never go alone, and generally speaking, you don't try to take an injured person out of the cave with small numbers. It's better to leave one person with the injured party and let 2 people go out and get help. That's why the smallest safe party is 4 people. But with 1 person staying back and 2 people trying to make it out of a flooded passage, there is the potential for lots of drama. During some cave exploring, or spelunking, I don't know the difference between the two, my family and some friends were in some deep caves, and as we were heading out, we found a split about knee-high in the rock. Getting on your stomach, there was a tight squeeze that you could get into, and it led to a small crawl space in the rock, with quartz growing on the ceiling, making a beautiful crystal ceiling display. We went in one by one, and if you were claustrophobic, this place was your living nightmare. Most times you could feel the ceiling on your back and the floor on your stomach every time you took a breath. We went deep in, and it was just incredible, like a small world tucked away within a solid rock. I had made it as deep in as I could go, before the path waned to the left and covered with stalagmites and stalactites of sediment. Everyone was having a grand time when we started feeling some trickles of water on our backs. It turned out it was raining outside, and with the way the crawl space dipped down before flattening out, this whole space would fill up with rainwater pretty quickly, with the only way for it to drain out was the way we came in. It started as trickles before it went into streams and began to pull up. Being the furthest away from the exit, and you can only just crawl flat on your stomach with jagged crystal pointing down from the ceiling, I started to panic a bit. Everyone crawled out as fast as they could as the water kept coming in, the streams growing larger and larger. We left one at the time as fast as we could, but it wasn't fast enough. I could feel the water coming up to my chin as I crawled behind my brother. Each inch I took forward felt so painfully slow that I could feel the walls compress around me, and the water was unrelenting, now splashing against my panicked squirms. I got out just as the water was up to my lips, and everyone got out safely. I'm not eager to try that again. I go caving with my dad, who grew up mining uranium until his family's mine went belly up. He's pretty used to enclosed spaces and being underground, and I was raised similarly, albeit without the radion gas. I've rappelled into pits that I can't see the bottom of, bouldered my way along and over one of the largest underwater rivers in North America, nearly caught in a flash flood, and slipped into a crevice whose bottom is as of today not mapped, and has never been reached or documented by anyone. It was by far the scariest thing to ever happen to me. I had to brace myself with my feet, back against one wall and legs stretched out in front of me, arms on either side. I was in a pretty good spot to be in, roughly 10 feet down, on wet, smooth rock, and my headlamp had come unplugged from its battery in my pack, meaning I only had the light from my dad looking down on me 10 feet up to see by. He had to leave to get rope, and I couldn't really go anywhere or reattach my lamp in my position, so I got to chill in that crevice for roughly an hour. But God, it felt so much longer. I thought the fall itself was scary, but it was nothing compared to that. Complete darkness, and it was so quiet. I could hear my blood rushing in my ears, could hear my knees creaking under the pressure. Every piece of gravel that came loose from the tread of my boots, hitting the sides of the crevice on the way down, just fading out. I started seeing lights and little flashes. Couldn't tell if my eyes were open or closed, and I couldn't move to check, or I'd fall God knows how far. I could hear more than I ever wanted, while simultaneously experiencing the most quiet I'd ever felt. And all I could feel was the rock against my back and hands, and presumably what my feet were braced against. I started to not be able to tell up from down, started hearing footsteps and seeing movement and shapes from the corners of my eyes. It was utter hell waiting for my dad to come back with rope to help me back out. I know what I experienced was just due to lack of visual and auditory stimuli, but man, it was the scariest thing that I have ever experienced. And we always bring a good amount of rope with us now, even if we think we won't need it in a cave. I was exploring, alone, in a large ancient cemetery outside of a small town in Israel. These were Canaanite tombs that were thousands of years old. Many in this region have been left unexcavated, so the area where I was looked like a huge low hill full of little dimples marking where these tombs were. So I was wandering around these shaft tombs, which were dug deep into the ground and then branched out with different spots, carved out of rock for family members to be laying. Some of the tombs were open to the air and quite deep. I got a little too close to the edge and fell in. I fell maybe 10 feet and was stuck down there. It was a vertical drop, and the sides were loose stone and rubble. It was the middle of the day in Israel in the summer. I had no water, and my cell service was kaput since I was below ground. I remember just standing there, looking up out of this hole in the ground with the blazing sun above, and realizing how silent it was. It was an awful feeling, stuck in an ancient grave, like I was experiencing the same silence that had existed there forever, and I was now a part of it, or some sort of deep thought like that. Anyway, I tried to scramble out, but the sides were too eroded and kept crumbling when attempting to hoist myself out. I was really scared that I might bring down a whole wall of this tomb and become the most recent burial in a few thousand years. Anyway, I was stuck for maybe 15 minutes at the most before levering my way up by holding onto some roots and bracing myself on some more stable bits of stone. The feeling of getting the heck out of there was so relieving and personal. I rarely share that story because I was such a fool. So, not a cave, but still a pretty scary stuck in a hole story. I explored many sites afterwards, but always much more prepared than I was that day. I hadn't even told anyone where I was heading when I left the house. I don't think it would be wise for me to say the specific location, but if anyone is truly interested in some more details about what I was doing, why, and where, feel free to ask. I grew up down in the desert where there was a lot of old abandoned mine shafts. We would go explore the mine shafts for fun. There would always be some level of danger. It was common to see old abandoned boxes of dynamite and leftover mining equipment. One time, we went and explored this vertical mine shaft, which had a ladder that worked its way down. The ladder had a platform about every 20 feet and a hatch that would continue to the next level. I was with about 6 people, I believe. We had gone down to the bottom of the mine shaft. I would guess it was about 700 feet down at this point, and we got to the point where the shaft was full of water. We all decided to go swimming in the water, which was creepy in its own right, but as we were climbing up, I was looking up and I could see a light moving around. I began realizing that someone else was in the mine shaft with us. I came to one of those hatches and had just poked my head out when I looked to my right and I see a flashlight moving very rapidly towards me. And then The hatch was slammed shut on me. Someone was standing on the hatch and I could not open it. I was able to open the hatch after about 5 minutes, and it turned out to be someone that recognized our cars and was a friend of ours that was just messing with us. But it was a very terrifying feeling in the moment. When I was around 10 years old, I found a cave way back in the woods at my family's cottage. Now, when I say cave, you have to use your imagination, because this was an 8-foot by 5-foot by 4-foot-ish hole in the wall. This became a project for us to find mosses and ferns to adorn our hideout, and make a door out of bark and sticks. We came back to our hideout in early spring to find the door out of place. I picked it up and moved it close to the entrance to replace the door, only to find a large furry friend squatting in our hideout. Now, normally, we don't have any of the large fauna on our side of the lake, but we had still taken wildlife safety just in case. So when I quickly backed off and mouthed bear, my 8-year-old sister did what she was taught to do and started yelling as loud as she could. She only have to pay attention to the bear aware course. Never wake a sleeping bear, and never scare a bear in a corner. Thank God that we were far enough away by the time it woke up and squeezed out that it decided to run away from us scary 8 to 13-year-olds instead of maul us. I don't know if this sounds creepy, but it definitely gave us a scare and then a laugh. My aunt and my cousin were visiting us in our town for the first time since before she gave birth to him. She says that she would like to go to Carlsblad Caverns, so we do. We're underground and kind of break off from everyone else on the design path. I believe we just passed the section between the totem pole, heading towards the seating area called Top of the Cross, when all of a sudden, we hear this screechy rumbling just echoing through the caves. We all just kind of look at each other, wondering what was going on. Is there an earthquake? Is part of the caverns collapsing? Then it just stops. Everyone is okay, and we keep walking and joke with each other. The caves are so quiet, even with the hundreds of people that are down there with you. I mean, just talking normally feels wrong, and you feel like you have to whisper. All you hear are faint mumblings. So when this sudden rumbling just came roaring through, not gonna lie, it gave me a mini heart attack, and it definitely freaked out my mom and my aunt. Anyway, as we get closer to the seating area, we hear it again, but this time we're able to see what it was. It was a park ranger. Yep, the park ranger was pushing a cart with her laptop in it, and I'm assuming equipment to monitor the cave's temperatures, readings, etc. Definitely gave us a good laugh after that. Not a cave, but similar. At my old school, there were maintenance tunnels under the school. There were the new ones, and there were the old ones that the school didn't use anymore. My friend, Chloe, and I found an entrance to the old tunnels in a classroom that wasn't being used. We had to pick a lock on a trap door, unscrew a round metal top, and lower ourselves into a square, dirty tunnel. The main tunnels were about 2 feet wide by 3 feet tall, with maybe 2 inches of dirty black water in the bottom. The tunnels were very dark and cold, and smelled like mold. We began exploring it a little bit every day. One time, we were in there for maybe 20 minutes, and Chloe passed out. Turns out there were some dangerous gases down there. I had to drag her out. Next time, we brought masks and flashlights and began mapping out the system. We tracked more than 700 feet of twisting, turning tunnels. They went up, down, and turned to the sides. We used chalk to mark the walls so that we could find our way back. After a particularly long expedition, maybe 3 hours, we headed back to where we came in, only to find it locked. We pushed and turned on the metal cover. It didn't budge. We were trapped inside. We rushed through the tunnels, trying to open each of the 3 openings we had found over time. None of them would open. Any panic we had now surfaced, and to say the least, we were kind of freaking out. We ended up heading down a tunnel we hadn't been down before. After a while, I kept hearing noises behind us. I told Chloe, who was crawling in front of us. We froze, turned off our flashlight, and listened. Sure enough, a steady splashing sound was following us. We freaked out and made a run for it. Let's keep in mind we had no idea where we were going at this point. After maybe 10 minutes of a panicked dash through the tunnels, tripping over pipes and scraping our knees, we emerged into a bigger room. We realized it wasn't a room, but sort of a down section of a much bigger room. We had came out in the drainage section of the boiler room. Now, you might think our adventure stopped here, but it didn't. This was the second Friday of the month. There was someone doing maintenance down here. We hid behind some old metal stairs, and when the guy left for more tools, we scrambled up the stairs, out the door, and hid in the girls' locker rooms for the rest of the day. We never did find out what that splashing noise was, or who had locked us down there. The end. Sorry that it wasn't exactly a cave, but I hope you enjoyed it. This happened when I went on a cave tour with my family when I was small. We were all huge claustrophobes, so we did the run-of-the-mill cavern tour that took you into huge rooms. They offered a spelunking tour that was spelunking for dummies, emphasis on it being safe and fun for the whole family. Our tour is in this cavern, listening to the tour guide, when the spelunking tour guide pops out of a little hole in the wall. He tells our tour guide that the woman directly behind him got her hips stuck, and he needed to go to the other end to get everyone behind her to back out. This is like 10 or so people, so our tour for some reason followed him. We get to the other end and find out that the last guy in also got stuck in the tunnel. So there's 8 or 9 people stuck between these 2 heavier people. They were probably in there for 30 to 45 minutes. When they came out, a couple of them seemed rattled. Most were fine, which baffles me. They said the tunnel was really small. Our tour ended while they dealt with that, but no one thought to help our tour get back out through the maze that we entered, and we were told not to leave so we wouldn't get lost. So we had to sit and watch all this unfold. The company offered our tour a refund and tickets for the spelunking tour, a higher value than the tour that we were on. I think everyone declined the tickets. Two friends and I were caving in West Virginia. We had planned to do a thorough trip of Boden's Cave, going in one entrance and coming out the other side. About 90% of the way through, our one friend slammed her knee on a sharp, pointy rock and could not put any weight on it. Crawling back out on the knee was out of the question, and climbing up out of the exit was tricky. Any accident in a cave is 10 times more serious than inside. But that wasn't really the scary part of the trip. We finally made it back out of the cave at about 1 a.m. We were hiking through the woods, slowly back to our car, mostly paying attention to our hurt friend. Suddenly, there was this blood-curdling, growly scream noise that came from directly ahead. We looked up to see a pair of eyes, roughly at eye level, drop to the ground and slowly move to our left. In hindsight, it was probably just a bobcat that we startled. We like to think it was a bobcat and not a mountain lion. Makes us feel better. The single most instant real-life jump scare I've ever experienced. I used to cave a lot. Haven't been recently, and I need to go again. One of the last times I went, we explored some caves that I'd never been in before, which led to two somewhat scary incidents for me. Cave number 1 was my type of cave. Wet, muddy, tight spaces and lots of crawling. The stuff that I love. To get out of the cave, though, required getting through 20 meters of very deep water. In other words, swimming. In overalls and gumboots. As you can imagine, for someone like me who is not a strong swimmer, I went under pretty quick, even with a blown up wine bladder and my shirt for flotation. I made it out, obviously, but I swallowed a heck of a lot of water and probably came quite close to drowning, which is why I was really angry when the guy who'd been behind me the whole time asked why I hadn't used the narrow ledge on the side to walk on, like they had done, and avoided swimming. Nice of them to tell me about it. Cave number 2 was more of a pretty cave, which is still nice, but not as fun for me. So on the way back, I decided that I'd squeeze through the little side tunnel running alongside the main path. Some of the guys had used it on our way down, so I knew it was safe. But none of us took into account that taking the tunnel down meant that I was now using it up, and with a fairly sharp bend in the middle, probably close to 90 degrees. Sure enough, when I tried to turn on my side to get around the bend, I got stuck. There's a photo of me looking at the guys out the end, and you can see that my shoulders and hips are bigger than the hole I needed to get out of. It took a lot of pushing one end and pulling the other, but I did eventually get out. Funnily enough, no one else wanted to try it after that. I took a trip to Iceland. Me, my girlfriend, and my 2 friends and their significant others. We had it on our itinerary to stop and check out a lava tube, an underground tunnel that lava used to flow through. This tunnel was completely underground after the first 200 meters or so. It twisted and turned, so we lost all sight of daylight from the entrance. Pitch black, total darkness. We start our little hike. The tube is only 2 kilometers, if that, from start to end. It was July, but there was still snow in some of the tunnel that was open to the outside. Very cool. We came across a few couples who told us that the rocks get treacherous, and they didn't have flashlights. We had a few and were all fairly athletic, so we figured, sure, why not? After about an hour of going up and down the large boulders and volcanic rock, we get to a large hill in the tunnel. At the top of this hill is this huge boulder just sitting very precariously at the top. The boulder was tapered off a bit on the back side, so it wasn't bad to get up, but the front side, we saw at first, was flat. Not smooth, but just a straight, flat part of the rock. I climbed up because I thought that it would be a great spot for a Superman pose for a picture and a good storytelling piece. I climb up, get into position. My buddy snaps the picture. After he takes the picture, with flash obviously, one of the girls noticed something rather odd to my left. Everyone shines their flashlights on the area, and about 6 feet to my left, suspended 10 to 12 feet above the bottom of the cave, was a rope anchored to the ceiling. Came down out of the anchor to a knot about 4 feet from the ceiling. The knot turned into a loop. The loop had been cut at the bottom. It looked like a noose. Yellow nylon rope suspended 1.75 kilometers into a lava tube, 20-ish feet above the floor of the cave. The strangest part was that there was no easy way to get to the roof to anchor it. It was a very well done anchor and had been there a while. It looked like someone was determined to come out, and spend their final hours in absolute darkness. We kept going, but noped about it the entire time. As a teen, 2 friends of mine, brothers, who still cave 50 plus years later, I don't, discovered a tight passage in a cave at the edge of our town in the limestone hills of southern Indiana. There was a small hole in one wall that had a stream pouring from it. By holding their heads up and moving on belly, elbows and knees, they were able to worm their way into a tight passage over 2 small waterfalls, about 160 yards to where the cave opened up in pristine beauty. I joined them in exploring and mapping this cave that they named Fox's Den. Another acquaintance, Gary, convinced us that he should go with us. We knew that he had a touch of claustrophobia, but he swore that it was fine. The 4 of us headed in. The 2 brothers were ahead of Gary, and I was last. About halfway through the tight, water-filled passage, Gary froze. He was in panic mode and began to moan and cry. The passage had about 8 inches of cold water in it, with just enough space to keep our heads above water if our helmets bumped the ceiling. It was way too narrow to turn around in. We tried to get Gary to move ahead the remaining 80 yards or so to the bigger room that we could turn around and get him out. He would not / could not do it. We were all getting cold. Finally, we persuaded him to try and crawl backward. It took forever to get the 80 yards backward. Absolutely forever. We were shivering and teeth were chattering by the time we got back to the main passage. Guess what? When we got back into the sunshine, Gary said that he was fine and that we should head back in. We all said no. Recently, my best friend and I stumbled upon an unknown cave system deep in the jungle of the island where we live. As we were making our way out, my friend kept hearing low grunts and heavy breathing following us from behind in the dark. Thinking that it was probably some wild animals, boar or deer, my friend tried to scare them off by lighting up a flare, then threw it into the darkness behind us. He said when the flare hit the ground, he saw something that sent chills all over his body. That's when he turned to me and said in a very low voice, "Let's get out of here." I wasn't really sure what was happening, but I followed suit, seeing how scared he really was. It was only until we reached our car that he told me what he had seen. Some long strands of black hair fluttering back into a corner behind a deep rock in the cave. My first experience with any sort of caving was the Lava Beds National Monument last year. My friend Josh and I were checking out the various caves and hike points, and there was one you had to descend this steep ladder down into with a rock jutting out that the lady at the visitor center said to watch out for because people knock their heads on it a lot. This isn't relevant other than to say that I was most definitely knocked my head on it. Of course. Anyway, so this cave has 2 directions that you can go, and we had gone down the right path because we heard people in the left, and I wanted to kinda have my reign of the cave, so to speak. Because I was recording and lending humorous audio commentary to a poorly lit view of this really neat looking cave, about halfway into the cave we came to a short, rocky drop that was a bend in the path before you reach it. And once down it, the room opens up into a sort of large cavern. The cavern itself is eerie, but only in that whoa, nature is cool as heck, and also I'm underground and it's really dark kind of way. My trusty new headlamp is casting light on the walls, and there's sparkling gold from something. I don't remember what. The guide had told us, but I'm kind of spacey, and it's been a year. Again, this isn't really relevant other than me wanting to share how freaking sweet this cave was. So, we sat and ooh and ah at this for a little while before turning back, because the terrain starts getting more work than our little ill-prepared selves are capable of. I'm in the lead because I have the new headlamp, and it's easier for me to navigate than it is for Josh. And also, he has the balance of a deer on ice, so I'm trying to lead us over easier terrain. Well, this is the point in the story when I say that down in that room it was quiet, and save for the occasional water drip or general cave noise, you can't hear anything other than your own breathing, and whatever talking you're doing yourself. We didn't hear anyone coming down the path. We didn't hear voices. The only people in that cave were clear on the other side of it. Or so we thought, because I was coming up that steep incline, looked down for a second to position my hands, and when I looked up, my face was inches away from another. Seriously, 1 second this guy wasn't there, and all of a sudden we've almost smacked into one another. Gave me quite a scare, but I was laughing a few seconds afterward. The guy was only startled because I was. He'd seen me and thought that I saw him, but I sure as heck didn't. I think maybe he was leaning down to help me up. Not really sure why else he felt the need to be so close to me. He apologized a lot. It was funny afterward. So yeah, not supernatural or even that scary at all, but my heart was racing the whole way back, even if I was laughing about it. 10 out of 10 would do again. Growing up in the LA suburbs, my brother and I used to explore the storm drain ditches and tunnels. The biggest one ran under several cities, starting in the hills as a 5-foot pipe and ending as 3 parallel concrete tunnels, each big enough to drive a moving truck through. Once we put our bikes down there and rode the whole length underground, emerging near the Dominguez Channel, almost at sea level. When we saw the sunlight at the end, we all started racing our bikes as fast as we could. As soon as we rode out into the sunlight, we discovered algae more slippery than ice, coating the entire width, and ended up in a huge pileup with grass-green algae ground into concrete rash. The time we could have died, the pumps were running to drain a sump, dumping probably acre-feet per hour into this 7 by 7 foot square tunnel from a 5-foot diameter pipe. This resulted in higher than knee-deep water downstream of the branch. As 14 to 15-year-olds at the peak of idiot drive for adventure, but before good risk assessment skills had developed, we seriously considered wading through anyway, expecting it to get lower where the tunnel widened a ways in. Fortunately, we decided to turn back that day. As an adult, I've explored a lot of old mine shafts in the mountains and deserts. In several, there were stopes or steep shafts going straight down 30 to 100 feet, with only a few rickety old boards across one side as a bridge. Falling down one of these is a common cause of mine explorer death. Not cave, but mine exploring. I was exploring an old lead mine. It was relatively well known, but I had gone in via an adit much lower down the hillside than the normally used entrance, planning to see the lower workings not normally accessible from the top adit. After a little way, I came to what I thought was the base of a stope, which I had seen before from the upper entrance. A stope is a vertical or near vertical working, often spanning several levels where a seam of ore has been cut out of rock. Making my way along this for a little way 20 or 30 meters, marveling at the flow stone deposits, I suddenly felt the floor of the stove spring a little. The floor was covered in centuries of mud and debris, as in normal mines. I froze and scraped the mud on the floor with my boot. Wood. Old, rotten wood. It wasn't the base of the stove. I was on a wooden false floor. God knows how far down it goes. Could be 4 feet, could be 40. I've never known fear like I did then as I tried to gently retrace my steps back, putting my feet on my old boot prints until I cleared the stove. 100-plus-year-old water-soaked wood was all that was between me and what could have been a massive drop onto God knows what. This was when I was much younger and invincible. About an hour into a cave, I was going through a narrow chasm that was just wide enough to turn sideways and slide through it. If you took a cross-section of the chasm, it would look like a series of hourglass shapes stacked on top of each other. The top was wide. It narrowed greatly near my chest, wide by my hips, then narrowed by my feet. About 30 feet into this chasm, the bottom drops away, and I have to press my feet outward against the walls of the chasm to hold me up while I'm still turned sideways, sliding through the upper narrow portion. I can't really see my feet or what I'm pressing against to hold me up, so I'm kind of just feeling my way forward. Eventually, one foot slips, immediately followed by the other, and I drop down a few inches, and I catch myself on my wrists and elbows along the bottom of my rib cage on the skinny part of the hourglass. My position won't give me enough leverage with my arms to pull myself up, so I'm feeling around with my feet for something to stand on. I'm concerned, but not freaking out. But I'm also not able to find something to stand on. Eventually, my arms start getting tired, and I start sliding deeper into the skinny part of the hourglass. As I slide lower, I realize that each time I exhale, I drop down an inch or so, and the skinny part of the hourglass is starting to prevent me from fully inhaling. That realization that I can't breathe freely triggered a bit of panic, and I start frantically kicking, looking for something to stand on, which just causes me to slide deeper. So I'm starting to freak out, and I'm stuck taking half breaths, and I'm thinking I'm either going to get stuck and suffocate, or I'm going to pass out and drop into this chasm that I can't see the bottom of. I don't know why it dawned on me, but I put one foot against the wall and the other foot against the opposite side, and just pressed as hard as I could to give myself leverage to push myself up and catch my breath. I ended up just using that feet against the wall method to just scoot my way forward until I got to where the floor came back up and I could stand and rest. Thank you so much for listening to all of the stories in this video. I hope you enjoyed them. I also hope that you enjoy the extra soft thunderstorm sounds at the end. Have a great night, everyone, and I'll read to you in the next video. Bye-bye. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me for another restful episode of True Scary Stories to help you fall asleep. Today, we are going to be reading True Scary Crazy X stories. I hope you enjoy them. So without further ado, lay back, relax, and enjoy these true scary stories. He ended up in the dryer at my apartment complex in the middle of the night, naked and crying. Yes, you read that correctly. And no, I'm not making this up. I wish that I was. I found this guy on OkCupid, and he was a really nice guy, if a little strange. Good looking too. We dated for several months, during which time he slowly revealed that he was hearing things that he couldn't possibly be hearing. His upstairs neighbors or my roommate were talking stuff about him, even though I couldn't hear a thing, and he started to get paranoid. This all came to a climax one night when we were at a comedy club with some of my friends. He had been acting strange all night and thought that my friends hated him and were all talking crap about him from a couple of feet away. They weren't. I was sitting between them. They had even told me previously that they liked him. He left before the show started and I didn't see him again. Until 8 months later, my roommate was getting ready for work one morning. She gets up around 5:30 a.m. She heard strange noises coming from the laundry room, which shared a wall with the hallway of our apartment. She thought the loud wailing sounds were from our neighbor's crazy friend, and that she'd have to deal with her when she went to the laundry room to get her bike. But when she went in there, she couldn't see anyone and wasn't sure where the sound was coming from. She searched around and was looking under the table across from the washer and dryer when she heard the dryer door being pulled shut. I know, horror movie stuff right there. She was about to open the door, but thought better of it and went to wake up sleeping me. I work in mental health. I got up and could hear the crying, so I went out to the laundry room and opened the door. At this point, the person who had previously occupied the dryer was lying face down and naked on the linoleum floor. I asked if they were okay, not knowing who it was at that point, and there was no response. I told my roommate to call the police, and while she was on the phone, this person gets up. He was actually wearing mirrored aviator sunglasses, and walks past us and into our apartment. He sat on one of our chairs and proceeded to give me a death stare while my roommate was outside speaking with the cops, and her work explaining what was happening. He was in our apartment over the course of an hour while the police and later the paramedics checked him out, and he did not say one word. The most he did was make a guttural growling noise while he gave whoever was speaking that hate-filled stare. Finally, the paramedics took him to the hospital, and I never saw him again. I went out of town for my best friend's wedding, in which I was a bridesmaid. I didn't take my boyfriend at the time as per request of the bride. It's her day, and considering my boyfriend and I were on the outs at the time, I was not opposed to this. He's an ADD kid and didn't get his meds refilled before I left town for 4 days. This is his meltdown. It started off okay. We would text back and forth, but I wouldn't be able to reply as fast because, duh, I'm helping with a wedding. He overdosed on Valium and told me that he was wandering around outside, then doesn't answer his phone for 6 hours, in which I'm panicking because I'm a 6-hour drive away from my home, and I don't know if he's wandered off in his messed up state or not. I break down. My best friend's stepdad, an ex-cop, sits with me and lets me know some options on what I can do from far away. Eventually, I sent my apartment manager over to see if he had left the house or not. Apparently, he had fallen asleep because he took so many drugs. The actual day of the ceremony, he flips out again because I don't have time to talk to him at all. Tensions are high for the wedding party as we're being pushed to get this ceremony on its way. I leave my phone in my bag while I help the bride and the groom. Come back to no less than 10 voicemails and 30 plus texts, half of which are just incoherent, random letter-style typing. This continues the whole weekend. I stop responding. I come home to find my blinds torn, DVD player smashed, cooking oil spilled all over my kitchen floor that he made me clean up because apparently it was my fault that he knocked it over while I wasn't even in town. And my entire nail polish collection, over 50 colors, destroyed. I'm still finding cracked bottles. It's amazing how I haven't died from all those fumes. Red-colored Kool-Aid splashed everywhere, even inside kitchen drawers. I don't even know how that happened. He didn't apologize for any of it. His only words were, "You made me do it. If you hadn't ignored me, this would have never happened." We're no longer together, of course, but this is just one episode of many. This man will be 30 next month, and I pity his next girlfriend.
This is my first time ever posting on Reddit, and I'm not a writer, and I'm writing this on mobile. This is something that happened to me a long time ago, and I am now a much older and wiser woman. I was 20, and I moved from northwestern England to live and work in London. I had no real experience of relationships. On the outside, I appeared extroverted and quite tough, but on the inside, I had no self-confidence. I looked in the mirror and all I could see was a fat, ugly, aggressive, and unlikable person. I now see that none of that was true, but it meant that I was vulnerable. I met a man, Robert. He was 27 years old. We dated, and 6 months later I moved into his flat. There were loads of red flags which I stupidly ignored until I was living in a nightmare. It started with control and emotional abuse. Now, I grew up in a very rough city in northwestern England, and I could handle myself and had a quick temper. So at the beginning, I gave as good as I got, but it escalated to him cheating on me, physically assaulting me, locking me in the flat, isolating me, mind games, and taking my money. There were too many incidents to write about here, but suffice to say, in that 12-month relationship, he terrorized me until I hardly recognized myself. I was desperate to escape, but deep down, I always knew that when I left him, I would be in danger, so I just kept putting it off. One day, he started another fight, but this time, he told me to get out. I didn't need to be told twice. I packed my stuff and was gone within 10 minutes. I had no close friends because he would be so vile that nobody stayed around for very long. I rang a girl that I used to work with and begged her to let me stay with her for the night. She gave me her address and she let me stay with her for a month in her flat, which was about a mile away from his flat in northwest London. This meant I had to use the same tube station to get to work. It started one morning when he was waiting at the tube station. He escalated it from that point onwards. He would be at the tube station waiting for me a couple times a week. He would stand behind me as I got my ticket and would verbally abuse me. He would never shout or draw attention to himself, but he would call me names and threaten me in a low tone of voice that made my stomach heave. I never reacted because I knew that's what he wanted. I foolishly hoped that he would get fed up and just leave me alone. Then, he started to show up in the neighborhood around my workplace in West London. I told my manager and colleagues that this was before mobile phones were commonly used. Other than keeping an eye out for him, they couldn't really do much to help me. Sometimes I would see him at a distance standing in a corner, or catch a glimpse of him in a local market, and then he would vanish. I thought I was going mad or developing paranoia. I moved out of my friend's flat into a shared house about 1.5 miles away from him. I don't know any other areas of London, and I had made some friends in that area, so I didn't want to leave completely. I used the same tube station, and as I stopped seeing him there, I thought he was starting to move on. It took me a couple of weeks to notice the white van with blacked out windows that was permanently parked across the road from my flat. I thought it belonged to a neighbor. I was horrified when I realized it was him, and he would sit in that van day and night, watching me and tracking my movements. One day, soon after the van appeared, he approached one of my housemates to give me a message and asked for the telephone number. I wasn't that friendly with my housemates, so I hadn't told them what was going on. They thought that he was a friend and gave him the number. From then on, he rang every night all through the night. Eventually, I told my housemates what was happening, and they promised not to let him and unplugged the phone that night. He started to leave gifts and cards on my doorstep. My room was on the ground floor, and a brick was thrown through my window. I'm phobic about birds and keep finding dead birds on my windowsill. I was a nervous wreck, flinching at shadows and jumping at the slightest sound. I thought about moving again, but I knew he would find me through my workplace. I went to the police, who said because he hadn't actually done anything, then there was nothing they could do. This was before stalking was a criminal offense in the UK. I would come home and find typed letters posted through the door, asking me why had I been to a certain shop or cafe or theater on a certain day or night. The letters would ask me why I had visited a certain address and who lived there. It was relentless, and I knew that he was letting me know that he was there watching all the time. I wanted to leave London and go back home, but I couldn't tell my family what was happening, as my mother was seriously ill, and I didn't want to worry my dad and my siblings, as they had enough to deal with. In desperation, I decided to pretend that I left London by packing a couple of suitcases and taking them back to my home city. I knew he would be watching me, and I hoped that he would be fooled. I totally underestimated his lunacy. I would stay at my best mate's house when I returned home. I thought I saw him once, but I thought I was just being paranoid. The night after I arrived, I went out for a couple of drinks with my best friend Diane and two other friends, Billy and John. We went to a couple of bars, listened to some music, then all ended up back at her house just drinking and chatting. Billy and John left around 3 a.m. A couple of days later, I returned to London. There was a note waiting for me on the doormat. I opened it, and to my horror, it contained details of my night out. It mentioned John. It named bars where we had drank, and even the name of the band. Then he rang the house phone, screaming and ranting words that made no sense. I saw one of his friends who told me that, unbeknownst to me, the crazy ex had drove 200 miles and gone straight to my best friend's house. He had watched me go out and waited for me to return home from the night out. Then he followed John and waited outside his house too. The following day, when John went to his local pub for a Sunday afternoon drink, my maniac ex followed John in there and made a point of chatting with him to find out his name, etc. This had gone on for about 4 months at this point. About a month later, I was on my way home from work. It was winter, around 7 p.m. and the streets were dark. He grabbed me on a side street, dragged me into the back of the van. I was petrified and crying in the dark, being thrown from side to side. All I could hear was the radio. He hadn't said a word. After about an hour, the van stopped and the back door opened, and I was in an empty car park with trees around it. He kept his hand on the back of my neck as he made me walk for about 20 minutes through what I guessed was a forest. He never said a word as I asked him where we were going, and why he was doing this. It was as though he was deaf because he didn't even acknowledge what I was saying. The night was freezing and there were no lights other than his torch. I don't know how many times I fell over and got dragged back up to my feet. Eventually we reached a sort of clearing, and he pulled me behind a tree with a stick and plastic bag tied to it. Then he showed me a shallow rectangular hole in the ground and said that that was my grave, and that he would happily go to prison knowing that I was dead because of all the pain that I had caused him. He pulled a short, thin blue rope from his pocket, and at that point he looked unrecognizable. His expression was pure darkness, and all I could see was his crazy eyes staring right through me. He had his hand on my throat and the rope in his other hand. I swear I have never been so scared in my life. I was shaking with terror. I honestly thought that forest clearing would be the last place I would ever see again in this world. Suddenly, I knew with complete certainty that I had to stay calm if I was going to get out of this alive. I told him he didn't need to do this, that I knew I was wrong to make him mad. It was all my fault and I was sorry. I told him we could get back together, and I knew now that he really loved me. In the end, God knows how, but somehow I got through to him, and his eyes cleared and he spoke to me. He agreed to let me go and get my things to move back in with him. He drove me back to my flat and I ran inside and collapsed on the floor while he waited outside. He started beeping his horn, banging on the door, and ranting and raving outside the house. My housemate rang the police, but he left as they arrived in the street. I gave him his details and told them what had happened. He denied everything, and the police said that there was no witnesses, so it was my word against his. The police told me they had warned him, but ultimately they couldn't do anything without proof. I gave them the notes he had left, the van registration, the names of people who could verify what I was saying, but still, they said it wasn't enough to arrest him and charge him. They checked the van registration, but it wasn't registered to his name. And so, the stalking and harassment continued. I started carrying a R alarm, hairspray, a screwdriver, and anything else that I thought might protect me. I hadn't slept properly for weeks, and food stuck in my throat if I tried to eat. I was a shadow of my normal self. Friends of his came to see me, to tell me to leave London, as he was obsessed with revenge because I had been to the police. I went to a solicitor who wrote a cease and desist letter. I found parts of it ripped on my doorstep. About 6 months from the start of his terror campaign, I was asked out on a date by Gary, who was a friend of my friend's boyfriend Pete. I was trying to convince myself that I could carry on living with some semblance of normality. I agreed to go out with Gary if Pete came along too. After a few drinks, we went to the club. Pete, who wasn't drinking, said he would give us a lift home. We were in Pete's car, and he started the engine and drove for about 5 minutes. Then I heard Pete say, "There's something wrong with my brakes." Then he said, "There's a white van following us." My heart started beating 100 miles per hour, and my throat started to close as I asked him, "Does the van have the reg number 1234? To my horror, it did. It was him following us. I quickly had to explain to Pete and Gary that I had a lunatic ex-boyfriend who just happened to be stalking me right at that very moment. Pete was only driving at about 20 miles per hour. He pulled the car over, and we jumped out and ran through a housing estate of tenant flats until we lost him. We found a mini cab office, and as I was too scared to go back to my flat, I ended up sleeping on Gary's couch. Unsurprisingly, the potential new relationship ended that night. The next day, Gary rang me to say that he had been back to pick up his car, and the brake cable had been partially cut until it was nearly severed. I truly believe he tried to kill all 3 of us that night. Gary and Pete wanted me to go to the police, but I had lost all faith in them. Every time I had asked the police to help me, they had done nothing, and it just made things worse by reinforcing how powerless I was. Enough was enough. I knew that he wasn't going to stop. I didn't even know what he wanted anymore. That same week, I gave notice on my flat and handed in my notice at work. I booked a 6-month air ticket to India. In my crazy mind, I thought, well, it's one of the most populated places on the planet, so he will never find me there. And I traveled around India on my own for 6 months. I did a lot of thinking and healing and returned to my home city. I never returned to London. And thank God, I never saw him again. So for starters, I've been dating this girl for a while now, her name being Isabel, going on a year very soon, and all is going well in that regard. However, when we first met, she told me about a less than ideal ex-boyfriend she had a couple of years before she had met me. They still went to the same school, and he ended up going to the same university as us after we graduated high school as well. Apart from that, all 3 of us went to the same church, meaning there was a lot of opportunity for him to meet us. The creepy encounters with him, Jose being his name, started a little before we graduated high school. After he heard that we were dating, he was furious, even going as far as to say I was abusive on Twitter. But nobody believed him, and he was notorious for doing the same in the past in order to keep Isabel from talking to other guys when they were together. That was just the beginning, though. It started off small at first, seeing him in the mall whenever we would go out on dates, before it was illegal to go outside. After a while, it seemed like a little too much to seem like a coincidence, though. He started showing up at our church, which, although wouldn't ever really be abnormal, he all of a sudden joined the same youth ministry as well. It seemed as if he was trying to get as close to us as possible at all times. There was one instance I remember very specifically. at a graduation party everybody was invited to. Everyone was in the backyard, and I remember looking across the patio and just seeing him staring at me and Isabel from the other side. His eyes didn't move, and his breathing was very heavy, as if he was angry, anxious, or both. He didn't try anything that night though, probably because of the other people there that night. After I left the party and dropped off my girlfriend at her house for the night, I saw a black car following me for a majority of the way home, which I really didn't think much of. And not to sound like that guy or anything, but I wasn't too worried about it either. I'm fairly well built, and I've done martial arts for a little over 6 years. The next day, that same car was tailing me almost the whole day while I was running errands. Things got a little heated in the afternoon though. I was sitting in my car outside of a store, waiting for a curbside pickup, when he parked a few spaces down from me, got out of his car, and came up to my window. He started yelling at me, saying I would never be good enough for Isabel, that she still loved him no matter what I thought, and that he was going to make sure that she and I weren't together. I just tried to ignore him. Starting anything would have probably been a bad move given that he hadn't even touched me or my car. But I was still a little heated. After heading home, it was already pretty late, so I just played video games for a while till I was tired enough to go to sleep. When I was walking back to my room, I saw him from my window, just standing there on the sidewalk looking right at me. The only reason I knew it was him was because of the light from one of the street lamps. My parents had also seen him and asked me to go check it out, since they aren't the youngest of people and wouldn't be able to do much other than yell at him to go away. But as soon as I walked out, he just got in his car and left. This happened every night for about 3 days straight. The last night I ever saw him was not unlike the others, except this time he didn't leave when I went outside. In fact, he started walking closer to me. I didn't notice until he was a lot closer, but he had something in his hand. I couldn't tell what it was, but it looked like a fairly large knife that you would use in the kitchen. Adrenaline kicked in and I ran back into my house and told my mom to call 911, after which I went back outside. He was just there in the front yard waiting. When I stepped outside, he said, "Isabel belongs to me, and I'm gonna make that happen no matter what." He ran at me with the knife, but muscle memory kicked in and I had pinned him down after that. The cops came shortly after, and I explained the situation to them, after which he was arrested with a couple of different charges that I really don't remember. One other thing I do remember, however, was what was inside of his car. When the police came, they also searched his car to see if he had anything else that I should have been worried about. They found a bunch of tape, some rope, another large knife, a handgun, and a camera. I don't know what was going on through his head, but I could at least guess from the kit he had in his back seat that he planned on hurting me in some type of way and recording it. I hate to think what would have happened if he had tried to come into the house while everyone was asleep, but I'm glad that he was arrested for what he did, or planned to do anyways. Some context. Me and my ex were together for 2 months, and within that time he stole money from me and blamed it on me when I asked him about it. We broke up after I went for advice on Reddit. I go to college for most of the day, go to my work, go home and do homework, then repeat. The story. I was at my job, doing my job, and I get an alert on my phone. I figured that I would watch the cameras after I get home. And so, over the last 2 hours, I got 3 more alerts. And as I was taking the bus back to my home, I watched the cameras. I watched my ex take a hammer to my back door. I kept on watching as he struggled against the deadbolt. And then I saw him enter. I called the police faster than I thought I could, and told them that there was a break-in at my address. I continued to watch the video after that. 15 minutes after he entered, he left with a duffel bag. I arrived back to my house to see that police had beat me. I identified myself as the homeowner and went inside to check the damage. The place was trashed, along with my duffel bag, and some jewelry was missing. I gave the police the evidence that it was my ex, and I gave them the place he was crashing at. I then called to put a restraining order against him, along with to replace the deadbolt. Not long after that, they caught him at a pawn shop. He was trying to get back at me for dumping him. I'm now happy that the restraining order is in place, along with my ex being in jail for a year for breaking and entering. Hi everyone. I'm going to start this post by saying that I haven't told anyone about the whole story, mainly because of fear, but also because the guy I'm going to talk about is the son of one of my dad's best friends, and I just know for a fact that my father will inevitably end up blaming all of this on me. Anyways, I'm currently a senior in high school, and I live in a pretty nice town in North Carolina. It all started a year ago when I was 16. At the time, I was working at Starbucks as a barista. It was Thursday, and surprisingly, the cafe was almost empty. A few minutes before the end of my shift, one of my colleagues informed me that a cute guy is here to see you. I was kind of confused. I didn't have a boyfriend at the time, and I'm pretty average, so I couldn't imagine that a guy could be interested in me. As I turned around, I recognized the boy instantly. Henry, my dad's best friend's son. He's 3 years older than me, and for a reason that I wasn't aware of, he enjoyed making me feel miserable, calling me fat, ugly, and all the other sweet things that you really want to hear as an already insecure teenager. So, for obvious reasons, seeing him at my workplace didn't fill me with joy. Now, on a completely objective point of view, he's a very good-looking guy, blonde hair and blue eyes, but he knew that he was attractive, which made me want to punch the smirk right off of his handsome face. I know it sounds like some Wattpad type of story, but it really isn't. Henry was actually here to apologize for being a complete douchebag, and confess that he actually really did like me, but didn't know how to act around me because I radiate such a powerful energy. It's really destabilizing. Weird timing, but okay. Being the dumb girl that I was, I accepted his apologies, and from that moment on, we kept in touch every day. He would send me good morning and good night texts, give me cute nicknames, and whatever else couples do. However, he never asked me to be his girlfriend, but would introduce himself to others as my one true love. I should have seen the red flags from the start. He would show up at my place without asking me at least once a week. I live alone with my dad, who actually really liked the boy, so my old man didn't care about his constant presence at home. After a few months into our relationship, I decided to call it off. He was being really possessive. He was jealous of my girlfriends, and I discovered that he was in contact with his previous girlfriend, and he kept on telling me not to worry about it. Yeah, did that ever truly work for anyone? Didn't think so. His reaction wasn't what I expected. He shrugged and was like, "Okay, whatever you want, babe." Don't get me wrong, I didn't want him to hurt because of me, but he seemed nonchalant about this that it was almost worrying. I thought the story would end here, but oh boy was I wrong. Even after the breakup, he kept on coming over and taking naps on my bed while I wasn't home. When I confronted him about it, he would respond with, "I came to see your dad," or "We're still friends, I don't see what's bothering you." I tried to tell my dad that Henry and I weren't together anymore, and that he had no right to come over and make himself at home in my own room. He just laughed and said that I was being a drama queen, so I guess you understand why I'm kinda stuck at this point. What I didn't know was that Henry was basically following me everywhere. I noticed it a few weeks ago, but I'm pretty sure that it's been going on for quite some time now. He would follow my car as I was going to school, park his truck in the Starbucks parking lot whenever I was working, and he would peek through my bedroom window and leave handprints. How did I not notice it before? Well, as a horror movie fan and true crime podcast enthusiast, it's not unusual to feel observed or spied on. Plus, his truck was pretty common, so I couldn't tell if it was him or not. Until a few weeks ago, my car had a problem with one of the tires, so I had to take the bus for a while. One morning as I got out of my house, I saw his truck, and immediately made out his face as he was sitting in the driver's seat. And that's when I connected the dots. My gut feeling, going in a frenzy whenever I was out, 3 of my tires being slashed, the handprints on my bedroom window. When the realization hit me, a shiver ran down my spine. I felt paralyzed, and tears welled up in my eyes. I felt nauseous and decided that I needed to talk about it to somebody, because I've read enough stories about it, and trust me when I tell that crazy ex-boyfriend plus helpless girl don't work out together. I made up my mind and told my friend Tyler, who's 5 years older than me and is studying law, the whole story. And he unfortunately told me that I couldn't do anything because I didn't have any concrete proof, and it would be my word against Henry's. Now I'm stuck, because I don't know what to do. I tried to take pictures of his car, but due to the lack of light in my neighborhood, I never managed to snap one in which we could recognize him. Whenever he's parked in front of my house and we make eye contact, he usually just starts the truck and drives off. I haven't seen him in 3 days. However, my gut feeling is still making me go crazy. So crazy, Henry, let's not meet again. But I know eventually you will show up. My ex JJ was a creep. I was with him for 19 months. This happened around 2 months into the relationship, just as he was starting to get controlling, and it terrified me. It was 2 a.m. and I was in bed. I have super bad insomnia, so I was just listening to YouTube and scrolling through Reddit, not expecting to sleep for at least a couple of hours, when I heard a tap, tap on my window. I assumed it was my cat, so I called her name, because she always meowed when she heard her name. It was silent, and then tap, tap, tap. I turned my YouTube down and called my cat again. I heard her meow in the bathroom and panicked. It wasn't her outside my window. Outside my window is the roof of an extension that was built. It slopes up to my window and can easily be climbed onto via my neighbor's woodshed. At that point, I knew that there was someone out there, but I was too scared to look. I sent JJ a message about it that he was asleep. So, it sent but didn't deliver. The tapping kept happening. Roughly every 20 seconds there would be a tap, 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 and then silence. It continued for about 45 minutes while I lay in bed, just listening. I felt like I was stuck in bed, like if I came out from under the quilt then they would somehow get me. After an hour, I realized it had stopped completely. I pulled myself from my bed and went to my kitchen, where I could see the roof, and I saw a pair of legs dangling over the edge, illuminated by a torch. I decided to give up with my room and slept on the sofa with my cat that night. At least, whoever's it was wouldn't know where I was. Next thing I know, I'm waking up to my alarm. I go to turn it off and notice that I have Snapchats from JJ, which is odd but not unheard of. They're from around 3:30 a.m., so probably just after I fell asleep. I opened the snaps and my stomach dropped. It was a photo of my bedroom window from the outside. Then, a photo of legs dangling into my garden. And then, a photo of me, sleeping on the sofa, taken through the kitchen window. I messaged him asking what the hell he was doing. I got a reply saying he'd come to check on me and chased a guy off from my house. At that point, he had me convinced that he could do no wrong, and if I opposed him, I was scared about what might happen, so I just left it at that. From then on, it happened a couple more times, and every time I just tried to ignore it. But with the joy of hindsight, I know that I shouldn't have. I should have told someone or broken up with him, but I was too scared of what he might do. I have a lot of stories about JJ. I might write some more. I've been considering putting it in a book somewhere, but I'm not sure. I hope if anyone reads this, then they enjoy it. I would like to make something abundantly clear in the beginning of this. I was very naive in my youth. Very naive. While my ex was emotionally, sexually, and mentally abusive, he was smart enough to never lay a hand on me physically. He used gaslighting, manipulation, and carefully hidden sadism to control me for 8 years. I forgave him for every slight against me, every instance of cruelty, every mental assault, and every sexual attack. I forgave him because I thought that he loved me and that I was his property because we'd been together for so long and I wore his promise ring. In my mind, I was dealing with actions that would eventually go away with age. I was 17 when I finally got the courage to leave him. And since then, he's left me messages on Facebook, my phone, my email, and called me from texting apps to be a breather. It's always the same message he leaves. I'm still here. Every month, like clockwork. Same time, same day, same message. He has done this for 6 years, and I could do nothing about it. He wasn't breaking any laws, so I couldn't report him, and nobody cared about it anyway. So I blocked each account and continued on with my life. But 2 months ago, the messages stopped completely, and I know why. I got engaged to another man the same day he messaged me for the last time and posted about it on Facebook. And magically, the messages stopped. He stopped because I'm going to marry someone else, and in his mind, I'm no longer his property. This is the only thing that makes sense to me, that he believes I belong to the new man and not him. But I have the feeling that I've not seen the last of him. We all have that one ex that just grinds our gears, but mine is fairly more creepy than the average drunk texting asshole. About 3 years ago, I was in a long-distance relationship with a younger man, meaning he was only 17 at the time, while I turned 19 in the relationship. His name is Peter. Peter was not a nice person, to say the least. He thought that first impressions he made on people were the only ones that he needed. And as such, he stopped being nice, polite, or reasonable to people after the first meeting. I was young and saw past this, thinking that I could somehow change him. However, this abuse towards people around me and myself eventually became too much, and I broke off the relationship with him. The breakup went smoothly, all things considered, except he wanted me to say the words so he could play the victim. This had been a core element of our fighting, because he hinted that he wanted to break up, but instead of just saying it, he kept me on the hook and became even more abusive. I'm getting sidetracked, but the point was that I thought of the matter as resolved and entered a loving relationship with my current boyfriend shortly after this. Then came the day where Peter wanted to get his belongings back. I texted him a list of everything he had left in my apartment, and he okayed that it was everything. We also made an appointment for him to stop by my apartment around 3 p.m. the following Thursday. I have no intentions of letting him back into my home, nor being alone with him, since he suddenly seems to have many mood swings after seeing me in another relationship. He's been blocked from my Facebook account, but somehow still knew that I was in a new relationship, which was a major red flag to me and my boyfriend. Thursday came, and I felt eager to just be done with it. My boyfriend and I are walking home from school when my phone rings. It's Peter. He yells at me that he's now been waiting at the train station for over an hour. I try to reason with him, agree to meet him there with his belongings since he needs to catch a train. My boyfriend walks with me to the train station, but we arrive only to find it vacant. I live in a small town, and the train station is mostly used during rush hours in the morning and evening. It is also located rather bizarrely among normal residences, and there are a lot of off alleyways leading all over town from there. I get a text stating that Peter can see us, but won't come out of hiding when my boyfriend is there. We leave his stuff on a bench at the train station, calmly replying that I'm not actually interested in a meeting with him. When I say calmly, I mean that my reply is calm. I'm shaking, and my boyfriend is furious over this child's play. On our way home, I receive another text. This time he states that he has a gift for me, and it's in my mailbox. This freaks us out even more, mostly because this indicates that he might be waiting at my home. It is entirely possible that he watched us at the train station and then ran all the way back to my apartment. However, there is no trace of him and nothing except a bill in my mailbox. By now, we figure that he's acting up out of spite and proceed to ignore the bombardment of texts, calls, and so forth that follows that day. After a while, life returns to normal. Then I get another call, this time from my ex's older brother, who is worried about his sibling. Apparently he's disappeared. taking one of his brother's gas pistols. I'm speechless, but since I haven't seen anything, I shake it off as another childish act. The same day, my boyfriend sees police officers walking around the basement staircase on the exterior of the house we lived in while doing some grocery shopping. He did this every day around 4 p.m. The next day, we were contacted by my boyfriend's mother. It's in the newspaper. There's a description of an unnamed young man from the same town as Peter, who has been arrested for attempted robbery of the pizza place that I lived above. He was armed with a knife, a gas pistol, and lighter fluid, while stating that he was not attempting a robbery, but there to visit his ex, presumably me. Contacting the police, I discovered that he also had a mask, fake papers, a wig, and a duffel bag, which he had thrown down into the staircase when around 4 p.m. he had jumped to vents and tried to enter the pizza place. This means that my boyfriend went out of our front door, while my ex was hiding right behind the front door armed. I have never been more freaked out than that ever. The sad truth is that my ex never got charged with anything because he's a minor and has a father with a military background and money. I write this now because after 3 years, I thought that this horror story was finally a closed chapter. That was, until I received a declaration of love from a fake email account signed Peter. I received this just 2 weeks ago. This happened yesterday, after I finished the night shift at around 3 a.m. I work at a store of a big fast food chain to pay for my university. Our staff changes frequently because of a lot of students and migrants working at our place, so you don't get to know each other very well. Everybody has their own social life, and it's very, very rare for coworkers to establish friendships outside of working hours. Still, you know the people on your shift, and the night shift has particularly few workers. One of my coworkers, Jasir, started to get interested in me. Not that I noticed. I'm young and dumb. Like being friendly and important for later, I have a hard time saying no. In December 2019, our store threw a Christmas party at a pub. I went and had a great time, but I also made plans for later that night. Because of that, I wanted to leave early, which made Jasir also want to leave early, despite the fact he neither needed nor planned it beforehand, which made me uncomfortable. Unfortunately, he didn't know how to get to the train station, and I did, so I couldn't say no and just let him tag along. When we arrived at the train station, it came to light that there was no train that he could take to get home. None. He did not check beforehand. He did not ask me. He just wanted to tag along with me. That made me super uncomfortable. Instead of taking the train to the main station, he got into my train and only got out when I insisted he change his trains at another big station. But oh boy, that was not the train of the title. On January 2020, Jasir asked me out for coffee and I agreed. I thought, he just wants friends. He doesn't have any and can only rely on his coworkers. If something happens, I can just nope out. So I went. First it was okay-ish. We mostly talked about work-related stuff because we don't share any hobbies. We're not the same age and we don't have the same mother tongue, language. Jasir didn't like talking about work and nothing more. He started talking about how different I was from the other coworkers, how nice of a person I am, and how good my charisma is. Then, he asked if we could get to know each other better. I genuinely didn't want to, and still don't. Jasir is not my type, neither as a person, nor from his looks, especially his looks. Even if I sound superficial, while I'm in my early 20s, Jasir is at least in his early 30s. I have no problem with age gaps. Story for another subreddit. But I am not attracted to men that dress like teenagers. Instead of telling Jasir a straight no, I told him that I was not interested in having a boyfriend. He didn't take that seriously and told me that I would change my mind. I told him I wouldn't. He, again, was not really on board with that opinion. so I elaborated my opinion 3 times in German and 1 time in English to get it very clear. He always changes to English if he does not get something, or thinks he's misunderstood. Even if he heard it clearly and just does not like it. I mean, obviously my opinion is going to change if I explain it in English other than German. We left the conversation with him still not convinced, and me being really not interested in a second meeting. He quit soon after, and I foolishly assumed I was free. But whenever he came to my workplace to place an order, he would ask me out to eat something, and every time I would postpone whatever I said the last time. Because of finals, because of travel, because of anything I could get my hands on. Then came COVID-19 that hit Germany in March, and I didn't see him anymore. I blocked him on social media in April, and hoped that that was the last thing to happen. But oh boy, that was not the case. Today, I finished my shift at 3 a.m. and left with my female and very Asian coworker, Wei, to catch the next train. We take different trains, so we decided to wait in the main lobby until I needed to go to my platform. In that time, Jasir appeared. He just finished his shift and was on his way home. Wei asked him which train he needed to get, and he said that he was walking home. While the conversation went on, I got closer to Wei to get some space between me and Jasir. Wei did not grasp how uncomfortable I was in this situation, and she just walked away. What did Jasir do? He placed himself between me and Wei, right in my vision line. Every fiber in my body felt how he barged into my personal space. I decided I could not take a private conversation with him and said, "Oh look, I need to go to get to my platform." But Jasir followed me, through the main lobby, through the train station, into the elevator, and into the train. I was internally screaming, and walked through the train until I saw another passenger. I sat down in the row of seats next to me and Jasir followed. As if every bit of luck had just left me, the other passenger moved seats and went away, so I was back alone. Jasir talked and talked, and I showed clear signs of not wanting to continue the conversation. I hoped he would leave before the train departed, but he didn't. Mind you, the train goes in the opposite direction of his house, and is 1 hour walking distance to my workplace. There is no way in hell this man could get anything out of taking that train, except for following me and continuing the conversation. I was freaked out, and told him in English that he was acting very weird. Maybe I should have used a different word, but English is not my first language, and at that point, I only thought about escaping. I could not let him see my station, or he could easily follow me home. I don't live rural, but at 3 a.m., there's nobody on the streets, so him following me home was terrifying. I thought about getting off a station earlier, but then I would need to get a cab, for which I did not have cash on me. Or I needed to walk and he could still follow. I decided to get up at the next station, let him get out of the train first, and then just stay inside while the doors closed. It fortunately worked, but only after telling him that this was not my station. I would not get out, and he would not get back in. I even held my hand out to stop him from coming back. He stayed outside after the conductor shouted at us to let the door close. So let's rewind. He's way older than me, but does not get the concept of me not wanting to be in a relationship with him. Whenever he does not like an answer, he switches to English, because it just might be a misunderstanding. He followed me 2 times into my train and almost home, without even thinking about how creepy that behavior is. So Jasir, my ex-co-worker, let's not meet again. My ex-housemate was potentially a serial killer. This is a convoluted story, so bear with me as I try to convey everything I can recall about what led me to the conclusion that my ex-housemate could have potentially been a serial killer, or a serial killer in the making. It was the summer of 2015 when I moved in, and at first appearances, my housemate/landlord Mike was somewhat normal, if not a bit socially awkward and dysfunctional. When I was signing the papers, he was adamant that I should never go into the basement, which I thought was odd, but I really needed a place to stay, and, well, People have their little quirks. So I just chalked it up to that at the time. As I got to know Mike and our cohabitation continued, I learned more about the depths of his dysfunction. Firstly, that he used meth. Now, I don't automatically judge people based on vices, but I was surprised at the extent of his use. He was probably the first person I knew who used meth and balanced a full-time job, enjoyed a decent amount of success. The reason this is important to the story is that when he would be around the house, drinking and using meth, he would start to run off at the mouth. He would often joke that if I smelled lye coming from the basement, not to think anything of it. I think it was probably the third time he said this that I asked why he keeps saying that, and he said, "I just use those chemicals to clean up after the bodies," with a wily grin on his face. I tried to chalk that up to a bad sense of humor, but it didn't set right with me. He was also very particular that I let him know of my coming and going, and my work schedule. I remember him being shocked and uncomfortable one day that I ended up taking off of work, because he didn't realize that I was home. I remember that day because there was a lot of clanging, and what sounded like muffled shouting coming from the basement. His car was in the driveway, but he was not in the main house or in his bedroom. Other days he would play very loud music that bumped through the whole house. Sometimes he would even play NPR radio at those volumes. In retrospect, I think he may have been trying to mask sounds. He would make remarks about sex workers, saying, "You can do whatever you want. You can choke them or beat them to death and nobody cares." I took exception to this. I told him I thought that was messed up. But when he would get tweaking, he'd always come back around to alluding to the same kind of violence, talking about how he was a normal white guy who owned a house and had a good career, so the police would never suspect him. At this point, I start to think that it's gone a bit too far to simply be a joke. I was in a weird position, because money was tight at the time and my options were few. I tried to convince myself that even if he is messed up, he's probably just engaging in outward fanaticism. I knew that he would acquire the services of sex workers on occasion, but again, did not judge that activity at face value, but started becoming concerned. Then, at one point when I was doing laundry, I caught whiffs of decomposition. The house we were in was in southeast Portland. It was relatively new. Having grown up in upstate New York, I know that animals can be trapped in walls and die, but this was the garage, and there were no animals scurrying in the walls. This was strange and telling to me. I considered carefully what I would do, and decided I would confront him about the smell. I decided to pose the question in a somewhat suggestive way, by expanding on his jokes. I told him that he needs to do a better job cleaning up the bodies, because I smelled decomposition from the garage. I will never forget his reaction. His eyes widened, and he shot me a sharp glare, somewhere between fear and anger. He stumbled over his words and eventually responded, "What? Really?" I said, "Yes, really." And there was a few seconds of awkwardness before he said, "Thanks for letting me know," and promptly went into his bedroom and shut the door. A few days after that, he went into the upper crawl space in the garage while I was doing laundry again. He called for me and was trying to convince me to come up into the crawl space. My body locked up, and it was like my instincts were screaming at me that if I went up there, I would not come back down. I gave some excuse that I can scarcely remember, that I had to be someplace. I packed up my laundry, threw it in my room, and left. We spent a lot of time in the padlocked basement without a doorknob. The only way in was through the backyard. I wish I would have gone down there in retrospect, to either confirm or dismiss the suspicions once and for all. In the last couple of months I had lived there, I was privy to more graphic comments about women and sex workers, explicit talk of sexual violence, and he was using more and more. He once showed me a video that he had made. He's a graphic designer and artist as well, which featured heavy bondage themes, interspersed with distorted audio of women screaming, and this strange, leering figure in a plague doctor costume. It was one of those situations where any one of those things alone may be innocuous, but as they were accumulated, it became suspicious to me. It was October of 2016 that I left there, taking off to Oseti Oyete camp during the anti-pipeline protests with Standing Rock, Lakota. A mix of feeling called to action and having nothing else to lose, as I wanted to get out of the house in the worst way. My last night there, I did not give notice that I was leaving. He was drinking and tweaking again. Started in on the same conversation, loosely describing murder and violence in the tone of some sort of edgy joke. I told him he would be caught eventually, not even holding back my suspicion anymore. He reiterated that he was the last person police would suspect and asserted that they wouldn't catch him. I said this in a very serious and concise way, dropping the pretense that he had been using before. I left the next morning. This haunted me for months, then a year, then a year and a half. I felt as though I hadn't done anything. The guilt was eating away at me, so I called Portland Crime Stoppers and put in an anonymous tip describing what I had described there. When I did, the operator started going back and forth, putting me on hold because the call had piqued the interest of the police sergeant who was assigned to the call center. So they were asking me detailed questions about his vehicle, his house, the methods he described, etc. It seemed like they took interest. I gave them as much information as I could remember and left it at that, feeling just a little bit better that I had at least tried to do something about it. Fast forward to recent times. I told my mother about all of this, and she became interested, asking what house this was, and she ended up pulling it up on Google Maps. She put it up on Street View, and I noticed that there was a large enclosed trailer in the driveway that wasn't there when I was. I could theorize why it might have been there, but cannot put together a practical reason for it, or why he'd be using it, unless it was moving, or using it to haul things to discard. Admittedly, that is pure conjecture, but I couldn't help but wonder. I doubt that I'll get closure, or have my suspicions validated unless he does finally get caught and arrested. And I read about it. I've grown up poor, and been around the lowlife a lot. I've interacted with many sketchy and unsavory people in my time, but none of them have ever made the impression that Mike made on me. To keep a long story short, my ex-best friend Alyssa and I were friends for almost 7 years. We had a good, healthy relationship. She was my ride or die. We did everything together, but we slowly started to drift away when I exchanged schools. We saw each other after school, so it was cool. Well, a year passed and I started to notice Alyssa hanging out with the wrong crowd, and I didn't want any part of that. I started to notice how Alyssa would pick on me about my appearance and clothing, but she used to dress like me. We used to be dripped in anime merch, but ever since she started to hang out with more mature college people, she changed. She would constantly tell me that I'm fat, ugly, or nobody loves me at all. That type of stuff. And my last straw was when she called my family poor. I lost it because my family has helped her with financial problems and even gotten them out of debt. So I stopped being friends with her and I started to hang out with new people and get to know myself more. I've made a new best friend and everything was great, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched from every corner. I always felt like someone was there, but I ignored it. Months passed by and I still can't shake the feeling of being watched. And that's when stuff started to happen. My car would end up getting keyed. My tires were popped. And weird letters I had to decipher started to show up on my front porch. But I'm dumb and just decided to ignore the problems. A year later, I decided to hang out with some old friends from the group. And that's when I found out everything. Alyssa was the one doing those things to me. And every letter she sent was a death threat. My friend Tori, the one who witnessed everything, told me how Alyssa would stalk me and get mad that I replaced her with a guy. That's not what creeped me out. Turns out, Alyssa copied everything. I got a 2018 Nissan Sentra, and she got the same car. Inside my dashboard on my car, I have My Hero Academia figures and South Park figures. And she went as far as to get the same type of figures online and put them on her dashboard. She would wake up at 6 a.m., drive to my house, and wait for me to wake up and get out of the house so she could follow me. She tried adding my friends on social media and tried to convince them to leave me for her because she's a better friend than me. She even got the same clothes as I did. According to Tori, when she would visit Alyssa at her house, Alyssa would have the same anime posters. I didn't believe her at first until she showed me pictures. Everything was the same, as if Tori was seeing double of everything. Lucky for me, Alyssa was forced to move up north with her father. Her grandma kicked her out of her house, and everything went back to normal. For now, I'm just scared when she comes over for holidays and starts to stalk me again.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me for another restful episode of true, scary stories to help you fall asleep. Today, we are going to be reading true, creepy, deep forest stories. I hope you enjoy them. Also, before we get into the stories, I do want to mention that we do have new merch available on our merch store. The link will be in the description down below. We have a new 80s aesthetic to the merch that we are selling. You can see it on your screen now. I do hope you enjoy it. Also, the aesthetic for today's video, as you can hear in the background, is going to be a campfire with nature and cricket sounds. I do hope you enjoy that as well. And for now, without further ado, lay back, relax, and enjoy these true, scary stories. I've spent most of my life running around the woods of southern Oregon, and I've seen some weird stuff out there. First story. Way out in the middle of nowhere, far from any road, my friend and I stumbled across a large fenced-in area. 10-foot chain-link fence. Inside the fence were all these trees planted in perfectly straight rows. No biggie. The Forest Service does sciencey stuff out in the woods sometimes. What was odd is that every single tree was bent in a specific shape. All of them were crooked in the exact same way. We didn't climb the fence that day because our dogs were acting super sketchy and one ran off. We found him eventually, thank goodness. And despite looking, I've never found that place again. Back then, I was convinced that it was a nefarious government project, a la Stranger Things or Aliens. The vibe was really weird there in our defense. Now that I think about it, maybe someone was growing trees in that shape to make a boat. I did read that people do this. The woods can be spooky sometimes, so maybe it was aliens or Bigfoot. Another time with that same friend, we were again in the literal middle of nowhere, dry camping and hiking with the dogs. We found a small clearing that had a twin-sized, rusty old iron bed frame, a small rusted-out cook stove, and some other rusty buckets and stuff. The odd part is that it was so far from anything, even old logging spur roads. Whoever lived out there really didn't want to be found or bothered. Can't blame them, really. I do have a bunch more stories, if anyone is interested. When I was 14, I found a body floating in the Flint River near Bainbridge. It was winter, so no alligator activity, but any body in water in the deep south is going to be terribly bloated. And this one was. Race, age, and gender were no longer evident to my observation. When I was 19, I came across human remains in the woods surrounding the creek that ran behind my house. It turned out to be a hunter who'd gone missing in the early 80s. I picked up the femur thinking, what a weird looking stick, only to find that it was still attached to other bones. The realization of what it was unsettling when my brain was telling me that it was a big deer. Then I looked closer, and there was a human mandible within a couple of feet. The fact that I was not disturbed by either led to me doing a lot of volunteer search and recovery over my life. I'm comfortable in remote areas. Woods don't faze me, and a body is just a thing. A thing that deserves respect, and an important thing, but I never feel creeped out. I found, aside from those two, 4 other partial sets of remains, and one recently deceased individual who got lost in Escalante Canyon. That one bothered me, because even half a day sooner could have saved him. It's why I don't do search and rescue unless it's a child. I can't handle it, but I can put the feelings aside when it's a missing kid. My buddy, my wife, and her friend hiked to a remote cabin. The cabin's previous tenants had to be medevaced, so my buddy and I decided to hike their belongings back down the mountain, 3 miles each way, so we could get it back to them. My wife and her friend went on a hike while we were gone. On their way back, they found a decorative flamingo in the middle of the trail. No clue who put it there, as they didn't see another soul. A couple of times I've had people appear in places that no one should have been. One was an old man at 2 a.m. in St. Mary's Wilderness. He said he had gotten turned around and asked if I could use my Jeep to take him to where he wanted to camp. The road is very rough and was just a series of mud pits. I ended up agreeing, no idea why, and drove him about an hour to where he just said, "Okay, this is fine." I dropped him off, took his picture, and left. At camp, I noticed that he wasn't in the picture, just kind of a blur. The next morning, I went to where I dropped him off and I couldn't find him or any tracks. No clue if he was real or if I was just imagining it all. I've also seen markers from where Civil War soldiers had died. And how. Example, Jack Smith gunshot, carved into stones. Not headstones, just the rocks by where they died. I also sat and watched an orb/will-o-wisp with 2 friends for about 30 minutes before it finally went away. In high school in the mid-1980s, we used to go out to the lake and stay the night. We would build a campfire, and then we would just get tired and sleep in our cars. It must have been around 11 p.m. when we decided to go for a hike into the thick wooded area. There was a trail. There were 4 of us, 3 girls and 1 guy. We had flashlights, but we didn't really need them because the moon was bright. Then I heard something that sounded like faint music. I asked the others if they heard it, and they said that they did. It was like music from a jewelry box. You know, that type that has the little ballerina that spins around. We keep walking. Then, right in the middle of the trail, there it was. A white jewelry box with the ballerina. It was just in the middle of the trail playing music. We turned around and started to run. Then we stopped and decided to go back to where it was. It was gone. It wasn't more than a minute and it was gone. We ran back, put the fire out, and we went home. My family and I have a new puppy that we take outside to walk in the middle of the night. This was around 4 in the morning. and she let me know that she had to go out. She's always been very intimidated about going out in the middle of the night, but we never thought anything of it. Just as I was about to bring her inside, I hear this howl, human-sounding screech that sounded like it was right behind me. The puppy and I ran so fast in the house. The scream that came out of my body was so bizarre. I just froze in fear as soon as I got inside. My husband was very concerned and immediately locked the doors and brought all of our kids into bed with us. We were trying to chalk it up to maybe a fox. I would normally talk myself into it just being an animal, but the weird vibe that I got, I can't even describe it. The howl/scream sounded like it was right in my ear. I will never be going outside alone again. This is a story that I only recently remembered again in a conversation with my fiance. When I remembered the story, I was overwhelmed by an uncomfortable feeling, similar to what it was like at the moment. I never fully managed to figure out what really happened then, so I decided to share that story here. My older sister had graduated from medical school at the time, and my parents decided to organize a celebration for our family and friends on the occasion of that event. The celebration was held at the cottage of our family friends, where we grew up, so I was very familiar with the space. Imagine a large empty clearing, a large square surrounded by houses and fields between them. A narrow road leading to individual houses runs along the perimeter itself, and at that time, it was not even fully paved. It was mostly a dirt road. From that main road, which framed the houses in a square, you could go down into the dense forest that surrounded that square. The depth of the forest was great, and when you turned off the main road towards the path, you had to walk for a long time to reach the river, which was a few kilometers away. All this was familiar to me because I grew up there and spent a good part of my childhood playing in those woods. I was afraid of the forest, but nothing more than normal. And I was always careful not to stray from the path so as to not get lost. Back to the story. My parents organized a celebration and invited a large number of people, including my cousin, P. She and I were close in age, and we got along well. As the number of people became tiring for us, we decided to take a walk so we could catch up on life. Just the two of us. We were both about 20 years old, and I led her down the road because I knew the path I wanted us to take. Down the perimeter, alongside the forest, next to all the other houses so as to not be alone. Everything was normal until we reached one of the turns for the forest that I mentioned. Somehow we both stopped without saying a word and looked in silence at the path that stretched deep into the forest. "Let's go inside." I was the first to speak after some time, even if this is something that's not typical for me. As I mentioned earlier, I was always a little afraid of the forest, especially after I got lost in it once. That was when I was still a child, but they managed to find me quickly after my screams that rang throughout the area. For this reason, I never left the road without my older friend, A, who carried a stick with him, and his hunting dog, May. But now, something was different. "Let's go in there. It won't hurt us," I said to my cousin and stepped inside. "I don't want to. I'm scared," answered my cousin, but I persistently assured her that everything was fine. In the end, she still followed me because I was already 30 steps ahead of her. "Elle, this is not a good idea. Let's go back." P tried to convince me once again, but I walked forward as if in a trance. "Everything's fine," I repeated to her. After some time, when we were already deep into the forest, I finally stopped myself. I could not take a step more. I was paralyzed. It was as if some part of me tried to break away from whatever was pulling me inside. I was overcome with fear. My heart was pounding hard and my breath stopped. It was as if all sounds had stopped. It was daytime, but there was no signs of life. Not a bird, not a rabbit, not a butterfly. Only silence. And those trees that I had a feeling would stretch out their branches and trap me forever in this forest. P was a few steps behind me. "I'm going back. I can't do this," said P and ran the same way we came. Her voice was trembling, and I could feel the panic in it. After another moment, I managed to break away and run after her. We ran without looking back, as if something was chasing us, until we reached the entrance of the place from which we entered. A little further towards the cottage, we finally stopped as we finally felt safe. We did not look back out of pure fear. We tried to catch our breath, and only then did we talk as we were walking back home, fast and still scared. There was something there. We were sure of that. I wasn't afraid at first when I went inside. In fact, it was as if something was calling me, wanting me to follow it. But my cousin's frightened voice and presence tore me out of the trance. It had called me. I'm afraid to think what would have happened if I was alone, if there wasn't someone to pull me back so I wouldn't go too far. I didn't know where I was going. I just knew that we got to that road that I had to go inside. It scares me, and I can't shake the fear that overwhelmed me and my cousin after that event. Any thoughts on what happened here? Why did I go inside and persuade my cousin to follow me? Why did she manage to snap me out of it? And why were we both so scared? There was no sound. There was no voice. There was nothing. Just the unspoken words of something that I heard and my cousin didn't. I'm from Croatia, so Europe, a bit more eastern, not too far from the Serbian border. I'd never been a big fan of camping. Circa 2012, for some reason or another, my friend and I decided to take a Saturday night to camp on private property. We had permission from the owner, on the bank of a small lake in the rural American southeast. The lake wasn't very large, probably only 50 to 150 yards across. Not great at estimating distance. It was more of a deep pond, but it was like 5 times as long as it was wide. And from the perspective of our camp, it consumed the majority of our sight line. The plot of land itself wasn't entirely removed from civilization. We were 5 to 10 miles outside of a small suburb of a mid-sized southern city. It definitely was not easy to access, however, and the only way in was a gated narrow dirt road across a levee which spanned one side of the lake. This road was gated and locked. The owner gave us his code. We pulled the car through and locked the gate behind us. If you've ever been down south, you know how quickly it gets isolated outside of cities. Our cities are small, and the rural people around often live rough and wild. We have dense woods, so thick that they're not worth building in unless you have some connection or attachment to the area. I've heard it was not profitable to cut roads through a lot of it when they were building highways in the 50s. So not much development has happened in the last 100 years, and in some places, since the Civil War. It's not uncommon to go for a 30-minute drive straight out of town and come upon cabins that are obviously off the grid. My friend and I were used to living in the suburbs, so we were just happy to see stars and hear the sounds of nature. We were at our utilitarian camp. Small, Coleman 2-person tent and a blanket. Simply looking around and enjoying the night, when suddenly my buddy sat up real straight. He said something like, "Do you see that guy over there?" He pointed to the other side of the small lake. I didn't see anything. I sat up slightly and said, "Nah, it's just the dark playing tricks on you." He seemed actually shaken. "No, look, there's a bunch of faces behind the trees now." That got my attention, and I sat up fully, rubbing my eyes to try and gain full focus. And then I saw them. Small, round, white faces staring back at me from across the lake, maybe 15 to 20 of them. All were positioned in such a way that their bodies were behind the trees and only their heads were visible. The best way that I can describe the faces is very pale, somehow internally illuminated children. I should mention that neither of us were drinking or high. We were too young for that, not for at least a few more years. We had eaten dinner at home and were just planning on going to sleep after chilling out for a while. The faces weren't moving. I was kind of sitting there in shock, thinking that my eyes would adjust and I would see that they were a reflection, bugs or owls or something. But I would never come to that realization. I stared right back at them for what felt like 5 minutes, looked back at my friend, and they were gone. Bodies of water carry sound extremely well, and we heard extensive shuffling from the other side of the lake and a couple of small branches snapping. It's incredible what your ears pick up on during an otherwise silent night. My buddy was tearing up a little when he said, "What the heck were those?" And I didn't have a good answer. Neither of us slept particularly well. I definitely felt validated in my feelings of disliking camping. But what were we going to do? I tried to do some research on the internet, but never found a phenomenon that could explain that. When I was very young, I was visiting a family friend at their camper in the woods. No idea where. I remember at one point being outside and hearing what sounded to me like a church choir, but we were in the middle of nowhere and it was dark out. No one else seemed to hear it. I still think about it and wonder where I was, and what on earth it could have been. I've just stumbled upon this subreddit, and I've thoroughly enjoyed all the experiences and stories shared by others. I've finally felt compelled to share an experience of my own, and while it may not be as provoking or profound as the stories told by others on this subreddit, it still fills me with a strange and mysterious feeling all these years later. I grew up on Long Island in New York State. My older sister, her boyfriend, and myself often would walk the trails and the beaches at night. On one particular evening, the three of us were on a walk at a Camp Hero State Park. It was a full moon, so it was very bright out. As we were walking the trail, we stopped to relax and look out over the water. My sister's boyfriend sparked up a joint, and we were all partaking and relaxing. Whilst we were gazing out onto the open water, we spotted a small light in the distance. My sister inquired as to what we thought that was. Her boyfriend said it was probably a light on a distant boat. I agreed, and we didn't think much of it. However, as moments passed, we noticed the light seemed to be approaching us, getting closer by the minute. As it moved closer, it appeared to not be on the water, but above the water in the sky. We soon realized it was not a light on a distant boat. We continued to speculate what it was, and I came to the conclusion that it must be someone's small personal drone. But as the light came closer and closer, the brightness got stronger and stronger. If you know Camp Hero, you know that there are cliff edges that hang over the water. There we are, standing there on the edge with this orb steadily approaching us. With the span of 5 minutes, the orb was no longer in the distance, but hanging right in front of us. It was no longer over the water, but rather over the sandy beach. We stood there staring at it. It had a whitish purple glow to it. Despite being night, it was bright out due to the light of the full moon. On this high visibility evening, it became evident that that was no drone. This light was standalone, no machinery of any kind attached to it, and it just hung there about 10 feet in front of us for about 30 seconds. Then, it just disappeared. In such a way that it almost seemed to envelop itself. We all decided to get the hell out of there, and that was that. This was back in 2015-ish. I've since visited this particular park many times since, and have never seen anything like it again. Maybe we were all just a bunch of stoned teenagers and it was some sort of group delusion, but that night will stick with me forever. The park itself is shrouded in mystery, and I can only speculate that the orb was perhaps a remnant of one of the experiments conducted at Camp Hero from back in the day. Anyway, that's my story. Have any of you had any spooky experiences on Long Island? We're certainly not quote-unquote backwoods by any means, but things still happen around these parts. So this is a story my dad recently told me about my grandpa and my great-grandpa. My grandpa grew up in a very rural southern Indiana, but moved to very rural southern Illinois in his youth. So this takes place in Illinois. One night, Grandpa and his dad were hanging out at his uncle's, who lived a couple of miles away. Keep in mind, this is the 40s out in the country, so all roads are just dirt basically. Anyways, it was pretty late, so they decided to head home and hopped into their old car, going probably about 15 miles per hour through these woods roads. At some point, as they're just driving and talking, they pass something along the edge of the road, standing upright. They both hunted and were very familiar with any animals or other local people that may be around. Neither one of them really said anything for a minute, and then they both looked at each other and said, "What the hell was that?" My grandpa asked his dad, "Do you want to turn around?" And he said nope, and they kept driving. My grandpa said it resembled a big owl or a small person just standing in the ditch. First time posting here or anywhere. Wanted to recount a bizarre series of events from my childhood and figured that this was the best place to do it, particularly because I have very little karma and cannot post much anywhere else. When I was a kid, I lived in Clinton, Tennessee. Both parents worked full-time, so I was often sent over to stay with my grandparents who had a plot of land in the vicinity of, but not right in, Mosheim near Greenville. Both of them had been in East Tennessee for their whole lives, in that area for a good many of years. They had been established at their home for some decades before this story and remained there a good time after. Recently, I had reason to return to that area in Tennessee after having spent the majority of my adult life in Minnesota. Being in and around the area, driving the same roads made me reminiscent about my lazy summer days tucked away at my grandparents' house. Learning to shoot on the same .22 with which Grandpa had taught Mom. Feeding fish at a neighbor's stocked pond, or spotting deer and bear with binoculars from the back porch. When I relayed this to my mom, she in turn told me a story about a time I scared my grandpa half to death, then lied about hanging out with Bigfoot. At first, I had no idea what she was going on about. Then I remembered exactly what happened with startling clarity. New context given by the experience adulthood provides. And no, this was not about Bigfoot or a cryptid. Before we start, some information about my grandparents' land. Their house was on a small hill surrounded by a grass lawn. The lawn gave away to a smallish hay field, then a wood line. Those woods lasted for a good half-mile to either side of the home, and a good several miles to the back. I hated the hay field because it was too pokey to play in, but liked to hang out in a creek that ran behind it. To get there, I would like to walk to the edge of the property just in the wood line to avoid the hay. While at my grandparents', the only rules were that I stay where I could see the house, so the house could see me. I was to take a whistle with me anywhere I went. I didn't take the whistle, seeing it as a badge of my regrettably young age, and the best part of the creek was outside of the house. That was the only stretch where it got deeper than my knees, and thus the only part where I could swim. Naturally, I spent much of my time in the water splashing around, skipping stones and being a kid. One day I was playing in the creek when I noticed someone. It was a man, a stranger on the bank watching me. He had long hair, a beard, and pale skin so dirty that it was stained. I could not tell his age and simply thought of him as old. I have no better guess now, as he clearly went through long years of hard living. He wore no shirt, no pants, only a wrap of dirty cloth around his waist that I thought was a Moses dress, thanks to some illustrated Bible stories. Around his neck, there were multiple necklaces made from knotted tatters of cloth, fiber, and string. In those knots were various pieces of detritus, mostly bones, but some flowers and bits of dark glass. When I first saw him there by the creek, I was terrified. Terrified. Frozen still. The man, however, was smiling. He gestured from his squat with an outstretched arm, fingers down, in a kind of "don't stop for me" wave. I didn't react, startled and reeling. Then he splashed at me, still smiling. He did it again. I splashed back, and soon we were playing. We both threw water at each other. He jumped into the creek and stomped around with me, laughing all the while. He threw rocks in the water, and so did I. I pushed him. He pushed me back. We carried on for some minutes until my grandma called for me. With her voice, a switch had turned off. The man stopped in his tracks, gaze fixed back towards the house. Then, as my grandma kept on hollering, he looked to me. He crept back to his side of the creek, barely disturbing the water, then slid into the brush, completely silent the whole way, holding my gaze. Once he was out of sight, I waited in the water until my grandma found me. She wanted to know if I was alone. I said no. She became very tense, asking who was with me while looking around. I didn't answer. I didn't know how. Seeing no one, she pulled me back to the house without any more words, grip like iron the whole time. At the house, the real inquisition began. I didn't really have new words, the event and this reaction overwhelming my ability to explain. Such silence further irked my grandma, and I was swiftly placed in a corner, held without bail, awaiting patriarchal judgment. Around an hour later, my grandpa came back from work. He was told about my churlishness and was ready to set into me again when I started talking. I told him about the man, hairy and old, dressed like Moses, about how we played, and then he disappeared. I remember they digested this for a few minutes before sending me to my room. I was happy to go, and happier still, Grandpa did not yell like he usually did when we misbehaved. Later, I was brought out for dinner. I ate in the kitchen with Grandma, but Grandpa called me to the back porch. He was on the swinging bench, looking out over the hayfield, turned red by the setting sun. He had kicked off his boots and put them next to his shotgun. I knew that was odd for the gun to be out of the closet. Previously, we had used it to shoot bottles. Sometimes I would throw them into the air like they were clay pigeons. These escapades were accompanied with speeches about how the gun was dangerous and only for adults to use. He went through my story again, his tone deadly serious. Eventually, he asked me how Harry was the man, really. I told him very, thinking it was the right answer. He asked where. I told him everywhere like a bear. He ruminated on this and grew more nervous, worried I was in trouble or causing trouble, just wanting the trouble wherever it lay to end. So, when he finally asked me to swear in the name of Christ and on my mother that I was telling the truth about everyone, I said I had been joking. He finally yelled then and sent me back to my room. The family memory became that I had hid by the creek and made up a tale about Bigfoot. At the time, everyone was very upset with me, and I was forbidden from going back to the creek or anywhere out of sight. The enforcement of this rule, like the others, was lackluster. Even so, for a time I didn't go to the creek. In my memory, I stayed away for a very long time, but I am sure it was only a few days, that hiatus feeling interminable to my elementary age self. I did start going to the creek. I took a bucket of toys, mostly Godzilla, and a thick stick plucked from the wood line on the way. I think I was conflicted about what to do if the man came back, imagining either impressing him with my toy collection or clubbing him, or both in turn. When he did show back up, he appeared next to me as I dozed under a tree on my side of the creek. I was once again gripped with terror. He was not smiling, his face expressionless as he lurked beside me. having watched for who knows how long before I smelled him. I scrambled away, leaving behind my stick and toys, coming to my feet a yard out. I stood in the sun while the man watched me from the shade. Eventually, he crouched and started to look through my bucket. I remember becoming indignant as he examined my toys one by one, only to toss them into the dirt. It became too much and I started to lecture the man, telling him about how he got me in trouble, how he was a weirdo, how he stank. At some point, he stopped looking around my things and calmly watched my tirade. Face still neutral, eyes analytic. Once I had concluded my lecture, I sat back under the tree to pout, having become hot in the sun. I remember the man made a noise, a grinding kind of snort, and when I looked over at him, he was chuckling while he inspected the last few figures in my bucket. I wanted to laugh too, but was more determined to stay sullen. Once everything was out of the bucket, he put one figure, Ghidorah, back into the bucket. He then stood to his hunched fullest, took the bucket by its handle, began to make his way back into the woods. I stayed by the tree until he turned, said something, not a word I knew or to this day even know, and gestured with a forward sweep of his hand. At first I didn't comply despite knowing he wanted me to follow. After a few moments he yipped, clicked his teeth, and gestured again more emphatically. With this further prompt, I did get up and come along, the man making approving noises and putting on his smile again. We went into the woods. The man led, but he was naturally quicker and quieter, making it hard to keep up. Eventually, he would stop when he lost me, knocking on trees with sticks and whistling arrhythmically so I may find him in the vegetation. He never came back for me, opting instead to guide me forward with the noises. I became lost, having only a vague sense of my grandparents' place being behind me. After some time, maybe 15 minutes, we came to a bald. The man had me wait there, indicated by patting the ground before going into the tree line alone. He returned from a different direction, pulling a sled. It was made from a half of a discarded plastic drum and lined with small pelts and smooth bark. On the back half there rested the fly-covered carcasses, squirrels, possums, and other critters savaged into anonymity. On the pulling end, woven pouches were tied into place on it by the same eclectic cordage that made the man necklaces. He put my bucket on the sled and tossed Ghidorah in the pouch. He then called me closer with a glottal noise and beckoning wave. I saw the sledge pouches held many odds and ends, dried salamanders, mushrooms, metal bits, glass fragments. From one, the man pulled a square made out of bound together sticks, just big enough to slip over my wrist. From another, he pulled a piece of fool's gold and a small shard of geode crusted with a bit of purple crystal. These he handed to me with an air of business and a few more utterings of nonsense. He then patted the ground for me to set again. I did so without much bewilderment, understanding we had traded the same as exchanging Pokemon cards at recess. I did not much miss Ghidorah anyway, as he was a bad guy. The bucket was a loss. In retrospect, I think Ghidorah was chosen because its dull gold scales resembled something valuable. The bucket for its obvious ability to hold things. The man came back and gestured for me to follow by slapping his thigh. I did this readily. During the hike back, I tried to keep up and pay attention. I did so moderately well, having to be whistled over a few times. I did notice that our path was not straight. The man led me one way and then another, making turns unneeded by the lay of the land. We eventually came out by the creek, but from a different approach than we had left. I could hear my grandma calling for me again, not from up on the hill, from out in the field. The man would not cross the creek but pushed me to do so. I did but did not go to my grandma. Instead, I crept back to the house and around to the opposite side. There I laid the shrubs by our front door, pretending to sleep. I was found. I swore I had been there the whole time. When I was sent back to my room, I placed my fool's gold, crystal, and charm in my bedside table for safekeeping. The next day, I went back to the creek to pick up my toys. The man was not there. However, throughout that summer, he did visit me again, to sit under the tree or throw rocks at the water, or yammer softly to himself. I would bring snacks and candy to share, and he would likewise give me stringy dried meat, which I ought not to have ate, or honeysuckle blossoms, which I still would eat. Taken from my old bucket. He seldom visited long and never splashed and whooped like he did on the first meeting. At this point, you may be wondering why I've posted on Backwoods Creepy and not Backwoods Weird but Wholesome, I guess. There were 2 more occasions I want to account. One gruesome, one awful. The eventful one occurred near the 4th of July. I had brought 2 boxes of bang snaps to the creek. The man was initially wary of the little fireworks, but quickly came to appreciate their miniature pyrotechnics. He took the box I gave him gratefully, even taking the empty box, likely for the wood shavings, which are excellent tinder. During the use of the bang snaps, I had scared a turtle into the water and to the opposite bank. It sat there watching us from the far shore. The man, after stowing the bang snaps in the bucket, noticed the turtle. With little thought, he scooped up a smooth stone and threw it with force and accuracy to the turtle. He then waded over to retrieve the slider, which struggled meekly in his grasp. One leg knocked clean off. On my side of the river, he took from the bucket a new piece of stone. One side was rounded and fit in his hand. The other came to a flinty cutting edge. Working with deft experience, the man began chopping the live turtle above its neck, pulling up on the shell top. The thing struggled and bled as it was dissected, the dome eventually coming free. The turtle dropped to mingle its viscera with dirt and sand. The man rinsed the shell in the river, then offered it to me. In wordless horror, I ran. That evening, I came back to shuffle the dead turtle into the flowing waters of the creek. The shell itself was nowhere to be found. This experience did not deter me from going to the creek, or the man from visiting me again. However, sometimes he would try to call me away from the creek with thumps and whistles. I would tell him I heard him and refused to move. On some occasions, he would join me. On others, he would leave. The last time, we were sitting under the tree sharing cowtails. From the woods, there came whistling and the staccato knocking of a woodpecker. The man looked up and whistled back. There were a few more exchanges before he stood, collected his bucket, and beckoned for me to follow. I was curious and felt comfortable with the man as a guide, so I did as asked. He took me back to the bald, a direct path this time, periodically stopping to call or respond to the other in the wood. Waiting for us at the bald was a woman and a child. The woman was dressed the same as the man, topless, wrapped at the waist. She was dirty with long hair and a wiry frame. The child was in a similar state, wearing a sack that went to their knees. The man sat on the ground and the woman joined him, sitting in his lap, but leaning forward so that her elbows rested on her crossed knees. She had dark brown eyes that were fixed to me. The other child would not look up. I didn't know what to do and didn't speak. The other kid lifted their sack to wipe at their nose, and I learned under all that dirt they were a her. The man made a noise and drummed on the woman's bare back. The kid looked at them, still hanging her head, hair covering her face. The woman yammered and swatted at the girl lazily, the man echoing her noises, slapping skin to skin once more. At this bizarre scene, the girl stumbled towards me, stopping close enough that I could smell her and hear her wheezing breath. She was thin, but not emaciated, and slightly taller than me, should she have straightened up. The man and woman fussed some more, and the girl leaned close and pressed her cheek to mine. Her hair was in between us, greasy and cold. She made no move to embrace me, no move at all, only pressing limply against me and breathing so loud it was all I could hear. During this time, the woman had approached. She pulled the girl back by her shoulder with one hand and delivered a flurry of snaps to the crown of the girl's head. The woman then gathered the girl's hair in one hand, using the other to sweep back her bangs. The girl was then made to look at me, face bare. One side of her jaw was bulged out, smooth skin over a lemon-shaped bump. Her mouth was twisted by this deformity. Her nose faced to one side as if affixed sideways and leaked a trail of clear snot. One eye was bulged and roomy, the other startlingly regular. It looked at me, blank and dark brown. The woman gave the girl's head a little shake, spat off to the side, then cooed like a dove as she smiled at me. I fled. There was commotion behind me. I think the girl was pushed to the ground. I did not look back, and they did not pursue. My flight ended at my grandparents' house, my absence unnoticed. I chose not to tell anyone what had happened, wanting to forget, not wanting to get in trouble, not thinking about the girl, the couple, what was intended for me. I spent that August inside whenever I visited my grandparents. I begged not to be taken, claiming it was boring and lonely. Sometimes when I sat on the porch or went from the car to the house, I'd catch a snippet of bird call in the wind, or the distant tapping of wood and hurry inside. My grandma could tell something was wrong and made an effort to entertain me in town. My grandpa cared in his own way, involving me in his errands, as he never had before. Eventually school started. Classes and friends eased me away from thoughts of the dirty man or the people in the clearing. Time did the rest. I think now that of all the people in the clearing were of a family, but their features, white skin, brown eyes, brown hair are common enough that they could have been unrelated. I am sure they lived together. They knew each other's signs and signals. They used their own words. I know that the Smokies are full of tales of feral people, wild men, and superstition. I also know that they are full of people living in unlikely ways in unlikely places, and that those real people call others kin, and that through the chain of human connection, even a recluse living in a run-down shack is someone's somebody. I guess I'm asking if the people in my story are somebody's someone, or if they are known, or if their behavior rings any bells. The lies, any known intention. I figured here, where the tale would not be discounted out of hand, might be the right place to ask. I was traveling solo around the Olympic Peninsula in Washington State and making various stops in the Olympic National Park. I decided to stop in Quinault for the first time and took a random road that dead-ended at a beautiful spot at the edge of Quinault River. There was an ancient footbridge that led across the river, but it looked like it might collapse if I tried to cross it, so I decided not to. It was off-season, and I was not in a tourist area. I was the only one there. It was so unusually hot outside that I decided I needed to get in that water. I backed my car all the way to the edge of the dead-end road, faced it out in the direction I would need to leave, and started hiking through thick brush down an embankment to the edge of the water. There was no path. It was a pretty rugged area. It was mid-fall, and I didn't have a suit since I didn't plan on swimming, so I took my clothes off and got in the water in my bra and underwear. I had a nice swim, but I could not shake the feeling that I was being watched, even though I was in the middle of nowhere. After about 5 minutes, the creepy feeling was enough for me to want to head back, so I started to climb out, turned my back to the other side of the river, and walked towards my clothes and shoes that I had left behind. When I turned around, there was a big, small man standing in plain view, just across from me on the other side of the river, but higher up on his embankment than I was on mine. He was wearing a poncho made of animal pelts, had long hair full of sticks and twigs, and looked like he had been living out in the wild for a very long time. We stood and stared at each other, me in frozen terror, for what felt like forever when all of a sudden he frantically took off in the direction of the footbridge leading across the water. I grabbed my car key, tried to grab my clothes and shoes, but they tangled up in some blackberry vines, so I left everything and went running for my life, through the thick brush and blackberries, barefoot in my underwear, trying to make it to the car before he made it across the river. There was no doubt in my mind that he was trying to harm me. When I made it out of the blackberries, I could see that he was crossing the bridge towards me rapidly. I got to my car and flung my door open just as he arrived. I locked the doors while he pounded on the hood of my car, just screaming and grunting non-verbally. The moment he went for my driver's side door, I hit the gas and took off as fast as I could. I looked back and he was chasing after me. He must have run after my car for at least a mile until he faded from view. I was bleeding everywhere from running nearly naked through blackberries. I was wet, unclothed, shaking and crying. Had I hesitated for literally 10 seconds longer, I don't think I would have made it out alive. Even typing this story out again all these years later, I am starting to shake. I felt like I was being hunted. That is the only way that I can describe it. I will never go back to that area. Since that moment, I always bring a hiking buddy with me when I venture out into the forest. That day is going to haunt me for life. I've had many years of therapy, and that experience is still as vivid as the day it happened. Have you ever experienced anything strange in and around Florida? Apologies if this isn't allowed. I got to thinking after a couple of weird things I experienced in my hometown, and it had me thinking if anybody else has experienced anything. Back when we were teens, me and my brother were out for a walk outside of our neighborhood. Where we were walking was kind of wooded, but the houses were still pretty close together, yet considerably more in the boonies compared to our place. Anyways, we had almost completed the loop of the area and were around the bend going towards the exit when we heard something odd. I remember there was a helicopter overhead. Around the time, we both heard this weird guttural yell/growl, like right next to us. It was so close. It sounded like a mix between a mountain lion, an angry house cat, and yet oddly human-like all at once. We both just froze and looked at each other startled, and started looking around for the source, but there wasn't a single cat or anything animal-like about. I was pretty freaked out and practically sped walked to the road. All the while, my brother kept asking me what the F that was, but I was too spooked to talk about it. It was like a primal type fear. In an instant we heard it, and I just kept looking over my shoulder the whole way back. Anyways, pretty benign compared to the other stories I've read on here, and I'm sure there's an explanation to the sound, but it did have me wondering, has anyone else experienced weird stuff in Florida? Years ago, I moved from a very small town to a remote valley out in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by national forests and not many neighbors. It was just what I had always wanted. At that point in my life, I had been a paramedic for about 4 or 5 years, and being an outdoorsy, civic-minded sort, I decided to volunteer my services with a local search and rescue organization. For being such a tiny, poorly funded organization, we were surprisingly busy. In the 9 years I was with them, we'd have at least one rescue, sometimes several, every weekend spring through fall. The source of the majority of these calls was the roughly 100 miles of poorly maintained fire trails that were very popular with dirt bike and quad riders. When they'd inevitably get lost or wreck and get injured, we'd head out, track them down, provide medical care, and fly them out in a helicopter, or put them on a Stokes basket mounted to a janky trailer thing that we'd pull with a quad. About 2 weeks after joining, and with zero training beyond what I had learned as a Boy Scout and medic, I got my first call. A group of dirt bikers from the city had lost a member of their party. For some reason, they had put their least experienced rider at the back of the group of a dozen or so riders and took off into the woods. When they returned to the trailhead 4 hours later, the inexperienced guy was missing. They sat out again and looked for him for 4 or 5 hours, then gave up and called 911. The time interval from the initial 911 call until we had a squad assembled at the trailhead was pretty impressive, no more than 20 minutes. But we were already 8 or 9 hours behind the ball. We did a very quick briefing, distributed maps, divided into teams, and then set off. They put me on a quad with the most experienced guy, and we headed out. The plan was for each 2 to 3 person team to take one of the longer trails that ringed the place. Then, after searching those we'd systematically work our way into the shorter, maze-like trails that made up the interior. This was to be a hasty search. None of that grid search crap, just riding around looking for clues. I don't know what I had expected exactly, maybe a few dirt roads through the woods or something. But these trails were an absolute nightmare. They were extremely rugged, technical trails where you really had to know what you were doing and where you were going, or you'd never make it out. GPS rarely worked due to the rugged terrain and tree cover. Radios and cell phones were a crapshoot, and the maps didn't account for all the random trails that riders would just sort of make. The only marked roads were fire breaks, and mileage-wise, those were accounted for maybe 10% of the trails. Why this guy hadn't been partnered with someone or put at the front of the group is a mystery. 4 hours into this, I'm caked with mud, bleeding from being hit with branches, exhausted and just effing done. We take a water break and hear broken radio traffic that sounds like the bike has been found, but no rider. It's only a couple of miles from us, so we head that direction. When we get there, the bike is off to the side of the road, along with the quads of the other teams, but we can see them a few hundred feet in the woods. We walk over and find them looking at the missing person, who is very dead. Lips blue, skin dusty, arms spread out like a cross. On first glance, his eyes looked to be wide open and solid white, but when I examined him, I could see that his eyes were actually covered with fly eggs. This dude had been dead a while. It didn't make sense though. His bike still had gas in it. He had water and food, and he was a healthy guy in his late 20s. Why was he dead? It looked like he had simply laid his bike down, then ran into the woods to die. Mission accomplished, I guess. We wrapped him in blankets, then put him on the Stokes and took him to the trailhead where the coroner was waiting. About a week later, I ran into the coroner and asked what the cause of death had been. The pathologist's determination was cardiac dysrhythmia, secondary to extreme anxiety. The guy literally died of fright, which up to that point, I had always assumed was just Hollywood BS. I've always wondered what was going through his head. Was he just afraid of the woods, or of being lost? If so, why did he run blindly into the woods instead of continuing to follow the trail? There's a part of me that thinks he may have seen something out there. I've heard a lot of stories about weird stuff in these woods, and I've seen a few strange things myself, so it wouldn't surprise me. I've been wondering where to share this. It's so weird, I don't even know where to begin. So I've been house sitting for some friends in the rural Pacific Northwest. They live up the hills on a long twisting road, and the house itself is at the end of a long gravel driveway. The house also sits up against a big evergreen forest. I should also mention that at one point the driveway branches off and goes into the woods. I have no idea why. I've explored in there before and there's nothing. The road is too overgrown for a vehicle to get through anyways. Or so I thought. Recently it dumped snow up here, and I've kind of been trapped as my gutless sedan doesn't have four-wheel drive, and the driveway is covered in over a foot of snow, and the road hasn't been plowed. Anyway, a couple of nights ago I was setting up awake reading. I haven't been sleeping well because I got COVID, and the coughing keeps me up at night. At about 11:30 p.m., I saw headlights outside the window. I could hardly believe it. First, it was late at night. Second, there's been so much snow that most cars couldn't even make it up there. And third, my friends are out of state, and no one else would be coming up here, certainly not at night. I peeked out the window and watched as the headlights, instead of turning the bend in the driveway towards the house, kept going into the woods. What? I was curious, but I'm also a coward, so I didn't do anything as ridiculous as following the car into the forest in the middle of the night. But I couldn't let it go, so in the morning I grabbed my boots and parka and stupidly left the house to investigate. This next part I genuinely can't explain. There was one set of tire tracks in the snow, heading down the rough road into the woods. I followed them about a half mile into the forest, and they suddenly stopped. There was a large fallen tree blocking the road and no vehicle in sight. The tire tracks just ended, and no footprints in the snow either. That's it. I wish I had an explanation, or a better ending than me running like hell out of the woods. But I don't. I'll be glad when my friends get back, because it is super creepy up here. My husband and I were on the way back home from Navarre Beach, heading towards the Alabama line. It was storming really bad that night. As soon as we were passing Blackwater Forest, it slacked up a bit. We both saw Bigfoot walking across the road. By the time we were coming up on it, was almost to the other side. He looked so shocked, like a deer in headlights. I asked my husband if he saw the same thing that I did, and he agreed. I couldn't believe that we had seen it. A couple of weeks ago, he got sad news that our older woman friend that had stage 4 cancer had passed away. Yesterday, her daughter updated everyone with where they were having all the memorial services at, and one of the places just stunned me. They opened a restaurant, and it's called Bigfoot Crossing, exactly in the area that we had seen it. So now I'm wondering how many more sightings. I mean, it's gotta be quite a bit. Now I want to go back out and check out the area more. I was stationed in the panhandle of Florida near Pensacola. I was in charge of a team of about 10 guys taking part in an exercise. We were playing the bad guys for this exercise. And on that night, our job was just maneuvering. Mostly walking and driving around pretend villages. Anyways, we grabbed our gear for the night and went back out to an informal staging area to wait around for us to get called into the village. Being a group of young military guys with nothing to do, we started messing around, driving in circles and up and down the nearby dirt trails in our trucks, talking crap on the radios, looking around with our night vision goggles, etc. Because why not? We spot an SUV parked down one trail, which was a bit odd since we were on the military range at the time, but not crazy since we weren't near any of the sensitive or dangerous parts. I drive up next to the SUV slowly, and the guy, setting shotgun with night vision goggles, says there's some weird person sitting in it. He hands me the night vision goggles, and I look over, and holy hell, that person was terrifying. They were in the back on the driver's side. Super tight skin, crazy sunken eyes, thin lanky hair. At first just staring straight ahead, but they suddenly turned to look at us, and I booked it out of there. I practically threw the night vision goggles at the guy next to me. I don't know why, but I felt one of the deepest feelings of fear that I'd ever had. Literally, the only times that were worse were times where I genuinely thought that I was about to die. We drive back to where the other guys were, and I tell them about it. Of course, they think we're messing with them, but eventually we convince them to follow us and check it out. So now there's a convoy of 3 trucks holding 10 guys. We roll past to let truck 2 get next to the SUV. And only a few seconds go by and the radio goes wild with them yelling, "Go, go, go." We haul crap out of there, and all agree to find a new informal staging point to park at. The rest of the night, we'd mess with each other about the decent woman watching us or waiting for one of us to walk off alone, and just generally joking around. But I did notice that no one wanted to go pee by themselves. Anytime someone had to go, suddenly a few others chimed in too. The rational explanation is that it was some drifter in the SUV crashing for the night, probably at least a little high, tired, and confused as crap about the trucks creeping up on them, then driving off real fast. I took a trip to stay in a cabin in the middle of the woods, high up in the mountains of the city of Ranger, Georgia, United States. This neighborhood was 30 minutes up the mountains, away from civilization, and even the cabins were spread far apart. The front deck of the cabin was completely exposed to the woods, so I acknowledged that any animals could stroll along if they pleased. But I stayed there for about a week, and me and my boyfriend sat outside on the front deck every night, very late, and at no point felt in danger. It was peaceful with fireflies out and sounds of crickets every night. Until the fifth night. It was eerily dark too. The moon was covered heavily. It was about midnight, and all of a sudden, I didn't feel peace like I did those other nights. The forest went completely quiet, and I felt a horrible sense of dread. I genuinely feared for my life. I sat there in my chair looking out into the dark forest, trying to rationalize and calm myself down that it was just my mind playing tricks. But all of a sudden, my boyfriend said out loud that he felt unsafe. That's when I realized it wasn't just me. We then both heard a blood-curdling scream, and we pulled out a flashlight to see what it was. Turns out it was a gray fox. They make scary screaming noises. The weird part was that the fox was running and had its ears and tail down like it was scared. This was in June, and I read that foxes scream like that when it's mating season or if they're in danger. Their mating season is winter, and this happened in June. So I do believe that this fox was in danger, or afraid, as well, adding to our fear. The cabin has 3 floors, and we were able to climb out the window and sit on the roof, because we still wanted to be outside and relax. Didn't matter how high up I was. I felt something truly evil and stayed inside. The only other time I felt something so evil, or like someone was watching, was when I had a few paranormal experiences at a haunted house. Georgia doesn't really get mountain lions that often. Maybe a bear, but it didn't feel that way at all. It felt unnatural. I've lived in the backwoods of Northern California most of my life, hours north of the Bay Area. So with that being said, I have a million weird or creepy stories, most of which can probably be blamed on wildlife, but not all of them. This would have been about 2 years back now. I was living in an isolated neighborhood with my parents right at the edge of a thin, dry national forest. Anyway, one night I woke up at about 5 a.m. to the loud sound and purple light of the garbage truck speeding by. After that, I couldn't get to sleep. A few minutes after, I get up and start walking down to the kitchen for a midnight, or I guess early morning, snack. Out of boredom and insomnia, I decide to go into the backyard. It was an unusually warm, dry night for the season, and it felt nice to get outside, but something caught on in the corner of my eye. I looked up to see this huge ball of light in the sky, completely still, just a little bit above the neighbor's roof. I stand and stare for about 30 seconds to a minute, and run back inside completely freaked out. Does anyone know what this could be? It was completely clear, and in Northern California, not a place for weather. So I've ruled out ball lightning, and I'm kind of stumped. So here's a little less backwoods, but more country roads of a paranormal story. Every summer, my family and some close friends would all travel up from Southern California to the eastern Sierra Nevada mountains along the California-Nevada border to the town of Bridgeport. If you've ever been, it's a super cool area. Big biker route to Reno Tahoe. Excellent outdoor camping and hiking into Yosemite high country, rich in wildlife. Crazy old history with native tribes and the gold rush of the West. Has Bodie Ghost Town nearby. And my favorite is the world-class trout fishing. Mark Twain even once stayed in the town way back in the day, which I thought was cool. The town is small and has your typical 20-building Main Street USA to match the field, all surrounded by rivers, lush meadows with cattle and horse ranches, and absolutely gorgeous wooded snow-capped mountains. We would often camp up near Twin Lakes, just outside of town about 10 miles, but always made a point to get to town for dinner at this bar, Reno's, for pizza and beer, at least once during the trip. So one night we do this, and afterwards we're on our way back to camp at twilight. Just light enough to make out the peaks on the horizon, but still densely dark with billions of stars out in force. Now this road back to the camping area would zigzag through the square-cut properties of ranch land. It's a narrow 2 lanes edged by barbed wire and an irrigation canal, and minimal streetlights, if any at all. Literally can only think of one installed by the Dude Ranch out here. So, we drive back to camp, having to use our brights due to the dark, and making sure to keep an eye out for deer. And when we finally pull into camp, my mom immediately asks, "Did you see that kid in the swimsuit on the side of the road?" Perplexed and a little amused by the idea, I say, "No, where was this?" "On the side of the road near the cows. He was shirtless walking along the road." I had been driving behind her and my dad. There is no way I could have missed this had someone been there. Nobody in our car saw him, and my dad said that he didn't either when she initially saw him. Not shocking for my dad, though. However, also not shocking would be my mom seeing something paranormal. It always seemed to follow her, and she was dead, excuse the pun, serious. Even described the color of the shorts, his hairstyle. Said he was walking the same direction we were traveling, so she couldn't see his face and had to be in his 20s. So we half-jokingly jumped to that conclusion that maybe it was in fact a ghost. After all, it was dark and late. Nobody else had seen him. And even in the summer, the Sierras are high enough in elevation and have crazy enough weather to easily kill someone who wasn't prepared for the cold night. Especially shirtless in swim trunks. On a clear night in August, I've woken up to the teens for temperature. And where she was describing was in the literal middle of nowhere in these fields. It takes us about 20 minutes just to drive it at a good speed, let alone walk to camp in the dark. But I guess anything is possible. The next morning, we get up to learn my idiot friend, same one who got scratched in a previous post I wrote, left the cooler out after the rest of us went to bed, and a bear got a buffet out of us. So we decided that we'll make the most of it and go back to town for supplies, some further fishing spots, and get in dinner again. This time, on the way back to camp, I'm driving in front of my parents, zigging and zagging through the fields, when all of a sudden there was a bright set of headlights right on my butt. Looking back, I could tell this had to be some sort of lifted truck, maybe a Bronco or similar rearing up on my SUV. So close at times, I thought we were going to get rammed. I started speeding up a little at first, but this car stays right on me. I'm starting to get annoyed and concerned. After all, this was a 2-lane road at night that anyone wanting to pass could very easily and safely do so, and there isn't any area you could really pull over without risking pulling into a ditch and getting stuck. So I continue speeding up, but I'm getting concerned because I know the hills are coming up, and there are deer by the thousands in this area. But this car's lights keep pressing. My wife, then girlfriend and friends start getting a little freaked out as well, thinking about the backwoods BS butthole of a human being that is pulling this. And this continues through the fields until I get to the final turn before it goes from meadows to woods, and I get a really heavy gut feeling, almost like a scream in my head saying, "Slow the F down." So do or die, I start pressing the brakes, hard, fully expecting this truck to ram us. As I do this, we're coming around the corner, and sure enough, there's a pack of 6 or so deer in the middle of the road. I was immediately a little shaken up. It's always a little startling when you see animals out of the dark while driving, especially big ones. And then it dawns on me that I'm not being blinded anymore, and we definitely didn't get hit. I look back in the mirror and the lights are gone. Just gone. No dust in the rear brake lights from a vehicle pulling off the road. Nothing screaming by us in the other lane. And no road for them to even have turned off on. Headlights lighting up the tree or area. And then I see my folks coming driving up right behind us. All of us are dumbfounded trying to figure out where this person went. The deer clear the road, and we make the rest of the drive to camp, and adrenaline immediately gets me a bit irritated. So I start ranting off about how stupid this guy was and how we could have died. Blah, 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 really making everyone feel good. When we get out of the cars, my mom immediately starts giving me the typical parent talk. But I get even more angry when she calls me an idiot for taking off like that on such a dangerous road in the dark, and how lucky I am to have not killed us all with those deer, and how I needed to be more careful, etc. Well, if that butthole hadn't been riding my butt, it wouldn't have been such an issue, I say. "What are you talking about?" she responds. "There wasn't anyone behind you." Oh, how the tables had turned. Luckily, my wife and friends had experienced everything with me, and they start chiming in about the truck. And I start talking about how I finally had enough and listened to my gut and reason, deciding to slow down just as we come to find the deer, and how the truck was just gone. It gave my mom chills, and she apologized but told me to be careful next time, but then started laughing and saying how weird the trip had been. I'll give this to my mom. She never did call us crazy for what we experienced in life, which is something I think a lot of parents neglect to do for their kids. It's funny, because I always heard similar experiences from country towns back east, or folklore of ghost trucks, and thought how stupid it sounded. But now, after experiencing it, holy crap, is it dangerous. Plain dangerous. I'd never wish that on anyone. This road hasn't given us any issues before or since, but I'll admit, I drive it with a lot more caution now. I always wonder if the shirtless guy and the truck were somehow connected, but never found out anything about it. Only God knows, I guess. This happened to me about a week ago. I found a summer job at our local supermarket, and about 2 weeks in, I got asked to work the late shift, 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. I accepted since I was in need of money, and I never sleep early anyways. Everything was fine and dandy until about 3 a.m., when a shirtless, scarred-up guy came in the store. After lingering around the store for a while, he quickly came up to the counter, making intense eye contact with me. As I was about to ask him if he needed any help, he whispered, "Don't you dare move." I didn't hear him at first, so I asked him if he could repeat that. At that point, he got agitated and yelled, "Make another sound and I'll cut you up." In a swift motion, he vaulted over the counter, going to the alcohol section, trying to grab a bottle of whiskey. Thankfully, the owner has hid a baseball bat under the counter. The moment he turned his back to me, I took the bat and swung full force at his knee. He winced in pain and tried to get up. I winded my bat again, acting like I was going to hit him again, just to see him pull out a homemade shiv of some sort. I let him get up, and the moment he got up, he swung his shiv at me, lightly lacerating my wrist. I pushed him back with the bat, and he ran for the door and got out. The day after, I called the cops and showed them the security camera footage, but they haven't contacted me since. I think it's safe to say I won't be working the late shift again for a very long time. A little over a year ago, I had a job working overnight at a gas station close to my house. I'm a woman and was 31 at the time. I know to some it seems unsafe for a woman to want to work a graveyard shift by herself. However, it was a slow store, and the sheriff's office was about 20 feet across from it. I really didn't think that I would have any problems. There would be about 30 customers in an 8-hour shift, and that was on a busier night. It was about 3:30 in the morning. I went outside to sweep the parking lot and last minute check in the trash. It was time for a cigarette, and I had one headphone in, kinda jamming out. Across the road in the parking lot of the sheriff's office, I saw a figure with his back to me. He was swaying back and forth while looking down. I mean, yeah, the building closed at 4 p.m. and didn't open again till 6 the next morning. But why? By the back of his ripped white t-shirt, I remember that he came in about 4 hours earlier. He was a total creep, and I could already tell that he had a good buzz going. I didn't say anything. I just took my eyes off of him and tried not to draw attention to myself. It was working until a car pulled in. I was still outside as they pulled up. I saw him look at the car and then at me, and back and forth again. As the customer was leaving, I walked her outside. I still had half a smoke burning, and had left my dustpan outside with the squeegee. We both heard him start to swear angrily,
and seemingly engage in an argument with himself. He looked across the road and told me to be careful. I made an awkward joke about him being the one who should be more afraid of me or something like that. The man was still there, but closer to the road, now facing the parking lot of my store. Whatever he's yelling was completely unintelligible. He was obviously very drunk and can barely stand straight, still swaying away. I didn't engage him, but I didn't take my eyes off of him this time either. I just slowly walked back towards the store. Something about his face really bothered me. It had a darkness to it, but his eyes looked wild. My experience during graveyard jobs has been that the crazy-eyed ones are the worst ones. I didn't like it at all and wanted no part of it. I still had almost 3 hours to go, and 2 before any other employees got there. Instantly, I went to the computer and typed up a temporarily closed sign, just in case he wanted trouble. I was coming around the corner on my way to the doors when I saw that he'd walked across the road to my side now. I literally just barely got the second door locked when he stumbled into our very small parking lot. My hand mimed the signal for cut across my neck, basically saying, "Nope, sorry, you can't come in here, we're closed." I shook my head back and forth too, hoping to further discourage him. He started walking away but screamed something at me while he was walking. I don't mean he was grumpy and shouted at me or yelled. I mean like he was in enraged volume and was violently throwing his hands everywhere. Definitely knowing I'm in the wrong shift of the wrong job, I got really skeeved out. I decided to call the cops. It's a good thing too, because the minute I hung up with them, there he comes again up to the door. He starts pulling and banging on it. He backs up and runs into it trying to ram it. Not that it would have done him any good. I made the mistake of telling him that I'd call the cops. I say I made the mistake of telling him because once I said that, he took off. The police never found him. They drove around the road and surrounding neighborhoods for over an hour, but found no one. He was on foot, so I don't get where he could have gone to. He didn't harm me, and with them not finding him, I didn't fill out a police report or anything. I was safe behind thick glass doors that were locked for the rest of my shift. It just sucked. Maybe if I didn't warn him ahead of time, I wouldn't have had to spend the last 3 months of my job constantly looking over my shoulder. I'll never know what the right choice was. I'm just glad that I don't work there anymore. So this happened a little over 2 years ago now. I wanted to post it somewhere just to look back on it one day and never forget the lesson that I learned. It was 2016, and I had just started a new job at a motel. It was low pay, but I needed an office job. One of my friends, Michael, got me this job. For a few days, I did training with the owner in the mornings. For 2 nights, Michael trained me. Our job was the 11 p.m. to 11 a.m. shift. Nothing exciting, checking guests in and doing paperwork. My boss went away with his wife on vacation for a week, which is attributed to the swift training that I had to endure. So, it was my first night alone on the night shift. There was a monitor with security cameras around the motel's property, and large glass windows all around the office building with a glass door. There was a no-night window like most motels have. It was fairly early in the night at about 1 a.m. I was just doing my normal check-in paperwork when a man walks in and asks if we have any rooms available. Usually if someone is sketchy, my boss has me lie and say no, but he seemed normal at the moment. Without hesitation, I said, "Yes, of course, just for one?" And he replies, "Yes." So I begin creating the reservation on the computer, when I notice that he starts swatting the air and making spitting noises, as if he's being surrounded by flies. I try to ignore it. As far as I was concerned, it wasn't my business. So I try to check him into the room quickly as possible. I give him his key and he's on his way. At this point in time, I could be described as very timid. I had a lot going on in my personal life, so I hope you can all understand my reaction to what happens next. The man comes back from his room and slams his hand on the glass door and causes me to jump. Absolutely frightened, I look up to see him just staring at me. He cracks the door and puts his head through and says, "I can't get into my room. Why won't you let me into my room?" And my only defense is trying to be helpful. So I replied, maybe there's something wrong with your key. Let me give you another one." The look he had in his eyes was inexplicable. I felt like I was in absolute danger. I handed him his new key and he went back to his room. I tried texting Michael because he is the one who trained me, though it was in the middle of the night and he was asleep. I needed some guidance. With no reply from Michael, I noticed the man trudging down the stairs to come back. I go into absolute panic mode. I run into the back office and lock the door, and I pull out my pocket knife. It's important to keep protection when working at night. I hear the man in my office yelling, "Hello? Hello? Why won't you let me into my room? Why do you not like me?" Me being an absolute idiot, not standing my ground and calling the police when I'm feeling scared, I decided to take this situation on alone. I reply, "I'm just on the phone. I'll be right out." I then start calling Michael over and over for help. No answer. I decided to take a few deep breaths and then step out of the office. The man was not there. He was in the bathroom. I start hearing him talking to himself, angrily saying, "Kill her. Kill her." My heart sank. Still being an idiot and not calling the police. He comes out and I say, "Your key was broken. I'm sorry. Let me escort you to your room." Thankfully, he agrees. I was wearing a long-sleeve sweater, so my arms down, I was able to hide my knife in my hand while holding it. I began to walk outside, and he seemed insistent to walk behind me. We began making our way to the staircase and up towards his room. I was sweating from how nervous I was, continuously looking behind me to make sure that he wasn't going to make a move. He stops at a room, and I stop at his room a few doors down. I smile and say, "Oh, that's the wrong room. This is your room," as it clearly said on the door. The whole time he was going to someone else's room and trying to open the door. I felt bad for them. I quickly ran back to the office and locked the door. The next guest I checked in was a police officer from a few towns away. I felt bad for confiding in them about the guy, but they seemed willing to keep an eye out and ear out. The next night the man came back, but I had the doors locked and told him that we were all booked up. I explained to my boss what happened when he got back from vacation. However, he didn't take me seriously. I continued to work there on the night shift for the next year, where many other strange encounters happened. However, from that encounter, I learned that if you ever feel uncomfortable, always call the police. This encounter happened to me a couple of days ago, Friday night. I was so shocked by it I forgot to post it to the subreddit after it happened. It was a normal Friday night just like any other, watching some late night TV. We've all been there. But when I went to go get some snacks for my viewing, I noticed my cupboard was bare. So I decided to make a quick run to the local gas station to pick up a cheap midnight snack. It was late, and it was the only place within walking distance that was open. But when I got to the gas station, there was this man there, disheveled hair, and he was young looking, but his skin was oddly weather-beaten for someone so young looking, and his eyeballs had these yellow spots on them. Unnerving to say the least, but he was the cashier, so I didn't have much reason to be afraid of him yet. I grabbed some stuff, laid it out on the counter, and started fishing around for my debit card. The cashier smiles. "You like those Gatorades?" His teeth. I'll never forget those teeth. The only way I could describe them was pure evil, almost like they didn't fit in his head. I nod politely, praying silently that that would be the end of it. He rings up my groceries and I scan my card, and then he says, "Hold on, I need to replace the printer paper." And he walks back somewhere that I can't see, but I look at the card scanner. There's no printer feed on it at all. Okay, fair enough. Maybe I don't understand how the receipt scanners work. Maybe I don't know where to look for the receipt to come out. But then I see this other guy at the door. He's trying to lock it. My red flags go off like crazy. I grab my card and leave my groceries there, rushing to the door. I'm pounding on it like crazy, and the other guy's trying to stop me. I hear the cashier coming back, so I panic and push the other guy into one of the aisles, giving me the opportunity to unlock the door and rush out. I haven't been back to that gas station since. Now, I go to buy my groceries ahead of time. But if I'm at some other store, I hope that I don't meet that creepy gas station guy. It was winter of 2012, and I was 18 or 19 at the time. I was working in a gas station in an average-sized town in England. It was an okay job, good money for somebody who was at college, and at the time, it was just a shame it was a weekend job. So while my friends were getting drunk and having fun, I was in a gas station serving taxi drivers and the occasional drunk. Anyway, back to the story. It started off like any other night. Serve people, clean up, do stock, the average night shift work. Since it was winter, the night was really dark, and you could only see faint outlines of people walking back and forth, even with streetlights. The place where I worked was situated across the road from a pub, and had an alley running beside it that led to a housing estate. Around 3 to 4 a.m., as I finished cleaning a set of shelves, I noticed a figure standing in the alley just out of the light, but just enough to hide his face, but you could make out his clothing. I initially brushed it off as somebody waiting for a taxi, as it seemed harmless enough. I sat down in my chair behind the counter and looked at my phone and played some games for a bit. When I looked up, it was 5 a.m. and he was still there, waiting, watching me. To make my situation worse, after 5, there is hardly any traffic or passers-by. I had that guttural feeling that he had some harmful intent. I was safe, however, as I was locked in until morning. I stared back in a trance, trying to keep an eye on whatever he could do next. After a while, I needed to use the toilet, so I went and came back thinking that he might have walked off. But he didn't. He was still there. I then decided to not do my last job until my coworker came in to start their shift, as my last job was to take out the fire extinguishers and sand buckets. It got to about 6 a.m. The figure faded back into the alley, and I didn't see him for the rest of my shift. When my coworker arrived, it was still dark, and I usually walked the 10 minutes back home. But this time, I got a taxi back home. And I felt the guy could be anywhere still watching me. I told my coworkers and family members about my experience, and they said they personally haven't experienced anything like it, and they wouldn't like to either. I was very nervous when doing my shifts from then on, feeling like as soon as I let my guard down, he would strike. But thankfully, nothing else happened after that. I quit the following summer to go to university. Safe to say, I don't want to meet the person in the shadows from that night. I work in a fairly busy hospital downtown in the NICU. I usually work at night, and I kid you not, this happened to me less than 5 minutes ago. I figured it would be good to get this down in writing before I forgot. It's also a way for me to have some sort of proof in case something comes of it. During orientation, we are taught to be observant to the signs of a possible abductor. We're taught to look for oversized clothing, bags, and shifting behavior. Luckily, I've never encountered a strange individual until just now. It's currently 2:59 a.m., and I've been sitting at the front desk since 11. I'm a nursing student, so I usually just do clerical work around the unit. I also watch the cameras to make sure that no one is here that isn't supposed to be here. It's usually pretty quiet at night. However, I've already had a lot of weird night, so this just adds a cherry on top of it. The NICU and most of the second floor is a locked unit. This means that in order to gain entrance, you have to pick up a phone, which then rings to the desk. Usually it's parents wanting in to see their babies, and family members who are lost. It quiets down around 11, so no one usually comes in or out during my shift, with the exception of housekeeping. One of the security cameras is situated so that I can see who is picking up the first phone. I had been sitting here browsing Reddit when the phone rang. I glanced over at the phone thinking it was a parent wanting an update or something like that. It took me a second to register that it was the number for the first set of doors/phone. I picked it up and looked over to the screen. There was a lady in baggy clothing with a sling on her arm. I answered the door and she said she wanted in to find her cousin, who apparently had been brought up from the emergency department. I asked for the last name, and she unintelligibly rambled off a Latino name that I only caught the first part of. Knowing that we did not have any new admissions, I told her we didn't have anyone by that name. I tried to get some information out of her, and she said that her cousin had been brought up from the ED. I told her in that case she would have to go to the labor and delivery and talk to them. She hesitated and then said okay, and walked away. I got a really weird feeling from her, so I checked the census to see if there was anyone that was being assessed in L&D, and there wasn't. So either she was at the wrong hospital, or she wanted into the unit to do something a little bit more sinister than to just see her cousin. I shrugged it off and figured if her cousin was in L&D, then she would find her and all would be well. About 5 minutes later, the same lady appeared in her extremely baggy clothing and her sling. The only difference was that this time, she was putting the sling on and was using her injured hand to mess with something in her oversized sweatshirt. She picked up the phone and once again asked to be let in to find her cousin, and that L&D said that they had no one by that name. I told her the exact same thing, and that she would need to get in contact with her cousin and go back over to L&D. She got hostile for a second and then hung up the phone. Whether or not she was trying to gain access to the unit for things that she shouldn't be doing, I'll never know. But creepy lady who looked like a baby snatcher, let's not ever meet again. I was inspired by someone's story of an event while being an EMT, and it made me flash back to some of the weird things that occurred on night shift in a highly populated SoCal city. So here's one of my creepy EMT encounters. I worked on an ambulance that does both 911 and generic transport. So for this call, my partner and I, both females, took a lady back home from the ER. Now, this neighborhood is kind of sketch, and we drive down a block away from the known hooker/pimp street so we can finish our paperwork and clean equipment. We're parked opposing traffic on a curb in the ghetto suburbs at 1 a.m. I had just finished cleaning, and I'm standing at the passenger side with the door open, while my partner is sitting in the passenger seat still finishing her report. All of a sudden, we hear a girl's voice a few doors behind us screaming, "No, no, let me go," while a guy yells, "You can't take her." Partner and I look at each other, and then down the road, because now we hear some ricer revving like an angry lawnmower. All I see is headlights coming my way. I take a flying leap into the cab across my partner's lap as she slams the door behind me. Just in the nick of time, because the car comes within literally inches of our rig. I'd have been crushed if I didn't have almost cat-like reflexes. As the car goes by, we see that a bald, tatted-up Hispanic guy is the driver, and he's just casually flicking a cigarette out the window. In the back seat is a girl in her skivvies, desperately pounding on the window. Meanwhile, on the outside of the car is a dude in his tidy whities. He has some weird Spider-Man grip, with one hand holding onto the roof and his feet braced against the door. He's also punching the window. I flick on the lights and sirens, hoping to scare the driver, and my partner gets on the radio telling dispatch a brief rundown and to send cops to our location. They GPS track us. Driver isn't fazed in the least by our display. He stops at the four-way, as one does in such a situation, looks at us in his mirror, flicks the cigarette, and takes off. Naturally, we, two unarmed females, give chase. The driver is cruising, weaving this way and that, trying to shake Captain Underpants. We see the dude fall and run after the car. A moment later, the girl comes flying out of the car in a very ungraceful tuck and roll. The two take off behind one of those giant power breakers you sometimes see on city streets, while the driver finishes his Mario Kart impression and floors it around a corner. We follow around the corner ourselves and stop to check for plate number, but alas, he's sporting a lemon lot ad. Since he's gone, we presume it's safe to get out and actually do our job. take care of those injured. We hop out with the aid bag and my partner keeps watch while I run to the giant power thing, but the nearly naked duo is gone. At that moment, 5 squad cars pull up. Little late, boys, and ask if we're the ones who called for backup. We restrain ourselves from asking if they see any other freaked out EMTs in the neighborhood and give them the story. They ask where the 2 who escaped the car went, and we respond that we don't know. They ask for a description and possible direction. We tell them that if they go left and make another left 3 streets down, then stop shortly before EC Boulevard, they'll see 2 people in underwear and likely covered in road rash. I helpfully add in whatever the design was on the guy's shorts, and they just stared at us for a minute. Realizing we were serious, 3 cars take off. Maybe 5 minutes later, one radios in saying that he found them. Here's the kicker. They denied everything. No car, no kidnapping, no chase. Of course, they can't explain why they're nearly a block away from their place, wearing only enough to not break any indecent exposure laws, their lack of shoes, or the copious road rash all over them. Since technically they didn't do anything wrong and they had no desire to press charges or be treated by us, they were let go. And that, people of Reddit, is only my second creepiest night in EMS. Since I'm at home now because of my fibro disability, I've got a lot of time to read these chilling tales. It also gives me time to look back at my own past and remember some of my own scary moments. I have several more stories to tell and share. This was one of those memories that I remembered and wanted to share. Back in 2007, I started a tech job with an IP, phone, VoIP, DT1 long-distance company. The company is no longer around, and honestly, I don't know how they stayed in business as long as they did back then. It was really a pyramid scheme, but thankfully I was on the IT side of things, so I didn't have to sell anything. It was a small, typical tech support call center. The customers would call in and say that DT lines were down or tell us about outages, etc. I was the only female on my team, having to prove myself and show that I can do anything that my male counterparts could. It didn't take long, and the customers respected me for being able to handle things. After making my mark, I decided to take the 10-hour night shifts. I worked Wednesday to Saturday from 1 p.m. to 12 a.m., an hour lunch, and after 6 p.m., I was completely alone in the whole building. The rush to get out of the office by 6 p.m. was insane. I couldn't blame them, but I decided having 3 days off was better than 2. Like I said, I was by myself for most of the night. I would have to keep an eye on emails and make sure I answered calls. It was a very slow shift. I would get a lot of video game, reading, schoolwork, and writing done during this time. But sometimes, I would just wander around the building, walk all around just to get away from my desk for a time. I would have the VoIP phone system connected to my cell phone, so no calls would be missed. This allowed me to get a soda, go get food, and so on. One time, while I was up away from my desk, I was going down to the lunchroom to grab a soda. The vending machine was on the basement floor. The basement had a wall of windows and one set of security doors. Same for the main entrance, only there was one camera facing that door. Nothing else really made you feel very safe. I didn't like going to the basement much because the back of the building faced an acre of woods. There was a walking path to the woods, but for some reason they didn't install lights for the walking path. Never really sure why that was, but it didn't help the creepy factor. Sometimes I would see animals run past, but other times I felt like someone was watching me. I always tried my best to make it fast when getting a soda or snack, but sometimes it didn't feel fast enough. So, one night I was making my way down to the basement of the building to get a soda. It was a slow dragging night, and I needed a little caffeine for a pick-me-up. I counted my money as I walked to make sure I had enough to get in and out quick. But out of the corner of my eye, I saw something dart from the glass door back into the darkness. I stopped dead in my tracks and tried to scan the forest, but like I said, it was just blackness. I felt a bit of unease, and everything told me to turn on my heels and go back to my desk. But it was 9 p.m., and I had a fair bit of time left on my shift before I could blow this pop stand. I tried shaking the feelings off and briskly walked over to the soda machine and made my selection. The soda dropped, and as I bent down to get it, I heard a loud ping noise. It was as if someone had hit the glass with something. I stood straight up and felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I slowly turned around and was scared to see someone out there. And as I made the full turn, I saw once again nothing but darkness. I thought this was a good time to book it back up to the main floor. I didn't bother with the elevator. I went up to the stairs and ran up them. My heart was already racing from having to go down there in the first place. Then the loud bang and now running up 2 flights of stairs. Once I was back at my desk, I sunk down in my chair and tried to calm down. It was just one noise. I was in a building with locked doors and locked inner offices. I kept saying over and over in my head that it was nothing. I was relieved by that. But out of nowhere, I got that feeling of someone watching me again. I peeked up over my cubicle wall and looked around my office. Nothing seemed out of place until I turned to face the front of the building. Outside the first set of doors was a slender, tall, dirty male. He was cupping his hands around his eyes to try and see past the reflection of the lights inside. I dropped back down in my cubicle before he caught sight of me. He didn't look like anyone I have ever seen at the office, and it was a little past 9 p.m. There is no good reason why he is checking out my office. As I sit in my chair, I hear the doors shake. I slowly stood up and watched him pull at the handles of the doors. They didn't budge to my relief. But as I watched him, he turned to face me. His face looked bruised or dirty. I couldn't tell which. Once his eyes locked onto mine, he started to bang harder and smacked the glass. I was so scared. It was the middle of the night. I was by myself and out in the middle of this office building complex. I grabbed my headset and dialed 911. While getting the operator on the line, the guy was walking back and forth from one side of the glass doors to the next. 911, what's your emergency? The lady's voice was direct. Yes, my name is Blank. I work at Blank. I need someone to come out. There's a guy trying to break into my office building. While speaking with her, the guy disappeared from view. I tried to look in all directions, but I didn't see him. I knew that he wouldn't just walk off. Not with how hard he was banging. Out of nowhere, a good-sized rock came out of nowhere and smashed against the door. I screamed and went under my desk. The operator asked what just happened, and I explained that a rock smashed against the glass door. She asked me if the glass was broken enough to let him in. I didn't want to stand up and look, but she told me to look in order to know where he was now. I crawled out from under my desk and just peeked over my wall and saw a huge crack down the first part of the door. I sank back down and told her to please have the police hurry. She said they were on their way. I've read many of these stories on this subreddit, and when people say that the cops can't get there fast enough, they aren't kidding. It feels like time is standing still, and you can do nothing. Another smash against the door, but along with that glass-breaking sound, sirens could be heard coming towards my building. It was music to my ears. I told the operator that the police had arrived and thanked her for all of her support. I stood back up and looked over the cubicle wall, and the red-blue lights were flashing wildly. But the thing I didn't see was the man. The top part of the door was completely smashed, and the rock was lying on the inside of the entryway. One officer came to the front door, and others were out combing the area. I could see their flashlights moving all around the parking lot. The first officer to come in the building and greet me was a very kind man. He was patient with me and let me explain what I saw happen. Soon, my boss arrived and checked on me, then the damage. At some point, my husband was called and told that I would be escorted home by one of the officers. I took the next few days off and started to look for another job that wasn't by myself at night. When I gave my statement, I explained to the officer that the person could be partnered with an ex-coworker who was fired a few weeks prior for stealing and just not showing up. He knew then people came and went. He knew where we kept the cell phones we were selling. Not under lock and key, but under a desk of the provisioner. From smartphones to Blackberries, when they were still worth buying, plus VoIP boxes and phone cards. I went on to leave this job a month later and started at a credit card machine company. It was an office full of people, still a call center, but I felt safer, especially with the security and cameras all over the building. Like I said before, this company is no longer around. It was bought up by another company, and they basically liquidated all the funds that were still worth something. My story is definitely not poop your pants scary or anything like that, but it's left me shaken and very uneasy about working late shifts. Anyways, I had just finished my year of university, and I had taken up a position as a taxi dispatcher with my boyfriend's cousin's taxi company. For the first week and a half, I worked mainly day shifts, until the owner decided to extend the hours to 24/7, and I was the lucky employee who would be covering 3 to 4 of these shifts per week. The next week, I was working my first night shift alone. The driver would be out all night looking for fares, which meant a lot of the night would be just me. I wasn't uneasy working such a shift by myself since I had worked a 24-hour coffee shop and was used to midnight shifts. It was also a Wednesday or Thursday night, so I wasn't very busy. The best part about the job was that my boss let me use the internet to play video games on my laptop in the office. From the computer desk in the office, I could see the front door, a portion of the desk, and most of the front windows, so I could keep an eye on what was happening outside. Plus, the bell above my door always alerted me to a new customer, so I wouldn't be caught off guard if I got too into my game. On this particular night, I was working with a taxi driver named Dave. Dave is about 6'3" and 300 pounds. Plus, he suffers from severe health problems, one of which made all his movements slow and painful. He definitely wasn't Mr. Fitness, or the type of person who would be able to defend themselves, or others very easily. Sometime during the early hours of the morning, around 1:30 to 2 a.m., Dave gets a call to go pick up someone in a town 15 minutes away. He gathered up his stuff and drove into the night, while I headed to the office and continued playing my video game. About 15 minutes later, I caught something over the top of my laptop. My mind froze. I could hear panting, and in the reflection of the window, I could see someone sitting in one of the waiting chairs. I walked to the doorway that connects the front room with the office. Some guy with a massive rat tail had managed to ninja his way into the office, and was now sitting in one of the chairs with his face buried in his hands, panting heavily. He was dirty, sweaty, and sounded like he had just run a marathon. Now, the rat tail should have tipped me off, but I found it more hilarious than frightening. A few moments passed, and I finally got up the courage to go ask him if he needed a cab. He didn't respond at first. I asked him again, and he looks up at me. I took a step back into the office. His face was scratched and covered in blood from a wound on the top of his head. I was shocked and immediately offered assistance to him. He replies with, "I'm fine. I don't need no help. I just want to go home." I asked him if he needed a cab, and if so, where was he going? He told me he lives about 20 minutes away and wants Dave to take him home. After that, shit started getting weird. I called over to Dave using the radio to tell him that there was a fare in the office and that he wanted a ride. He told me he'd be another 10 minutes. My hand was on the phone the entire time in case this guy made any sudden movements. Instead of going back to the office, I decided it was best to stay out in front, where there are 2 great big bay windows that make it easy to see what's happening inside the taxi office. I didn't feel as though he was a threat at all, but he seemed really angry at something, so I wanted to make sure that if something happened to me, people would be able to see it. So I walked out into the front room, and as I get closer to the gentleman, that's when I see it. He's not just bleeding from the head, but from the shoulder and knee as well. I ask him again if he's okay, then I offer to call him an ambulance for him. Bad idea. "You don't need to be doing that," he told me. "It ain't like I killed nobody, right? I never killed nobody. Don't go doing that. You don't need to call anyone. I just want to go home." "I'm sorry, I just noticed that you're bleeding pretty badly, and thought maybe you'd like someone to make sure you're okay," I replied. "I didn't kill nobody. He had what was coming to him. He shouldn't have said those things. But it ain't like I killed nobody. You don't need to call nobody. I just want to go home." "Okay," I tell him, "but you're bleeding." "It ain't like I killed nobody," he replied. "I swear I didn't kill nobody. Please don't call the cops. I don't need the cops. I just need to go home. I didn't kill anyone." Silence for a few minutes. He notices the phone clutched in my hand. "I fell down," he blurted. "Pardon?" "I fell," he repeated. "That's why I'm bleeding. I fell. It ain't like I killed nobody." He got up and started pacing. Blood was now on the chair and floor. I had the phone in my hand, and every once in a while he broke the silence with another string of incoherent babbling about how he had done nothing wrong because he hadn't killed anyone. and that I didn't need to call the cops because he was a good guy. Eventually, Dave radios over that he's about 2 minutes away, and I breathed a sigh of relief. He pulled up out front. The man gets into the car and they drive off. Now I'm worried for Dave, so I called the cops. I reported what happened, and they followed the taxi cab to this guy's house where they arrested him. Turns out, the guy had run away from a nearby bar after he had physically assaulted a fellow patron. To what extent, I never found out. Injured him with a sharp object, I assume a pocket knife or needle. Took off running, fell, and managed to find his way to the taxi office. During his time in the cab office, the police had been searching for him, so technically no, he didn't kill anyone, but he did assault and attempt to kill someone. I also found out that one of the other drivers, Steven, knew the guy from a high school a few years ago. His name is Duke, explains the rat tail, and he has a history of violence. He also has a history of coming home drunk and cracking his wife's skull open from time to time. Whether he had planned to that night, I couldn't say, but I'm just glad that the guy ended up in the drunk tank for the night. His wife was unharmed, and the guy who got stabbed didn't die. At least, I assume he didn't, since I still see Duke every now and then, walking the streets with his glorious rat tail, which means he didn't get arrested. But in all seriousness, I wish you guys could have seen this rat tail. That thing was impressive. This is a true story that happened to me a few years ago. I'm from Germany and worked in an old people's home in a little German town at that time. The facility was in a rural area on the outskirts of town. One night, I had a shift with a new coworker that I'd never worked with before. He was in his mid-50s, wearing little round glasses, and for some reason seemed a little strange to me on the first sight. There's always only 2 workers alone in the facility at night, and our job was to watch after over 100 rooms on 3 floors and make control rounds throughout the facility. We weren't allowed to use the elevators for security reasons at night and had to use the stairway instead. I remember the strange weather that night. It was stormy and wild outside when my shift started at about 10 p.m. At this time, most of the personnel was gone. Only one older nurse was in the station room on the 2nd floor, where we had our headquarters at night. She wasn't used to the newer PC programs, and it took her longer to finish her writing stuff. Me and my coworker started our first round through the house. Using the stairways, which had heavy doors, we had to close slowly and carefully every time to avoid noise. Everything was quiet. Most old people were sleeping already, and after we checked all the rooms, we sat down on the 2nd floor station room and finished some paperwork. The old nurse was gone, all doors to the outside shut, and the house was completely quiet when we were sitting on the table. After about 15 minutes, sitting in the quiet, suddenly, a heavy door on the stairway was smashed hard. We looked at each other without saying anything and immediately run in the stairway. I run up the 3rd floor, and my workmate sprinted down to the ground floor. We saw nothing, and nobody. We even checked the stairway windows. All were closed. Someone must have been in the stairway, we concluded. As we found nothing, we continued our tour, starting from the 3rd floor down to the ground floor. From there, I could not stop thinking who the hell would sneak around the floors in the middle of the night. It was about 2 a.m. when we had to change the double sheets from an old invalid man who pissed his bed. I stood in the corner of the room beside the bed, backed up against the wall. My co-worker was on the other side of the bed. I remember that I was watching the door, waiting for someone to peer in the room. While I was concentrating on the door and lost in my thoughts, suddenly my coworker freaked out, screaming at the old man, out of nothing, ripping around the sheets and tossing around the old man. His face got an angry, creepy look, and I was totally shocked and not able to say or do anything. I just watched this creepy guy in front of me with the totally black windows behind him and the door leading to the dark floors where some freak sneaked around unseen. I stood there, pressed on the wall in the corner of that room, and felt totally lost, surrounded by psychopaths. We finally reached the ground floor and everything was quiet, only the wind blowing around the house. Suddenly we heard a dropping sound, like someone dropped a knife or something metallic. The sound came from the kitchen area. We run to the closed glass door where the sound came from. It was a long, dark hallway with a back door leading to the trash cans and parking lot at the end. We opened that door and searched every single room. I felt extremely uncomfortable and expected an attack every moment. Again, we found nothing. Some hours later, we started our last tour for this night. We split it up this time, and I checked the rooms like usual. When I looked in one room, an old lady was awake and sat on her bed. She asked me if I was in her room 5 minutes ago. I said no, and that we just started our tour. She told me that 5 minutes ago, she clearly heard someone enter her room. She asked, "Who's there?" but didn't get any answer back. Then the door was closed again. I got a creepy feeling while listening to the old lady. I told her to push the alarm button next time something like this happened. I think it's unnecessary to say how I felt for the next hours of the night. Every time I entered a room or walked around a corner, I expected some stranger standing there every time. I was more than glad when this shift was over. Some days later, I met an old nurse who left the facility late at night and told her the story. She told me that the back door to the kitchen area was wide open when she went to her car that night. She reached the open back door from the parking lot and called if somebody was there. Suddenly, she got a very bad feeling, turned around, ran to her car, and drove off fast. She was totally scared and tried to reach and warn us, but didn't find out the number. I told her that the back door was definitely closed when we checked the area. We never found out what creepy freaks sneaked around there that night, and many night shift workers reported similar experiences the following month. The coworker I had to work with that night was fired after more and more complaints about this person emerged over time. Anyway, I'm glad I don't have to work there anymore, and never will I ever take a night shift job again. One night, I was working a night shift in a refinery. I was working a hold watch for my shift, which means I basically sit in an entrance and document anyone that goes in and out. Well, a guy showed up. I got his name and he gave me the company he worked for, so I logged him in. Everything checked out, so I'm waiting at the entrance for a few hours for the guy to come out. Now that's nothing unusual because most people that go in will stay there for 2 to 6 hours at a time, and every hour or two I yell up to make sure they're okay. I would yell, and usually the guys would whistle back or make a noise to let me know that everything is okay, and every time I check, I thought I heard a response. Later, a few more guys came up to go in. I logged them in and let them know there's another guy up there doing inspections. They go in and radio back, "Hey, there's no one in here." Immediately, I had a weird feeling, because I was at the only exit/entrance, and there's no possible way to get out the container without me knowing. The way the container is set up, you have to climb a ladder to get into it from underneath, using a scaffold to help. I was sitting in the scaffold far back enough to where, if anyone came out, they would drop down right in front of me, and the only way off of it was through the gate that I was guarding. So I radioed my foreman and explained to him what happened. He got in contact with the company, and they had no one by that name, and no one scheduled to check that particular container. I was completely baffled at this point. Here I am, adamant as ever that someone went up in the container. I thought I was going crazy, and I was also a little weirded out. I had his signature on the log where they sign in, and I have to sign right next to their name also, acknowledging that I know that they are going in. For about 20 minutes, I'm in full panic mode and freaking out because I don't have an explanation as to what happened, or where he went, or who he was. And on top of that, I could have easily lost my job because of it. On my college campus, we had a night guard who would watch the campus because people kept sneaking in and stealing our gym supplies. But one day, apparently the guard left and crashed through the gate, and later was found dead. So the college was offering free rent for our apartment, since we didn't have dorms. So a girl quickly took the job, but went missing. So I took the job. It was pretty simple. watched the place till 4 a.m. until the staff arrived. So I went to class after and got 3 hours of sleep and then went to work. But when I checked the cameras, I saw something weird that looked almost identical to a skinwalker. I don't believe in them, so I grabbed the thing nearest to me, my hockey stick, and waited. I told the dean, but they didn't listen, so I called the police on the third night. And turns out, it was an escaped prisoner who got a hold of drugs and went crazy. I quit the job after that and went back to my apartment. There was a note that said, "Congrats, you live." But it was just my girlfriend, so I was fine. Okay, so to begin this, I wasn't actually put in any danger, but this story creeped me out a lot, and I still can't stop thinking about it. I work the night shifts at my job, which is just a little smoothie shop. So basically, every day I work, I do night shifts. Well, today was a normal day with no real issues besides a few rude customers, which seemed more often today than normal. Anyway, at about 8:30 tonight, we get a call, which is normal, so my crew member answers the phone. Eventually, I hear her say something asking about a physical description for one of us employees. So the conversation went like this. Do you know her name? What does she look like? What is her race? Well, the guy on the phone couldn't say the name or looks, but the girl was white. Tonight, there was only me and another crew member who were white, working, so it was one of us. Crew member says, "Okay, that narrows it down. What color was her hair?" He didn't know, so she handed the phone to me because the other girl has bright red noticeable and unforgettable hair. So I answer, feeling nervous. I'm going to get yelled at. And he starts talking to me and saying, "Hello, I just remember the girl had brown hair with light blonde in it, and she looked about my age." So I say, "Yeah, that's me. What can I help you with?" Then he answered, "I just remembered something about her. She had kinda hairy arms." This was kind of weird to me, but I just ignored it, because I have dark hair and it's noticeable. So I just say, "Okay, what did you want to speak to me about?" And he keeps talking about the hair on my arms, and asks me to describe the hair on my arms. He's asking, "What color? Is it long? Is it like a lot?" And I just answer him awkwardly, and I'm getting increasingly more uncomfortable as the conversation continues. So I say, "Why are you asking me this?" And he goes, "Because I wanted to thank you for how nice you were to me earlier." So I say, "Oh, you're welcome, have a nice night." Then he says, "What did you think I was gonna ask?" And I said, "I don't know." Then he goes back to talking about my arm hair and says, "Is the hair on your arms long and straight, or curly and messy?" So I'm getting really upset and creeped out at this point and just say, "I don't know how to answer that. Have a good night, sir," and hung up. As soon as I got off the phone, I tell my manager how uncomfortable that made me. But obviously you can't do anything over a phone call. Everyone was teasing me about my secret admirer, but it really gave me just an awful gut feeling, to be honest. Maybe I'm dramatic, but that guy was creepy, and I'm not sure what he was doing, but it seemed like he had some sort of weird fetish. This happened an hour ago. I work in an upscale hotel in one of my state's most affluent suburbs. Like most hotels, we're struggling during the virus. Our rates have been slashed in half to get guests through the door, and our clientele has shifted from upper crusty business people to a mixed bag of multiple different characters. It's mostly been fine, with a couple of notable exceptions earlier on in the pandemic. Cut to tonight. I'm working overnight alone, 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. About 3 hours into my shift, I get a call from room 235. He has a strange voice. It's quiet, raspy, and maybe has an accent. He tells me that he can't figure out how to work his remote to his TV. I assume maybe the batteries have died, but he insists that the remote works fine. He just doesn't understand how to operate the volume button. I find this strange. I've worked in hotels for 5 years, and I've not once encountered someone who didn't understand the TV remote. I give him the benefit of the doubt. The volume button is like a Guitar Hero strum switch. You have to press a single switch up or down to navigate. Also, working in customer service, you come to realize that people are much, much dumber than what you believe they are. Since I'm alone at the hotel and not technically supposed to leave the front desk, I tell him that if he needs to come down to the lobby, I will gladly show him how it works. This upsets him. He grunts and starts complaining that our customer service is terrible, and what kind of hotel wouldn't have an attendant come to the room for something like this? I give in. He's only 1 floor up, and I can't possibly take long to show someone how to change the volume on a remote. Everyone is checked in. It's not worth the argument or the bad review later. I tell him I'll be up in just a moment. I knock on his door and do the customary call out. Guest services. I can faintly hear him talking to someone, but it's muttered, and I can't pick up any distinguishable words. At first, it felt like he was instructing someone else to get the door, and I anticipated it opening shortly thereafter. The talking went on for so long that I wondered if maybe the people in the room hadn't heard me. I was debating knocking again when the deadbolt slowly unlatched. Normally, when I go to a room, the guest opens the door wide and stands to the side to let me in, or at the very least opens the door enough that I can fully see them, and they can fully see me. Not 235. He barely cracks the door. It's open maybe an inch. Even weirder, all the room lights are off. It's entirely dark except for the very faint glow of his TV, which is on, but with the volume turned all the way down. His voice sounds exactly like it had on the phone, raspy and withered. He is standing behind the door, so I can't see him at all. Completely disembodied, he instructs me. "Come inside, sweetie." I say nothing and don't move. I guess now is the part where I tell you I'm a small-ish, 5-foot-tall woman with a baby face in my mid-20s. Come on. Come inside. He sounds more edgy, more insistent this time. It feels so obviously like a trap that if I wasn't absurdly on edge, I would have been insulted. How naive does he think I am? I push the door open but remain as much in the hallway as possible. I also take the opportunity to reach for the light switch just inside the door. The room lights up and I finally get a look at him. He's at least 60, white-haired and slim, but with a little gut. He is shirtless. He is wearing pants, but his belt is undone and the ends are flopping down. I'm not entirely sure because I try not to look, but I believe his pants were also unzipped. He appears to be completely alone in the room. The only piece of luggage is a small black duffel bag. I try to quickly explain the volume switch from where I'm standing, awkwardly in the doorway, but he isn't comprehending it, or at least, he's acting like he isn't. I ask him to give the remote to me so I could show him, but he backs further into the room. "You know, it'll be easier for both of us if you could just come inside," he tells me gruffly. For a brief moment, I think I see his eyes glimmer. Update. Made it through the night. My boss was very concerned and felt badly. He apologized if he had ever made me feel like I had to go to guest rooms while alone at the property, and made it clear that he wants us to not do that anymore. For the record, no one has made me feel like I have to do that. All of the front desk staff do it from time to time. I usually don't unless it's one of our regulars who just needs a new roll of toilet paper or something. I did in this instance, because it seemed like it would be quick, and while he sounded weird on the phone and I hated his voice, I didn't expect it to go as it did. You encounter a lot of weird people working in lodging. Usually I feel like I can tell the benign from the malignant. Obviously it was a bad call on my part and I was wrong in this case. I've learned my lesson. As for not calling the police or my boss right then and there, I felt like I was potentially going to be in harm's way while I was standing in the doorway, and he was actively being a creep. But when I got downstairs to my lockable office with my security cameras, which would have allowed me to see him coming, I was just really anxious and on high alert. I had decided if he called again, I obviously wasn't going up, and if he came to the desk, I would have 911 punched in on my cell just in case. We're 2 minutes from the police station, and there's usually a patrol car hanging out in our shopping center. They show up quickly any time I have had to call. Also, I like to think critically before I call the police for any reason. I've called them on someone for being similarly as weird, but in a slightly different way, and was told that unfortunately he hadn't technically done anything, and to call back if he does. I don't believe it would have gotten me anywhere. I didn't call my GM because he lives 45 minutes away, and I'm not sure what he would have done. Even if he'd offered to wake up and drive the 45 minutes to the hotel to replace me on shift, I would have refused because I needed the money. Anyway, thanks everyone for the concern, and for checking in on me throughout the shift. I wrote the post because I couldn't believe what just happened and needed to share it with someone, even anonymous people who don't know my location, to feel less alone and to process it a little. I also eventually got in touch with my girlfriend, so I had a real person with my real address keeping tabs on me as well. I work in a nursing home, and my schedule consists of days, evenings, and nights. It's rough transitioning between days and nights, but everyone that works here has the same shifts, so we just get through them together. The building is about 100 residents with 3 floors. The building is shaped like an L, with a north and south wing, and the nurse station's in the middle. The floor currently only has a few residents living there due to construction, with one of the wings completely shut down because they're ripping out the walls. Due to only a few residents being on that floor, only one nurse is required to be on duty on that floor. I've worked the night shift alone on that floor many times, and never really experienced anything scary or weird. Sure, it's creepy and dark at night, but that was it. I've never believed in the paranormal, at all. I had the mindset that I had to see it to believe it. I'm a huge fan of true crime and scary movies and stories and paranormal documentaries, however. A few of my coworkers over the years had talked about how the 3rd floor is haunted. They'd hear knocks at night and see weird things. I was always intrigued to hear about it, but we would always just laugh it off. But that night a few weeks ago has really started to change my mind. I was sitting in the nursing station, watching movies and playing on my phone. I had just done my rounds and had answered a call bell. I had felt off that night, and constantly had that feeling of being watched. I also kept on thinking that I was seeing things out of the corner of my eye. The next part is hard to explain, but I'll try as best as I can. As I was sitting there, all of a sudden a shadow dropped from the ceiling and hovered over me. But by the time I realized what I was seeing, it was gone. My heart jumped and I jumped out of the chair. There was no way that anything would cast a shadow like that, or a car passing by, as the only window looks out into the forest, with nothing but trees for miles. After a few moments I calmed down, and left the nursing station to go check on my residents. Nothing seemed amiss, and none of them were awake except for the little old lady at the end of the hall, watching her TV shows. As I walked back to the nursing station, I swore I saw feet or a shadow moving under the crack of the door, leading to the wing that was closed for construction. I opened the door just to make sure it wasn't a wandering resident from another floor. This actually happens quite often. But there was no one there. I walked back to the nursing station freaked out, but still feeling like someone or something was watching me. I settled back into my chair and tried to watch TikTok videos to get my mind off of it. I was sitting with my back to the window facing the door. About an hour of watching videos, I glanced at the clock. It was 3:03. I remember being slightly annoyed as my coworker had promised to come up at 2:50 so I could have my break and go out to my car to have a smoke. Unhealthy, I know. I'm trying to quit, but that night I needed one. All of a sudden, I hear 3 knocks on the window behind me. I jumped up, looked out the window, and there was nothing there. Flight mode took over and I just darted down the hall, running into my coworker who was just coming off the elevator. Now bear in mind, I'm on the 3rd floor, which is pretty high up. There was no stairway, tree, or ladder outside that window, so it was impossible for someone to have climbed up there and knocked on the window. I immediately asked my coworker if she knocked, or heard any knocking at all, and she said no. She could see how shaken up I was, and offered to switch floors for the remainder of the shift. I was very thankful, as being on the 2nd floor means you're with another nurse, so I wouldn't be alone. I went out to my car and had a few smokes and just tried to calm down. I talked to the nurse on the second floor, and she didn't seem too surprised. She's heard knocking up there, and seen and heard things that she can't explain. A lot of people have died up there, and after that night, I honestly don't know what to believe anymore. I haven't ever felt fear like I did that night, and I've since worked a few night shifts up there, and I haven't experienced anything like that again. Could it be that I was just tired? I don't know, but I won't ever forget how I felt that night. So this happened in 2020. At the time, I was 19 years old, and I'm a female. I lived in a flat above a senior residence. Since I worked for that company, I could live there fairly cheap, because the company dealt with the costs. I sometimes did a night shift as well. In the night shift, you'd basically look in each apartment from the seniors to check if they're all there, since almost all of them have Alzheimer's disease. After that, you're supposed to clean the kitchen, living room, the library, and do the dishes as well as wash the clothes. Every now and then a bell will go off, because one of the residents needs help with something, so you'll have to go there and help them. There was already a break-in a few years prior, so the company installed cameras around all the house. All people that live and work there know about it. On the day I had an uneasy feeling, and just couldn't bring myself to sleep in this flat, so I left to sleep at my parents' house. When I came home the next day because I forgot something, I saw that police were there. They were questioning the night shift. Then they looked at me and asked for my ID and what I was doing there. I explained that I live above the residence and forgot something that I need for work. They proceeded to ask me if I was at home the last night, to which I said I was not. I finally had the guts to ask what was going on, and then got told that someone has broken in that night. After that, I asked if they needed the camera footage, and their faces lit up as they said yes. I found it weird how they got so excited, but I'm not the one to judge. They probably hoped that it would make it easier. I then called my boss and she came with a laptop about 15 minutes later. We all looked through the footage together. It was creepy to see how two people carefully walked into the garden. One of them looked through a window, and you can see him closely watching the night shift. The other took a different route and walked around the house, peeking into an apartment of a resident while they were sleeping. He then walked a bit further around the house and stood under the window of the library. We could then see how the night shift went into the basement to wash the clothes. As soon as she was down in the basement, the person who was watching her ran to the other and gave a thumbs up. They then proceeded to pry the window open. One of them jumped in and looked around confused. Now here's why. A few years prior, when the first break-in happened, that was the room where the medicine was kept. After that, we relocated that into a safer room. They probably just wanted to get medicine, since a few of the residents have strong painkillers, which honestly are hard to get. They probably played part in the first break-in, and hoped that the medicine would still be there. They got confused when the room looked completely different. They ended up stealing nothing and just running away again. As far as I know, they were caught about 2 weeks later. But it makes me wonder, what would have happened if I was home that night? Because this happened at a time where I would always go outside to take a little walk through the garden. I have insomnia and this helps me a bit. Would I have met them? If so, how would they have reacted? My grandfather has told us these stories countless times, and now I want to share them publicly. Back in the mid-1980s and 90s, he worked various security jobs. The first story took place in a small town outside of Chicago. He worked from midnight to 6 a.m. security at a junkyard. The junkyard was small, but had a fence lined with barbed wire on top. My grandfather said that, except for a few occasions where someone high, homeless, or crazy would try to break in and he would have to bullshit them by saying he had a gun or that he was calling the cops, the job was quiet. Get there, listen to a handheld radio on a low volume, and just wait till the morning. Well, one night he actually had to get help. After hearing a struggle from the fence and a thud, he went inside the junkyard. A homeless man was inside, tearing through random garbage. My grandfather called out to the man, shining his flashlight on him. My grandfather saw that the guy's whole leg and hands were torn up. He shined his light on the barbed wire to see small pieces of skin hanging from it. The guy tried approaching my grandfather. The BS of "I have a gun" or "the cops are on their way" didn't work, so my grandfather got the guy over to the small security office where his phone was. He locked the guy outside of the office and called the cops. The guy fled back into the junkyard when the police came. My grandfather let them in, and they went deep into the junkyard before coming out with him in handcuffs. Apparently, the guy was high on crack. He tore up his hands and legs on the barbed wire and had to get intensive medical care. The second story is similar. This one is from the mid-90s. My grandfather was a security guard at a homeless shelter in a suburb of Chicago. I say homeless shelter because I don't remember the name for it. It was like a poor rehab center where you can check in, shower, eat, and sleep there, but it was mainly for poor and homeless people. My grandfather was once again the night shift guard. The place was a YMCA beforehand. It wasn't in a good condition, even when it was a YMCA. My grandfather's office was small, and on the first floor. He had a window to the outside, and a window looking into a hallway of the building. During one of his slower shifts, my grandfather was reading a hockey magazine and listening to the radio. He turned the radio down because he heard screaming, followed by a loud bang. My grandfather had first thought nothing of it. The place had a lot of people with mental issues, so he thought someone on the floors above him had an episode and broke something. This changed real quick when he heard moaning from outside the window. My grandfather stuck his head outside the window and saw one of the tenants from the building, face down, planted into a shed outside of the building. My grandfather called for an ambulance and ran outside to the shed. The man was fine when he got there. Apparently, the man, in a cracked out of his mind delusion, jumped from a higher story floor. Apparently, he found a way to get out of the window and threw himself out. The man wasn't okay. He broke bones in his rib cage and arms. My grandfather went up to the guy's room to lock it to prevent any like-minded people from jumping off. The people who stayed next to the jumper said he was making a lot of noise from the room. But no one said anything, because it was normal for people to go crazy in there. My grandfather has a lot of stories from the 80s and 90s security, and next time I talk to him, I'll ask for more. TLDR, crack makes you invincible, even if you seriously injure yourself. Back in the day, I worked at a chain store as an assistant manager, and that meant I almost always got the super early or super late shifts. Shortly after I was tired, the store extended its hours so that we closed at 10, but did all the cleanup and such after hours, so we wouldn't leave until 11. Nothing too crazy, but that late at night, things get a little sketchy. This was one of the worst times that I can remember. It was just before closing, and we had a short line of customers. It was a Friday night, so people in late getting drinks and snacks was pretty common. When suddenly, this very tall, very wide man came up to the counter. He had no items in his hands, so I asked if I could help him, and he said, "Yeah, I'm looking for this person." Now, I vaguely knew the person he had mentioned. Small town, and a guy with blue hair is hard to miss. But the way he said it made me nervous, so I told him I didn't know who or where he was. He was not happy. He leaned in real close and started to tell me how he really needed to find him, and how I just needed to tell him where he was and it would all be good. I insisted that I didn't know who the guy was. The man suddenly slams his hands down, telling me that if I didn't tell him where the guy is, I'm gonna be very sorry. Lucky for me, a few guys in line stepped up to scare him off. Over the next half hour, the guy just hung out in the parking lot, so I eventually called the state police who, after hearing his description, were pretty keen to send someone out. Only problem is that the department was about 45 minutes away. Well, I figured I will lock up and me and my other coworker can clean up early while we wait, as the last thing I wanted to do was leave that door unlocked for him to wander back in. I lock the doors and we proceed to go about our business. About 5 minutes later, the lights go out. I was standing at the back of the store with a mop and almost had a heart attack as the emergency lights came on, and I went towards the front to see what was happening. My coworker was equally baffled and said, "Maybe the breaker tripped." I was this close to stepping outside to go find the breaker when I saw the guy still standing in the parking lot. I have never booked it to the back room so fast. I grabbed my cell phone, locked me and my coworker in the back office, and called to see where the cops were. Sadly, by the time they got there, the man had taken off. We gave a description of the only car that we had seen in the parking lot, but we were told that this guy was apparently into drug trafficking, and the person he was looking for used to be involved with him before getting clean. He'd been wanted for multiple violent assault charges, and they hadn't seen a trace of him in weeks. I didn't work the night shift again for a long time, but I did see him once more at a glance in a grocery store. Not a fun time. Okay, so for a tiny bit of background, I used to work at this drive-up coffee shop that sells coffee and snacks like bagels and muffins, etc. I live in a relatively small town, between 10 to 15,000 people, and I had never had anything like this happen before, so I was pretty shaken up. Alrighty, so it was Sunday night, and I was closing all by myself for the first time ever, being a new hire, and it was kind of getting late, and virtually no one was coming through, so I was just doing some closing activities like sweeping and mopping, etc. This is important because we store the mop and broom in a separate room that can only be accessed by going outside and unlocking the room with a key. So, I had the employee entrance door unlocked since I was going in and out. It's starting to get dark, and I'm due to leave in about an hour or so, when this old Ford drives up. The driver was an older man, maybe 40 years old or so. I wasn't too fazed by it though, because a lot of people work on oil rigs in my town, and if they're on night shift, they'll stop by for a pick-me-up before making the 3-hour drive out to the rigs. I open the window, ask him what he'd like to order, etc. This is where it gets weird. He didn't order any coffee or food. No. He asked me, "Are you working alone?" I most certainly was working alone, and even both of my managers were no longer in the neighboring pawn shop that they also own, and I just feel my blood run cold. Thankfully, I'm smart enough to lie and respond with, "Oh no, my coworker will be back in a second, and my manager is coming here in about 5 minutes. He needs to take inventory." At this point, the man looks past me into the shop, directly at the cracked open door behind me, and gives me this extremely creepy smile before pulling forward and signaling to turn around on a road that goes right next to that open door. As soon as he could no longer see me, I jump over, slammed the door shut, and locked the doorknob and deadbolt. I was worried to leave the building that night, because I didn't want to walk across the parking lot to my car. I thought he might be lingering around the area, just waiting for me to get off of work. I'm really glad that I never told him that I was working by myself. That was the creepiest encounter that I've ever had at work. Hey everyone, this is my first post, so bear with me. I'm doing my best. For context, I work the front desk at a hotel very close to a busy interstate in New York. This didn't happen to me, but last night, my coworker who works the overnight shift had a man come in. She said hello, and he immediately says, "I'm gonna come in that door and assault you, and you're gonna love it." Said door goes into the laundry room, which also has an entrance to the first desk. She was rightfully terrified, and called the police while telling him to leave. There are multiple exits, but one of them is right across from an entry door that goes into the back room that connects to the front desk, and that is, of course, the one he heads towards. She yelled back at him that he needs to leave through the front door, and thankfully he listened. The police arrived, told him to leave the property and let him go. They then proceeded to tell my coworker they got a call about the same man a couple hours ago for harassing and saying the same terrifying things to women outside a gas station about a mile away. It infuriates me that they just let him walk away and then lets her all alone, knowing there was nothing stopping him from coming back. Thankfully, he didn't, and my coworker is safe. But holy cow, it was super scary for her. Short disclaimer. English is not my first language, so sorry if something doesn't make sense. On to the story. I'm working at a cinema for almost a year now. I love this job dearly, but some customers, especially at night, are really scary. A few months ago, my boss told me and the rest of the crew that we are now playing movies late at night. This means we would stay at this place until around 2 or 3 a.m. Okay, no problem. But my first night shift made me realize what I'd gotten myself into. The last movie started playing, so I started cleaning and putting things away around 12 p.m. My coworker, who would bring me new drinks and so on, was sitting with me, but at an angle that you could only see her from my perspective. Anyway, I was almost finished and wanted to take my cash register to get my boss, when this one man comes in. Nothing new. Maybe he wanted to use the toilet or have a prospect from the movies. But something about him didn't seem right. He looked at me after a while and smiled. His smile sent a shiver down my spine. It almost looked like a warning. So he starts to look around and comes closer and closer until he almost stands in front of my register. My heart was pounding because I was so scared. Suddenly my coworker sneezed. He froze in his tracks and looked over to her. He didn't really see her because of the way that she sat. He looked almost panicked, like he thought I would be alone. He looked back at me, nodded and smiled again, and almost ran out of the theater. My coworker and I looked at each other. This man smelled like danger. I saw him for another 20 to 30 minutes just lurking around until finally he vanished. My coworker stayed with me the whole time, besides the fact, she had things to do and her shift was almost over. I don't know what his intentions were, but I do know that they weren't good. So, for context, I work in a radio station that has glass walls open to the public. I was doing my thing when I caught a shadow out of the corner of my eye. I turned and saw the creepiest person I've ever seen. I think the smiling man from that one creepypasta. He had his face pressed against the glass and was wiggling his fingers at me. He then took off and I was on edge for the rest of the night, thinking I'd turn and he'd be there again. But he wasn't. End of story, right? Wrong. I went to my bike after my shift and found a still-lit flashlight and a cocaine spoon in the basket. Probably wasn't the same guy, but to have 2 encounters in one night really unnerved me. Not to mention the guy that screamed at me for a couple blocks for being on the sidewalk with my bike. Overall, not a great day. "13 years ago, I was a dishwasher at a restaurant, and once a month we would do a deep clean of the entire kitchen. This was done overnight to avoid interruptions in service to our patrons. Naturally, everyone would call out for this shift, but I never liked to lose money, and it entitled me to work with headphones in. The only rule was that we needed to be wrapped up by 6 a.m. for the morning rush. Normally, there would be 3 of us in there, but that night it was only me. The manager asked if I was comfortable working through the night. I assured him that there was no issue, and the other guys, who were high school-aged guys, usually got in my way and wasted time. 10:30 p.m. All is quiet on the Western Front. as the door is locked behind the last member of the staff that leaves. The cleaning begins on one side of the building, working my way to the back door and dishwashing station, as to not track any undesirable grime or dirty mop water over clean floors. 12 a.m. I've moved the cleaning operation to the middle of the kitchen, working my way to the back. I've always been a heavy smoker, so at regular intervals of about an hour, I go out to the back door to burn one down. I notice an old woody wagon in the rear parking lot. The car is off and no one is inside. This isn't alarming to me because I've seen cars parked out back overnight before. 2 a.m. All quiet still. I've moved to the back of the restaurant. The offices, the floors are all completed. The floors, the dining room, and tables are all spotless. I take a coffee break around this time in the front of the building for about 30 minutes, and notice that the woody wagon is now around the front of the building. This is slightly troubling to me, because there is nowhere for someone to walk or go in this area. The coffee break ends, and I decide to keep an eye on the car every 30 minutes or so. 3 a.m. Almost everything is finished, but I failed to clean the bathrooms, which is actually contrary to my usual plan, because the bathrooms are in the front of the building by our doors, which are plate glass. I'm standing at a urinal cleaning it, and I hear loud banging at the back door. This immediately jolts me, more awake than the coffee did. I'm panicked that I didn't lock the back door properly. I sprint into the kitchen and look down the line into the back room to see the back door shaking, as someone is obviously pulling at it. I grab a fillet knife and run to the door and scream, "Get the F out of here." I already called the cops. I then sprint up to the front of the store to assure myself that the front door is locked, and to check on the wagon out front. The wagon is now gone, and the parking lot is quiet. I go to grab the restaurant phone to call the cops, and as soon as I turn, I catch a glimpse of a man staring through the side window at me. This was terrifying to see, because he had no expression on his face at all. I scream at him again that the cops were already called, which they weren't, but I was panicking. So I dialed 911 and tell the lady what the situation is. She tells me the cops would be there ASAP. The man is now standing at the front door, staring at me, mouthing something that I am honestly too creeped out to get close enough to try and make out. I backed into the kitchen and turned the lights off so he wouldn't be able to see me. Now, I can still see him because we have lights under our awning. He's still staring into the restaurant, directly into the dark kitchen where I was standing. This lasted for about 1 minute, until he walked around the side of the building again and vanished. In a matter of seconds, I hear an engine start, and he peels out of our parking lot and heads down the highway. 3:15 a.m. The police arrive. I give them my statement and have them make sure I get into my car and out of the parking lot. I know what you're all thinking. The urinals never got fully cleaned, and they would have to wait for the morning. 6:30 a.m. I go back into work to let the owner know what happened. After letting him know what happened, I went home for some more sleep. 9:30 a.m. The owner called me and asked if I would come in for a few minutes. I thought this was strange and I asked what for. He told me he'd rather show me. 10 a.m. I arrive back at work and go sit in his office. He spins the computer monitor around and shows me the security footage from the incident. What I saw terrified me. During my second smoke break around the corner of the building, the man was standing watching me. During various times of the evening, he walked around the building and pulled on the doors, and multiple times checked the door, very gently after my smoke breaks. Needless to say, that was my last day at work. Who knows what he was going to do if he was able to get in that building. I was working graveyard at Walmart in the automotive department, and I was having a really depressing week. It was just the worst week that I've had in a long time. Anyway, I'm working over there alone and picking up a box from the pallet. When I turn around, I see a tall, thin, grayed-skinned man. He was maybe in his 70s or 80s, had a mostly bald head except for some lingering, dirty-looking, stringy hair around the sides. His face was very gaunt. I could see his eye sockets and cheekbones. He was wearing a dirty, grayed, plain shirt and black jacket. It looked like a trench-type coat. His eyes were gray and just empty. He was just watching me. I blinked, and he was gone. I stocked the box I was holding and took another one down the same aisle at the very end. Out of the corner of my eye, I see the man peering around the corner of another aisle, but this time, he's smiling. He has all his teeth, but they're gray too. His smile looked like the priest from the Poltergeist. Just a big, wide, creepy smile. And then he disappeared after I forced myself to look away. When I worked graveyard at Walmart, it was my first night on the job, and this older guy, I'd say about 45 to 50-ish, came to me and lady whom was training me and asked where the Just for Men was. So we showed him. He then proceeds to tell us that he just got out of jail and that he was looking for a piece of booty, putting it nicer than he did. We just looked at each other and said, "Oh, okay, well, good luck." So we go back to working. We finished one cart, and as we were walking back to the back room, to the bins, we walked around behind jewelry and walked through the toys. She proceeds to tell me that the guy is behind us, and not to freak out. So I just keep looking forward, and then he says something. I can't recall what, but her and I both almost took off running to the back. We tell the manager, but by the time he gets our story, the guy is gone. It was creepy as hell, and he just gave off really creepy vibes.
Thank you so much for listening to all of the stories in this video. I hope you enjoyed them. I also hope that you enjoy the extra rain at the end. Get a good night's sleep, everyone, and I'll read to you in the next video. Bye-bye now.